I'm sure at some point in time, you've read comic books, watched films, either live action, animated, or otherwise about superpowered saviors. You know, the big muscular men and women in tights who go around defending the planet from world-conquering warlords or eldritch abominations? They're real. They're all real. At least, in my dimension they are. I'm even one of them. And I'm pretty sure I'm also the last of them. In fact, I'm probably the last surviving member of the human race. But most would hardly consider me human after my enhancements, shall I say. My name is Victor, but when they were still around, the public called me Rubble. It's a bit corny, I know, but I didn't necessarily pick it out. It just kinda picked up steam on social media after a particularly destructive fight I had with some creature that emerged from underground to tear apart Manhattan. I didn't look much different from your average guy. I was under 6 foot, had short black hair. The experiments the fats did on me did increase my muscle mass a bit, but I wasn't The Rock or Arnold Schwarzenegger by any means. The powers I was given were pretty standard, although I had never tested the true limits of them. I had only a rough idea of what I was capable of. The first of these powers was superhuman strength, that has once allowed me to lift an entire US aircraft carrier. Don't know the weight off the top of my head, so I'll just go with a hell of a lot. But even after that, it still felt like I had plenty of strength to spare. Next was flight, because who doesn't want to soar across the clouds, am I right? Although you do end up swallowing quite a few bugs if you're not careful. Best to wear some goggles if you don't have the reaction time to evade them. Third was superhuman speed and reflexes. Gotta be able to react and travel quickly. I thought the super hearing was great too, until I overheard several conversations that I didn't need to or want to. It was more of a curse than a blessing at first, but eventually I learned how to tune most things out. But there were still a few slip-ups here and there. I was supposedly given an increased lifespan as well. Not complete immortality or anything, but I currently sit at a little over 40 years old and don't look a day over 25. And finally, I was gifted with increased durability, which I also never had the limits of tested. But to get the basics out of the way, I was impervious to all conventional gunfire. I once survived the explosion of a skyscraper while inside of it without so much as a scratch. It did send me flying though, so there's that. My old director even said I should have tried to see if I could withstand a nuclear blast. And while the street cred of being able to say I took the full force of a Tsar Bomba would be great, I didn't want to take the risk of being wrong and end up vaporized. But despite how I make it sound, I'm not invincible by any means. I've bled and have been mostly overpowered by monsters and other beings with similar abilities to myself. Once had a couple of teeth knocked out by some sort of Cthulhu-looking thing that rose up from the depths of the ocean and tried to wipe out everything along the coastline. I stopped it, but it ended up putting me in the hospital. A hospital specifically designed and built to heal and hold enhanced people. Regardless, those were the glory days. The times I took for granted. And oh, how I wish I could go back to them. Humanity was wiped out some months ago by a hostile alien species known as the Proctans. The cities and towns that used to hold and house thousands are now nothing more than charred graveyards and outposts for some of the Proctans. From what I know, the extermination, as I call it, was worldwide, across the entire globe. They weakened every country's forces. I did my best, all of us enhanced people did, but it wasn't enough. The individual members of their species by themselves aren't very strong or powerful, but their technology was at least decades beyond anything here on Earth, and as a result, our fight against them was pretty one-sided. For starters, I mentioned possessing superhuman speed and reflexes. And sure, I could avoid a bullet or two here and there if I put the effort in, but lasers were a different story, and they have a ton of them. On top of that, Some had advanced armor suits that endowed them with just enough strength to even stand a chance against me. Usually, in a one-on-one, I was capable of overcoming that. But once they attacked in numbers, it was either retreat or die for me. There were the suits, the tanks, the aircrafts. Hell, they even have sonic grenades, which doesn't exactly pair well with super hearing. Regardless, my surroundings told me that I was one of the only people left alive in the wake of the extermination. I'm sure there was someone out there somewhere, but I've become a bit doubtful that even if I do find them, they'll survive long enough for it to be meaningful. What I really want, more than anything, is to find the leader of that species of assholes and end them, publicly, in front of all of his hideous-looking errand boys. Then I can kill the rest of them too, if I can manage to get that far. One of my most notable encounters with them came when I had just flown into what remained of downtown Manhattan. It was mostly what you'd expect. Crumbled buildings with all sorts of plant and wheat growths sprouting from their empty husks. Empty cars spread amongst the streets, mostly empty anyway. Some still contained corpses within them. One had its driver door ajar with the decomposed corpse of a woman leaning halfway out, indicating she was killed while attempting to flee from her vehicle. At least she was in one piece. From the shape I've seen a lot of other bodies in, they weren't so lucky. A handful were severed in half at the waist after being shot by a laser. Some had their heads and skulls missing as a result of the sonic grenades obliterating their eardrums and brains. Even then, there was worse than that. Much worse. But I don't need to list everything. I'm sure you get the idea. Regardless, I kept cruising about 100 feet or so above the ground in Manhattan, looking down at the remnants of what was, when I suddenly heard the faint burst of a cannon. And before I could even pick a direction to look in, I was suddenly hit with the hot, explosive energy of a laser blast and was sent tumbling to the ground below. I fell at breakneck speed at an odd angle, one that allowed me to go crashing through the side of a skyscraper and come flying out of the opposite end. My impact with the pavement left multiple small craters as I somersaulted backward numerous times, before finally coming to a screeching and destructive halt. It hurt, sure, but I've taken blows far worse than that in the past. I put my hand on the cracked concrete to push myself up, but immediately stopped as I laid eyes on a somewhat grim sight sitting less than a foot from my face. It was a skull. Human, obviously. A chunk of the top right was missing though, and the jaws were agape, as if whoever it belonged to was still trying to scream. I was 99% sure that they died like that, screaming. I looked away from the unnerving sight and flew back up, while hovering a couple of feet above the pavement. I looked around for where that blast might have come from, even trying to listen out for it. I kept low and didn't dare to fly up any further. I didn't want to get myself shot right out of the sky again. But I was instead greeted with an intense, bassy shockwave of sound piercing its way into my eardrums. I cupped my hands over my ears and fell to the ground, my knees sinking an inch into the pavement as I collided. It was like someone had shoved a large speaker inside my head before turning it up to full blast. I snarled in pain while attempting to look around for the source of the horrendous noise. The sheer volume of it impaired my ability to pinpoint the location at first, but I soon noticed that one of the abandoned vehicles on the road was moving ever so slightly from side to side, as if something was making it vibrate. It sat around 50 feet ahead of me. Without taking my hands off of my ears, I took flight and quickly closed the distance, gritting my teeth as I came to a hovering stop and peered inside the shattered passenger window of the car. Inside it was a fist-sized, spherical-shaped metallic object. Two small vertical red lights flashed repeatedly on either side of it. I immediately recognized it as one of the Proctans' sonic grenades. Without waiting a second longer, I descended and then threw my right foot out and kicked the car up into the stratosphere. And soon enough, the grenade was out of range to maintain its effect on me. As to why I didn't choose a less flashy method to neutralize the threat, well, whatever the hell those grenades were made of were tough. It definitely wasn't a metal present anywhere here on Earth. The last time I tried to simply crush one in my hands, it took the majority of my strength to do so. And just for perspective, bending and crushing steel for me was about as easy as destroying cardboard for a regular person. Basically, I just wanted to get the damn thing out of range as quickly as possible without having to take my hands off my ears. But now that it was gone, I could do just that. And I immediately heard a pattern of metallic clanking coming from around the street corner. It was a sound I recognized. It was the clanking of the boots of the Proctans' armored suits. So, instead of letting however many it was of them turn the corner and get the jump on me, I'd ambush them first. Without wasting a second, I quickly lunged and flew forward as fast as I could. And with ease, I smashed right through the walls of the first floor of the skyscraper that separated me and my adversaries. Dust kicked up and created a smoke-like aura as I crashed through the concrete and rebar like a speeding bullet. I grabbed the first Proctan that I saw around the waist and maintained my flight speed for a slight bit longer before coming to a sudden and hard stop, which sent him crashing through the set of buildings across the street, while I stayed hovering in the center of the street. I knew it wouldn't be enough to kill him in that suit, but getting him away from the others bought me some time to gauge what his group's numbers were. I turned around while still hovering and caught a glimpse of 3 more. Guess this would be a good time to mention that these guys were hideous. They stood tall on 3 long leg-like appendages, which granted them an average height of around 6.5 feet. Through the transparent helmets of their suits were their faces, and I do mean faces plural, one on both the front and back of their heads, which their scarlet red skin was also stretched over like poorly molded Play-Doh. The features of each face on their heads consisted of 3 golf ball-sized eyes that glowed a bright pastel yellow. There was no nose to be seen, but a couple of inches below those horrendous eyes was a pair of thin, scaly lips that barely concealed their many jagged black-colored, asphalt-like teeth. They were also completely hairless. The biggest of the 3 Proctans stepped forward in his armor, and through his helmet, I could see him maintain an expressionless frown, as if he was mildly disappointed at best and completely apathetic at worst. Why so much anger in the way you confront human? Your kind had its chance, its shot at establishing a legacy in the grand game of existence. And it failed. You must learn to accept that the universe does not allow the weak to thrive, only the strong, he announced in a horribly scratchy voice, one that made me wish I had listened to nails on a chalkboard instead. "Shut the fuck up," I growled, before flying forward to tackle the monstrosity, only to be thrown to the side while en route by the impact of a laser blast. I slid down the street and tore up several yards of pavement, before regaining myself and flying right back in their direction, now furious. I stopped mid-flight and threw a punch that I practically put my whole shoulder into, right at the chest area of the larger Proctan. I heard the blow heavily dent the metal of his suit, before he was sent flying like a fastball, crashing through several traffic lights and building walls in the process. The other 2 Proctans quickly turned and aimed their blasters at me, but just before they could fire them off, I swiftly descended and stomped my foot into the ground hard enough to crack the very asphalt we stood on, creating enough force to knock the both of them off balance and drop their weapons. I quickly knelt down and grabbed both blasters. But before I even got the chance to toss them away, both of the Proctans jumped onto me. I jumped off the ground and began to fly up at a speed that I hoped would throw them both off immediately, but they hung tight with a vice grip. In the midst of the chaos, I dropped both of the blasters, but I still had both of them to deal with. Whatever they made their suits out of was strong enough to keep me from easily tearing right through it. And to add insult to injury, their blows when in those suits legitimately had some power behind them. Sure, they definitely weren't going to beat me to death, but there was enough force in each punch to make me wince. With both of them still on me, I couldn't even see where I was flying, which caused me to go crashing through what I thought was a floor of what used to be an office building. We tore through the floor, walls, ceiling, and various pieces of furniture, a continuous path of destruction that would have cost tens of thousands of dollars if anyone was still around to foot the bill. Once we emerged out the other side, I purposefully gave up my momentum and let the 3 of us go crashing onto the ground. The chaos of the impact was enough to get the both of them off of me. They slid across and tore up the pavement after detaching from me. But even after all that, their armor only had some small scratches here and there. I hovered a few feet above the ground and prepared to fly full force into one of the now separated Proctans. But the third one who I punched away earlier suddenly emerged and leapt onto my back. With how distracted and preoccupied I was, it was no wonder that I didn't even hear him. I simply counter-attacked by reaching back and grabbing the Proctan by the neck before then pulling him over my head and forcefully slamming him into the road below. The asphalt buckled on impact, and he became embedded a couple of inches within it. I then raised my right fist and brought it down onto the chest area of the armor with a forceful grunt. A dent formed in the shape of my knuckles and fingers where the blow connected, and the impact shook the ground around us. I then followed up with another few blows, each one more powerful than the last. And as I continued to wail on them, I felt every bit of hatred, anger and malice that I possessed for these things emerge. And my desire to hold back even in the slightest had completely faded. Each punch sent an almost earthquake-like rumble through the pavement around us. The Proctan could barely squirm before I punched him right through what little remained of the road and down into the sewer tunnel below. I fell with him, landing with my knees on his abdomen area. He looked up at me, and I could see that genuine fear emerged in his hideous eyes. "You come to my planet, kill my people, and you expect me to be rational?" I shouted with a furious snarl. "I'll kill every last one of you, and rip you limb from fucking limb." I raised my fist and prepared to come down with another blow, one that I was hoping would be the last to finally break through the armor of this monstrosity. And it likely would have, up until I felt a sudden and sharp wave of pain shoot up the length of my back. It was one of the few times I'd ever been stabbed since I had gotten my power, but the sensation was still familiar nonetheless. After I turned around and laid eyes on the Proctan who stood there, fearful, as he gripped a short, shiny silver blade in his armored appendage. Blood dripped down and nearly reached the handle before the Proctan lunged forward to take a second attempt on my life with his blade. But even with my injury, I was still fast enough to easily dodge the swing, and then throw an uppercut powerful enough to knock him back up through the asphalt of the street above us and hundreds of feet into the air above that. With all my might, I bent my knees, jumped, and then flew up with all the strength and momentum I could muster, ignoring the stinging sensation on my back and the warm blood dripping down my skin-tight outfit. The unfortunate Proctan was still dozens of yards above the street as I collided with him, and that combined with the durability of my flesh and skeleton was enough to completely split the creature in half, or as close as you could get to it with the strange anatomy of these things. His dark, violet-colored blood soaked everything from the top of my head to my lower chest. It dripped from my hair as I stopped to hover not far above where the initial collision took place. The two halves of the Proctan's armored corpse fell to the damaged road below, and I looked down at his comrade, who still laid flat on his back in the sewer tunnel below the street, his suit heavily dented as he struggled to recover from our confrontation. The third Proctan seemingly disappeared, but I didn't have time to look for him. The stinging in my back intensified. From how much blood was on the Proctan's blade, I'd say he cut me almost a full inch deep. And although I knew it wouldn't be fatal, it didn't make it hurt any less. Despite that, I knew I still had the strength to keep fighting, and I almost decided to, until I heard the distant humming and whooshing of something colossal in the distance. And it only became louder by the second. With a faint groan, I turned, and about a mile away, I could spot the shape of a Proctan aircraft heading its way over in my direction. I had encountered some before, but had not yet attempted to take one down, just flee from a couple. For starters, those things were about the size of a commercial plane, but the size wasn't the thing that made me hesitant about it. First of all, it was made from the same metal as their armored suits and sonic grenades, and the blade that I'd been stabbed in the back with, apparently, so that alone would mean I'd have to put my back into destroying it. That wasn't mentioning the cannons that were on it, which were powerful enough to knock the hell out of me, even more so than the regular rifle-sized blasters. And who knows how many Proctan reinforcements they had inside that thing. There were several of those cannons around the ship and seemed to have some sort of targeting system. They were pretty accurate, locking onto me even when I had already broken the sound barrier. On top of that, the ships could also emit a more powerful variant of the sonic grenades, which had come close to bursting my eardrums in a previous encounter, even with the short amount of time I spent being in the vicinity of its range. It was enough to make my ears bleed. With the pain of my wound slowly increasing, I figured I should bide my time for the moment and retreat before the warship was close enough to initiate an attack. Part of me felt like a coward, that I should have stayed there and finished it, but if I did that, and they were able to incapacitate or even kill me, then I would never get my hands on their leader, commander, whoever or whatever the hell it was. With a long exhale, I then turned and flew away, nearly colliding with the roof of an apartment complex as I initially took off. I kept my flight speed low enough to avoid breaking the sound barrier and alerting the Proctans in the ship to my location if they didn't already know. I turned back mid-flight just to make sure I wasn't being pursued. Despite how it sounds, I wasn't flying aimlessly to escape. I had somewhere specifically to go. A sort of safe house, if you will, if you subtract the safe part anyway. It was simply just a 2-bedroom apartment on the 5th floor of an ugly grey apartment complex. There were no secret rooms with gadgets and weapons, no massive underground caves with supercomputers. Just an old, weathered, and slightly eerie expanse of long empty rooms and hallways that once bustled with life. A lot of that life was my now deceased brother, Sean, who had perished when the extermination first started. And I wasn't around to save him, and he joined the list of billions who became victims of the Proctan slaughter. When arriving and making sure to land softly on the balcony, I listened out to make sure that I had put enough distance between myself and those Proctans, that it wouldn't be a problem for the time being. But once sure of myself, I stepped inside and headed straight for the bathroom. For the sake of reference, the suit I wore was nearly as durable as me. It was designed and manufactured by someone in the branch I was contracted with. They had experience making suits for various enhanced people, a couple of whom I worked and fought alongside. Those were good times, finishing the mission and stopping the bad guys, before going out for coffee together afterward, like we were just a bunch of co-workers at a business office. My suit's coloring consisted of mostly dark, almost lead grey, with a few thin accent lines of obsidian black that circle around the elbows, knees, and very end of the sleeves, along with a few jagged, almost lightning bolt-esque lines that ran across my chest area parallel to each other. Some of it had come off during my flight to get here, but a portion of it had already begun to dry and stain the material. It was just a simple 2-piece top and bottom. There was nothing like a cape, utility belt, or high-tech accessories. Most of that stuff will only hold you back in the long run, in all honesty. I wasn't sure how or where my administration got their hands on the material for this thing. Hell, I don't even know what it is. Wherever they hid the classified paperwork for it is probably nothing more than a smoldering crater by now. I turned and let my back face the bathroom mirror, and instantly frowned once I saw the stained trail of my own blood that ran down my back and my right thigh, stopping just at the back of my knee. I lifted the upper piece of my suit to get a better look at the wound, my hand still half covered in the Proctan blood. The cut had already begun to close up. Still, there was a bit of dry blood that sat around it. It was more than half an inch in vertical length, and it would likely be completely gone within the next couple of days, not even a scar. After examining the wound and washing up a bit, I headed back into the living area of the apartment and sat on the couch, a feeling of defeat washing over me. There I was, sitting down after the world had ended, and despite all that had been given, I felt just powerless, as if every effort I made was in vain. Ultimately, no matter what I did, it wouldn't bring everyone back. This wasn't how things were supposed to turn out. In every superhero movie ever, the protagonist punches the bad guy, saves the day, and maybe loses a side character here and there at most. Sure, one might say it's not completely my fault, and from a purely logical and rational standpoint, I agree. But human beings are not, never have been, or never will be purely logical creatures. Never. Guess what I'm trying to say is that it gets harder and harder every day to find ways to convince myself that I truly did everything that I could do, that I only lost because the odds were stacked so high against me that it wasn't a matter of failure, but a matter of fate. I fly over these streets every day, and I've seen bones far too small to belong to an adult more often than I ever wanted to. I've witnessed the remains of those who died in the arms of their loved ones, and those were just the ones that were left somewhat intact. Within hours of them first invading, they racked up a body count in the millions. From what I understand, their reason for the extermination has something to do with resource and population scarcity in their home world, and Earth was the closest neighboring planet capable of supporting life. We were barely obstacles to them. Took us out like it was some household chore. The only reason we lasted as long as we did is because we threw every enhanced person we knew off at them. Regardless, I caught myself staring at the ceiling. My eyes drifted down to the old TV stand sitting parallel to the couch. On the top of that stand was a picture of my brother Sean and me the day we had finished moving into the apartment. It was a couple of years before I had undergone any experimentation, so it was an exhausting venture. Still shocked to this day we had the energy to even take the picture. Admittedly, it was a nice quiet moment of reminiscing. I like to think about all the dumb stuff that we did as kids and got away with. My childhood was relatively pretty normal, and it was made all the better by having him around. It was a nice quiet moment, up until I heard a sudden whooshing sound come from outside my apartment balcony, as if a large projectile had quickly passed by it. Immediately, my blood began to boil, and I thought that the Proctans might have ended up following me back. I got up and threw myself forward, flying right out of the glass door gap and above the balcony. I stopped just several feet away from the balcony's safety rail and continued to hover there, listening out for the source of the whooshing noise. I didn't immediately catch sight or hear anything. Whatever it was had either gone or was simply no longer in motion. But once I focused in and caught the faint sound of a constant thumping, I was inclined to believe the latter. It originated from somewhere above me, and I had heard enough heartbeats in my time to recognize what it was. After peering up, I did a double take upon seeing a woman hovering above me. Aside from the eyes that glowed a bright lapis color and her levitating even higher than me, she appeared human. But all of that was without mentioning the fact that her torso was covered in what looked to be fresh Proctan blood. It slowly dripped off, nearly hitting me on the top of my head. And while I was happy to have encountered not only another enhanced survivor, but one that seemed to be just as happy to take these bastards out as I was, there was just one thing that made me more than a bit hesitant to welcome her presence. Her attire. It was a tight-fitted white suit, similar to mine beside the collar, although most of that color had been distorted by the blood. But in the upper left side of the chest area were 5 numbers, along with a capital letter P at the beginning of the digits. Her suit was a jumpsuit, a super jumpsuit if you will. And the line of numbers was her prisoner ID number. She was an inmate at a federal prison for the enhanced, and the particular prison that suit had come from housed enhanced who had committed some truly atrocious acts. For context, you would have to have a body count of at least 10 before they would consider putting you in there for just murder. Her stare intensified, and I tried to contemplate how I should react. After all, I only knew she could fly. I wasn't familiar with her particular power set. Perhaps she could open black holes at will, or could control living flesh and would telekinetically tear my skin from my bones if I made a wrong or threatening move. So the last thing I needed to do was provoke her before I knew what I was dealing with. Although it seemed my idling was beginning to irritate her, and her expression shifted into that of disappointment, I suppose. It was honestly hard to tell. Part of me was taken aback when she chuckled weakly. "It's Rubble, isn't it?" she asked in a way I concluded to be rhetorical. "Do you remember me?" Her voice was soft, but also paradoxically hoarse. "Can't say that I do," I replied, feeling myself tense up a bit. "Of course you don't, but it doesn't matter, because soon enough, you will, even after you're nothing but a pile of smoldering ash." Then, in one swift motion that was fast enough to even catch me off guard, she raised her right hand, and it began to glow a bright blue lapis hue, the same shade as her eyes. The pulsating color then spread its way up the length of her arm, looking as if someone had just activated a glow stick. The first of my kind that I'd seen in months. And they were already trying to kill me. Figures. "Wait just a sec," I attempted to blurt before being cut off by the blue beam of energy that had manifested from her arm and blasted me in the chest. I went crashing both through the balcony and the apartment itself, all the way through the other side of the building. I was able to bring myself to a somewhat chaotic halt at about the same altitude. I could hear the woman begin to fly toward me, right through the destroyed section of the building. And while yes, she was heading straight for me, I caught a glimpse of something that drew my attention away despite that fact. In the middle of the living room, where a lot of the furniture had been either knocked around or charred up from the heat of her blasts, sat the now charred and torn picture of me and my brother Sean, which had been thrown from the table in all the chaos of my body speeding through the expanse like a rogue missile after the woman's attack. Immediately, I felt my blood boil, and my more cautious approach toward the situation went out the window. The last living memory of my brother that I had left destroyed, all because some nobody had some sort of one-sided petty grudge with me. The woman blasted me with another one of her beams, and this one seemed to be even more powerful than the previous one, because even after putting both my arms up to block the projectile, I was still sent backwards hundreds of feet, my body flipping and flailing until I brought myself to another stop. I was too angry to fully register that a few drops of blood had begun descending from my nose. The woman held both her arms out as she flew toward me, and they both began to light up once again. But this time, I was ready. Before she even fired off her blasts, I ascended high above the projectile's direct path and wasted no time flying right back down toward her at a speed she wasn't prepared to counter. We collided, and I hit her hard enough with my body to send her crashing toward the ground like a human bullet. Her impact threw an empty pickup truck off the ground and dislodged chunks of concrete from the sidewalk she slid across for dozens of feet. It took her several seconds to come to a stop, and she was groaning in pain as she got back onto her feet to take flight again. The fact that she had survived a blow like that meant her body's durability was likely up there with mine. But that wasn't the main thing on my mind. I made a mad dash back over to the apartment complex and flew right through the opening that had been created at the start of our conflict. I stopped and descended before kneeling right over the decimated remains of the picture. The section that had depicted Sean himself was torn beyond repair. I held my breath as I attempted to pick up some of the pieces, pointlessly trying to put them together in a way that would reform the image the way it previously was. But it was no use. A drop of blood fell from my nose and landed on the torn pieces, staining them red as they sat in my hand. I gritted my teeth and squeezed my hands together. I hadn't even heard the woman fly back up, only her heartbeat as she landed several feet away in the path of rubble we created. I looked over, and we both locked eyes. Her previous expression of confidence had faded into one of hesitance. Everything seemed to fall silent around us, and I felt my blood boil. I stood up before throwing my arms back. "Who the hell are you? What do you want from me?" I snarled, my hands now balling into fists after I dropped the torn pieces of the picture. Her expression now seemed to manifest guilt, but she didn't give a verbal response of any kind. Not at first. Instead, she began to walk forward toward me, and I readied myself for yet another attack from her. What did I ever do to you? I continued with a tone of disdain. She then suddenly stopped, and only a few feet of distance sat between the two of us. Back on March 12th, the day we first made contact with the Proctans, she began, taking a less threatening tone than previously. I was a member of the Enhanced Forces, just like you. We were deployed to help the military neutralize some of the ones that had attacked the East Coast. I was sent with a team of 3 others, one of them being Molten. You met him and me in the briefing before the fighting started. He was a fan of yours. He was also my dad. You shook hands with him, told him you liked his suit, and it meant the world to him. But of course, he refused to admit out loud. My eyes widened, and the memory of just what she had described began to reemerge in the forefront of my mind. Her father, Molten, was a newly contracted hero who possessed an immunity to extremely high temperatures and was able to generate and disperse liquid magma at will. I wasn't sure how he had come into having such abilities. I wasn't at a high enough clearance level to find out. But nonetheless, despite him being about a decade older than myself, I still had several years of seniority over him when it came to the Enhanced Special Forces. From what I was told by my superiors, he had been following my work as Rubble, and like the woman said, a fan of mine. Although I didn't see him that way, more or less just a fellow co-worker. "You're Molten's daughter? Sindris?" I asked, softening my tone and taking a less defensive stance. How did I survive the slaughter you left us in the middle of?" she erupted, her eyes beginning to shine brighter than before. They glowed with the brightness of high-powered flashlights. I now knew the source of her anger and almost forgot about my own. After the briefing where I met her father, we had all gone out to fight back against the group of invading Proctans along the coast. At that point in time, pretty much no one was aware of the true capabilities and technological advancement of these beings, and we treated it like any other invasion, even as they were slaughtering regular people by the thousands around different parts of the globe. Some nations weren't able to get the word out to the rest of the world about what was happening, hence why we didn't know the true danger that we were all in. And it would cost us, all of us, something. If it wasn't our life directly, it would be a family member, a friend, or their surrounding community. Once Molten, Sindris, and the rest of the team had already been in the fight for what I remembered as hours, I ended up getting an emergency distress ping from my brother Sean. You see, Sean worked as an EMT, and handling stressful situations wasn't exactly new to him. He and I were both in agreement at the time that pinging me was only to be done if his or a large number of other lives were in danger, and he didn't have access to the proper resources to deal with it. I knew in my gut that he was in serious trouble and that I had to make it back to him before something terrible happened. Despite the fact that leaving in the middle of a fight would get me reprimanded, I didn't care. I left, confident that the rest of the team would be able to hold their own until I returned. But you see, I never told the team why I left. Perhaps from their perspectives, and more specifically, Sindris's, I simply fled without warning. "You left us there. All of us. I watched those ugly fucks blow my dad to hell, all because you were a sniveling coward who ran," she shouted, her previous display of rage reemerging. Both her arms now began to glow and pulsate in conjunction with her eyes. "You don't understand. I needed to," I began, before she swiftly blasted me with a beam from each arm, ending my sentence long before I could utter another word. I was sent straight out of the building and into the one across the street, smashing right through the mix of glass, rebar, and concrete, as if it were made of styrofoam. It didn't end there. It wasn't until I had come barreling out the other end at a downward angle and was mere feet away from impacting the street that I caught myself, hovering just above it, as if lying flat on an invisible bed. I felt a small but warm stream of blood flow its way down my chin and neck. Putting my fingers to my lips confirmed that was the source of it. It was only a matter of seconds before she was in my line of sight again, hovering some dozens of feet above me. She attempted to blast me yet again, but I evaded by maneuvering to the left before she was able to release her beams. And while she definitely wasn't as fast, She gave chase to me as I took off flying through the streets, weaving between the crumbling buildings. I put some distance between the two of us, but not enough to break her line of sight, which allowed her to keep firing off her beams as she flew after me. A couple came close, but I managed to evade them all. Her cries before she fired each one sort of broadcasted when they were gonna happen. I came to a sudden stop when we got to the end of a particular road that led into an intersection. I dove down before quickly grabbing a red empty pickup truck and throwing it at her as a distraction. Despite the dozen or so yards of distance between us, the truck came barreling at a speed she was barely able to react to and only had milliseconds to aim and fire a beam from her left arm, one which cut the truck clean in half, leaving jagged scorch marks where the bisection had taken place. I then flew at her with my right arm pulled back and struck her square in the chin with an explosive right hook, one that both drew blood and also sent her crashing into a nearby traffic light pole. Her body bent the metal on impact, causing her to wince and grit her teeth. I barreled toward her while still in flight, and the both of us punctured right through the pole. And as we both slid along the sidewalk below, tearing a path into the below, I came down with several more blows to her face, each one forcing the ground to shake and rumble beneath her. But I slipped up, and she caught me off guard with a rapid combination of punches, each one charged up by her energy beams. After about 5 hits, she simply threw her right hand out, spread her fingers, and then blasted me in the ribcage with a beam. I spun like a spiraling football before crashing in through the front doors of an old restaurant. I split 3 different tables in half after I slammed through them, and only came to a stop once I crashed through the wall that separated the dining area from the bathroom, my head colliding with the bottom of the toilet and causing it to crack and nearly crumble. I was already back on my feet when she flew in through the newly formed entrance to the building. Her arms began to glow again as she bared her blood-stained teeth at me with a look of resentment. I stared her down with a mix of frustration and hesitance. The latter was due to the fact she hadn't let me tell her what it is I had tried to say before we had broken out into this pointless scrap. "Stop!" I snarled, using my arm to wipe fresh blood from my nose and mouth. "Just listen to me for a goddamn second." "Listen to you for what? So you can justify how you left us behind?" She blurted in response. "My bruh," I began before cutting myself off. A confused expression emerged on Syndra's face, puzzled as to why I had suddenly stopped my own sentence. In the distance, I heard the roaring of not just one, but several Proctan warships. Even through the walls of the building we were in, it sounded close, close enough that we could be spotted, should we find ourselves outside where we were much more visible. There were at least 4 separate ships that I could hear, which would be more than enough to take out both me and her if a physical confrontation occurred. "Don't go back out there," I told her in a hushed tone. "What are you talking about?" she asked while tilting her head. "Warships, Proctan warships. They're close. I can hear them." "I don't care," she snarled just as her arms began to pulsate once more. "I can work around them after I've taken care of you. Look, if they find us with those things, we're both fucking dead. Do you understand?" I snapped. "The both of us put together wouldn't be able to stand up to that." "You couldn't possibly understand what they took from me," she rebutted, somewhat weakly. "They killed my brother," I retorted, catching myself looking at the floor as I said. "They fucking killed him. Took him from me, just like they took your dad from you." Syndra's eyes widened slightly, and although she didn't completely drop her defensive demeanor, her expression told me she was genuinely shocked upon hearing the revelation. "That's why I left the fight. That's why your dad got killed," I began. All in all, I couldn't stop my voice from cracking slightly as I spoke. "Sean, my brother, he was in trouble. I went to try and save him, but by the time I got there, the Proctans already killed him. I got a great opportunity to bury what was left of him. Definitely wasn't much. My dad's been in the ground for a long time now, so yeah, maybe I don't completely understand what happened to you. But don't pretend like you're the only one who lost something. The whole damn world did, for Christ's sake. Go outside and count the decayed corpses of the men, women and children whose graves are the cracked pavement of the streets. They didn't have powers or abilities to fight back with. Imagine how hopeless and scared they felt, how powerless they felt, watching their loved ones die, all while knowing there was nothing they could have done. They thought and believed people like you, like me, like your father were gonna save them, like we always do. And yet we didn't. We failed them. You and me. How many kids do you think were in their bed waiting for their parents to come home that first day the Proctans got here, huh? How many wives and husbands waited for the love of their life to walk through the front door, safe and sound, but they never showed up? How many family members do you think never got the chance to say sorry for all the petty drama and bullshit they put each other through before they were obliterated into nothingness by a goddamn laser? I'm sorry about your dad. I really am. But you're full of shit and need to get off your high horse, thinking that you're somehow the only one who can comprehend what it's like to lose the people you care about. From what I could hear, the warships had begun to approach closer, less than a half mile from where we were, and the window of time to get out of the area without being seen or drawing their attention was closing fast. I'm not gonna keep wasting time fighting you. The real threat is coming. Now, either you can come with me and help make sure that we make those things pay for what they took from both of us and the rest of the world, or you take your chances on your own. I'm sorry again for leaving you behind, but I'm not the one who killed your dad. They did. They're the enemy. Sure, even with the both of us put together, we'll never kill them all, but we can sure as hell hit them where it hurts before we go down. I then lifted myself off the ground and hovered just inches above it. Sindris and I both exchanged a long and silent glance. I didn't expect her to simply drop her grievances with me and let it all go. Several seconds passed, and I could now hear the warships approaching dangerously close to the front of the building. Close enough that I could tell she heard it as well at that point. Without saying another word, I turned and flew out the back window of the building, shattering it without a second thought. I kept low to the ground to avoid being seen, and I couldn't hear Sindris following behind me, which I honestly expected. But I wasn't going to waste any more time being on the receiving end of her vengeful crusade. With my apartment being pretty much destroyed in my fight with her, there wasn't any reason left to stay in Manhattan specifically. Even after all those months of searching, I didn't find the leader of the Proctans there. So I needed to keep looking. There were several small outposts that I passed by on my way out of the city limits, but none of them seemed to have any signs of housing higher-ranking Proctan soldiers in them. Hell, there might even be a chance the actual Big Boss himself wasn't even on Earth. And if that was the case, then perhaps killing his second-in-command would get his attention. Just as I had told Sindris, I wanted to hit them where it hurts, for what they did to my home. My people. It wasn't long before I was out of deep Manhattan and had made it into a patch of forest, one that I was sure would only get far larger over time as nature reclaimed all the man-made infrastructure. But that was assuming the Proctans weren't planning to build infrastructure of their own, and the chances of that were slim to none. The trees in the forest stood tall and strong. The surrounding vegetation looked just as healthy. After a few minutes of flying, I eventually came upon a sizable pond and descended, before sitting on a high-hanging tree branch next to it, looking out over the water. I wiped my sleeve across my mouth and nose. The blood that Sindris had drawn from them in our fight had already dried, and my wounds were well into the healing process. Although I'll admit, my ribs did still feel a bit sore from her continuous energy blasts. I took a deep breath and put a hand on my side, groaning slightly from the sharp pain. Speaking of which, I thought about what she said, how she felt. She was angry, and whether or not it was completely rational wasn't the main point. Because I understood it. Humans, even superhumans, were never completely rational creatures. No matter how hard we try to only think and act according to cold logic, it'll never be enough to cut out things like anger, jealousy, greed, and despair. Her rage was the same rage I felt, and still feel toward the Proctans. If I had stayed in that battle, there was no guarantee whether or not her dad would have survived. But there was a chance, and she likely felt as if I had ripped that chance away from her. So to some degree, her anger at me is understandable as well, even if it was misdirected. Guess I should have articulated it better when we were trying to bash each other's skulls in. But the heat of the moment doesn't exactly make you always think everything over as you should. I realized I also hadn't found out why she was in prison. And I probably never would. Kind of strange that she never changed out of that jumpsuit during the last several months, but I'm sure it wasn't the first thing on her mind. Part of me was scared. Not of her or the Proctans themselves, but more of the idea of how truly unforgiving and massive the scale of the universe is. For thousands of years, humanity came about, developed languages, social hierarchies, both created and destroyed civilizations. I mean, yeah, we definitely weren't perfect either. Hell, who knows if the rumors about the reason for the Proctans' invasion were true, and humanity were the ones in need of resources, and had found a close neighboring planet of creatures with technology much less advanced than them. There's no guarantee we wouldn't have done the same thing. But regardless of their many flaws, they were still my people. I was born, grew up, and lived my whole life here. And sure, my experience may have been a bit different from the average Joe's, but these powers aren't my life. I don't feel like they define me. I still had family I loved, friends I cared about. Hell, even after I gained the ability to throw an SUV into space, I still obeyed my regular human mother when she asked me to do something. The sun was beginning to set, and it beamed over the tips of the surrounding trees. I figured that the tree I was sitting in was going to be where I slept for the night. It might seem a bit strange that with all the abilities that I've been given, I still needed to rest. Sure, it took a hell of a lot more to tire me out than the average man, but even I couldn't escape the inevitability of needing to catch some Z's. This isn't something I had really tested the exact limits of, but I once stayed awake for 6 days straight and had not one negative side effect. It was the equivalent of a non-enhanced person being awake for only several hours. Back when the world was still intact, I usually went to bed even before I started feeling tired. Last thing I needed was to start feeling sleepy while flying. And the next thing you know, I accidentally crashed right into a commercial plane, all because I wasn't able to pay attention nearly as well. I wasn't able to accurately count the number of days I had currently been awake for, but it was definitely more than a couple. And that combined with all the bloody battles with some of the Proctans and my fight with Sindris, I felt that it was a good time to take advantage of the quiet. I suddenly awoke that morning to the sound of twigs snapping underneath the branch I was laying on. And soon after that, I heard a somewhat slow, rhythmic thumping, quickly recognizing it as a heartbeat. I peered my head over the side of the branch and couldn't help but crack a smile when I laid eyes on the sight of an adult black bear sniffing around near the bottom of the tree trunk. It raised its snout, taking a few more sniffs before beginning to climb its way up. It wasn't long until the bear's eyes met mine, and we exchanged a long glance. I slowly levitated off of the tree branch and began to float down to the ground as gently as I could, making sure that none of my movements were too sudden or quick. "Hey there, big guy," I greeted with a soft delivery and tone. The bear then backed off of the tree, and all 4 of its paws made contact with the ground below again. It backed up slightly with a defensive stance and a small snarl. But so far so good. Once I was back on the ground myself, I took a small and very slow step forward, allowing the beast to decide its next move. It backed off further, and I kept still where I was. The bear sniffed a few times rapidly and shook its head slightly. I watched as it pointed its muzzle slightly upward, as if looking for something above the both of us. I turned my head up, scanning the tree and finding a plentiful collection of blackberries along several of the larger branches. The bear maintained a defensive stance as it looked between both me and up at the branch where the berries were most plentiful, cautious but determined. "Ah, you're just looking for a meal, huh, big guy?" I asked, once again taking the most inviting tone I could muster. As carefully as I could, I pushed myself off the ground and into the air. The bear backed up yet again, this time much more significantly. Part of me was sure he was going to run, which would have made sense, but instead, he simply watched me while keeping his paws in the dirt, curiously but cautiously. I descended after reaching the berry branch and snapping it off. With it in the grip of my left hand, I landed softly against the ground before proceeding to bend over and lightly place it in front of me. I then took several large steps back. The bear moved forward at a snail's pace, keeping eyes on me as it approached its meal. He seemed a little suspicious, but soon enough, he'd come to realize that I had no intention of causing him harm. And while he was still a wild animal, and I'd never recommend any normal person to do this, it was refreshing to see some form of life that didn't immediately activate my fight-or-flight instinct. So I figured I'd have some fun with it. I continued to put enough distance between me and him that he would be able to eat without feeling disturbed. And once he had closed the distance between himself and all the berries, carefully sniffing around the branch and poking at it with his left front paw, he began to dig in, picking away at the berries like a person chowing down on a kebab. "Enjoy your meal, big guy," I called out softly, to which he seemed much too occupied to acknowledge. "Maybe I'll see you around?" I smiled and turned to begin flying up and above the trees. I shifted my head upward and took off, bursting up through the top of the canopy. But along with the sound of the bear still chowing down on his berry branch, a familiar one emerged. That recognizable rhythmic thumping. I pinpointed the source and swiveled my head around to look right at it. "Seems like that super hearing of yours is a bit selective, no?" Sindra's grilled with dry sarcasm as she floated level with me, her various cuts and bruises still in the process of healing. "What are you doing here?" I shot back while crossing my arms. "And how did you find me?" I thought about what you said, and I hated it. Then I slept on it. Turns out, you were right. And before you say I told you so, no, what I'm about to say doesn't make us friends. Lord knows our psyches are way too deep up shit creek for that to happen anyway. But... She paused, exhaling. "You were right. We're not each other's enemy. They are. And clearly, you want them dead as much as I do, and we can't take that many of them on by ourselves. So I figured it would be in both our best interests to put aside our gripes with each other for now." "You're asking for a team-up, aren't you?" I asked, already knowing the answer. "We're not calling it that," she began. "And I'm sorry about attacking you earlier on. Clearly, we've both got stuff to work on." "You more so than me," I remarked. "Don't push it," she replied with a raised brow. "I'm sorry too. And again, I'm sorry about your dad," I replied after removing the sarcasm in my voice. He was a brave man. For the first time since meeting her, I saw her face take on a neutral expression. Not anger or bitterness. Sure, I didn't expect her to suddenly jump with joy, but it was a start. Then again, I'm not really sure I was all that pleasant either. There's an outpost of theirs set up in a warehouse about 10 miles north of here. Came across it on my way back to Manhattan from the prison. It's heavily guarded, and it'll take the both of us to get into it. Sindra said. "Is that where you think their leader is?" "No, but I know it's where some survivors might be. I saw them taking people in there after the first week of the extermination. None of them came back out." "And you didn't try to help them? Why?" "I had orders to focus on the larger populations and protecting people closer to the coast. It's not an excuse, I know. I should have told someone, but then everything happened with you and my dad soon after, and by the time I was able to get back there, they amped up security heavily, and I knew I wouldn't be able to make it out of there alive by myself, much less while also trying to keep dozens of people out of harm's way at the same time." Silence fell between the two of us, and we both avoided eye contact while figuring out what to say next. Sindra's and I's short-lived rivalry was seemingly put to rest, or at least on hold for the time being. There were people who needed both my help and hers, and despite how things had transpired up to this point, they were what we needed to focus on. Take me to it. We'll do a flyby and scope the place out. Try to come up with some sort of plan, and not just go in there guns blazing and get ourselves killed. Try to keep our distance at first. Fine, but we shouldn't take too much time. If the people they have in there are even still alive, scoping the place out is gonna waste time. And they notice us too quickly, then they might simply start killing them if they haven't already. Either way, we can't be too slow or too quick. Let's worry about the plan on the way there. Sindra sighed. They're running out of time. Sindris and I picked our heads over the roof of the building that we watched the outpost from. We saw 4 armored Proctans enter the base, each equipped with rifle blasters and sonic grenades. One of their warships was parked outside. It sat about 50 feet to the right of the warehouse. None of its lights were on, indicating it wasn't currently being occupied. That and the fact I couldn't hear any engine activity coming from it. Are you able to hear how many of them are in there? Sindris asked while keeping her eyes on the warehouse. Just the 4 that walked in since they're right by the entrance. I want to get rid of that ship before we go in there. I can grab it and drop it a few miles off the coast if you keep them distracted for a couple of minutes. Try to draw them away from the warehouse. Then, if they call in reinforcements, they'll have to circle back, and that'll give us time to get people out of there. I went on. I'll get their attention and keep them focused on me until you get back. Then we can brute force our way into the warehouse if it's needed. Sindris added. Despite the fact that the negative tension between us was still in the process of fading away, I found myself impressed with her strategic thinking. The plan we came up with was much better than I was expecting. But there was still the problem of execution and making it happen the way we imagined. Without wasting any more time, I threw myself over the edge of the roof and began to fly toward the empty warship. I allowed Sindris to pass in front of me and make it over to the warehouse first. Her eyes and arms began to glow that now signature blue. She then terminated her flight and simply hovered just several yards in front of the entrance of the warehouse. I passed by just as she yelled out, "Hey you hideous rat bastards, come on out!" It was only seconds before a group of armored Proctans emerged from the entrance with rifle blasters in hand. I counted 6, but that likely wasn't all of them. Almost immediately, they began to fire their blasters at Sindris, and she returned with her own beams, flying around them sporadically to throw them off as they traded shots. Everything was going according to plan thus far, and those Proctans hadn't noticed me fly by as they continued their back and forth with her. I made it to the warship and flew underneath to grab onto it and lift it off the ground and above my head. As previously mentioned, these things were about the size of a commercial plane, something like a Boeing 747, but were quite heavy due to the alien metal they were made of. I knew that I wouldn't stay undetected for long once I started to ascend with it above my head, but with the distraction Sindris was creating, they wouldn't be able to break away to come after me anyway. I pushed off the ground, and the concrete cracked beneath my feet as I began my ascent. I kept my hands flat on the bottom of the warship as I flew up, making sure I was supporting it enough to avoid it tipping one way or another. The weight itself wasn't the problem, but rather the odd shape. I didn't stop ascending until I was somewhere around 1,000 feet off the ground. Luckily, the particular area we were in was mostly populated with buildings that barely exceeded 40, so I wouldn't have any obstacles obstructing my path. I then took off toward the coast, just a few miles away. I took a glance down as I flew past the beach. The warship casted a large shadow over the sand, and the various pieces of bones and other human remains scattered around it, including a few empty and half-melted military vehicles. Once I was a decent distance away from land, I began to descend and bring the warship down with me. I didn't want to immediately drop the ship and have it potentially crush or kill sea creatures who were caught off guard. I intended to clear a path and have it fall to the seafloor without that occurring. Breathing underwater wasn't a power I possessed, but being able to hold my breath for a long time was, and the pressure wouldn't be an issue either. I inhaled just as I broke the surface with the warship. I gazed down into the endless blue depths below, looking out and listening for any marine creatures in my direct path. Nothing but the call of a whale made itself known, but it wasn't close enough to my location to be a problem. I concluded that the sound of the ship entering the water scared off most creatures, but I nonetheless still guided it down to the bare seafloor. It kicked up sand all around it once impacting, and over time it would likely become a massive artificial reef, a win-win in my book. After I was sure the warship was sitting stable, I turned, looking up toward the surface of the water several hundred feet above me, and then took flight. And in mere seconds, I had broken back up through the surface of the water completely drenched. I then took off with haste back toward land and back toward the area of the warehouse. A sonic boom erupted as I surpassed the sound barrier, and then some, to get there without wasting any more time. Everything I passed by was a blur even to me. Once I made it back, I caught the sight of Sindris in the midst of her scrap with the Proctan soldiers. And so far, things seemed to be going in her favor. 2 of them were already dead, indicated by their charred, bisected corpses that were spread across the ground. She hit one directly in the chest area with a beam from her right arm. The Proctan violently rolled down the street upon impact, dropping his blaster in the process. A bit of a struggle took place as he attempted to recover and pushed himself back up off the ground, revealing that the chest piece of his armor had orange burn marks in the shape of Sindris' beam. While she hadn't completely melted through, her beam's heat generated enough heat to severely weaken the armor with just the first blast, and I took full advantage of the opportunity. I flew down at the Proctan just as he had stood back up and grabbed a hold of his sonic grenade. He held it up, preparing to activate it while she continued to battle his comrades, but I denied his chance of doing so by making a fist with my right hand and driving both it and most of my forearm through the weakened metal and his chest. He looked at me in complete shock, caught off guard by my sudden appearance. He choked and gagged, expelling some of that violet-colored blood from his mouth while he stayed there helpless while impaled on my arm. I lifted him slightly off the ground and pulled him toward me, my face just inches from his front one through that transparent helmet, all of his eyes going white upon me forcing him closer. "It's like you guys always say," I began, my eyes narrowing and nose crinkling as I felt that familiar sense of rage boiling its way back up to the surface. "Only the strong survive in this universe." And with that, I forced my hand to the left, grabbed a hold of his heart, and crushed it in my palm before simply retracting my arm from his chest and throwing his limp corpse to the side. "I'll kill every single one of you," Sindris shouted as she flew up and continued to fire her beams at the attackers. She hovered several yards above and stuck out her arm to take aim, but one of the 3 remaining Proctans had gotten a lucky shot off with a blaster, and subsequently, a direct hit on her. She was sent tumbling almost out of sight. I flew at the group quickly enough to avoid being shot and followed up with a counterattack. I started by grabbing a hold of one of the legs of the closest one, and then began to swing him around in a rapid 360-degree spin, like a parent spinning their kid for fun. His body worked like a horizontal battering ram, and the other 2 Proctans standing in unison to him were sent flying in their respective directions. One was sent soaring before he crashed into the left side wall of the warehouse, while the other went tumbling down the street and slammed through multiple abandoned vehicles. And it was several seconds before he came to any sort of a stop. As for the one currently in my hands, I simply stopped spinning him, but maintained my grip on his leg before hoisting him up over my head and then quickly slamming him down into the concrete below, a move which I repeated several times. And by the time I stopped, the silhouette of his body had created multiple indents within it. All the rattling around seemed to really shake him up. He began to cough and choke. He lay there, and we both made eye contact as I brought my foot down on his chest, sinking him further into the cement and sending cracks through it that threatened to rupture far more of it than what was already damaged. He attempted to use his appendages to push my leg back up, but it was no use. "Your kind will never understand," he spoke in a weak, whispery tone. "Never understand that you were never meant." I didn't allow him to finish his sentence before I reached down, grabbed onto his helmet, and then threw him up into orbit with an angry groan. I then turned my attention to the one whom I had catapulted down the street. He had gotten to his feet and shoved the black beaten down sedan out of the way, the tire screeching as it slid along the asphalt. I stepped forward to begin flying toward him, but Sindris suddenly dropped down onto the ground next to him, directly facing the side of his body. She then suddenly lunged forward and placed one hand on his back and the other on his chest. And her arms, both her arms began to glow, and her eyes brightened as well. And with a forceful, explosive shriek, she then shot out a beam from each arm. And the Proctans' expression of utter terror was frozen in place as she blasted a hole through his body that was so large that a full-grown adult could dive through it. The combined heat and energy of both beams put together was enough to melt right through the armor, and by extension, him, completely. He dropped to the ground with a pathetic thud, and I looked at Sindris with a raised brow. "Not bad," I told her, to which she seemed somewhat taken aback. And I was anticipating her response before I heard the sudden but subtle sound of a light whoosh, as if something small had been traveling fast in our vicinity. I quickly snapped my head to the right and laid eyes on one of the Proctans' sonic grenades lying on the ground several yards away. I quickly took off to get to it before it went off. The grenade activated before I reached it, and I was suddenly blasted with the ear-shattering boom that it dispersed. I felt my head vibrate and rattle as I cupped my ears and gritted my teeth. I dropped to my knees and cupped my hands over my ears. But it did little to halt the agony. I looked over at Sindris, and despite her not sharing my hearing ability, she too was in great pain from the looks of it, cupping her hands over her ears and squeezing her eyes shut. I pushed past the pain as best as I could and leaped over toward the grenade with my hands still over my ears. It drowned out every other sounds around me. And just as I prepared myself to take one hand off my ear to throw the thing up into orbit, I was shoved forward in a violent, sliding faceplant right into the cement. I felt something hard strike my back as I went down, and my hands momentarily came off my ears, increasing the intensity of the rattling of my eardrums. I turned, finding yet another armed Proctan behind me. He raised the blaster he held in his hands and looked down at me with a face void of any expression. He said something that I wasn't able to pick up due to the grenade, but if I had to guess, it was likely about me being a pathetic human or something. I tried to pick myself up and lunge at him despite the circumstances, but he simply fired the blaster, and when the laser struck my chest, I was blasted underground and quickly buried under several feet of concrete and dirt. This, however, worked in my favor, as all of the rubble and debris on top of me helped to keep me protected from most of the sound of the grenade. But even while underground, I was still able to pinpoint almost exactly where it was. It still caused me some pain, sure, but not nearly as much as the direct exposure on the surface. I ended up flying and digging my way through the earth around me, using my body as a sort of makeshift mining drill before positioning myself right underneath where I knew the grenade was lying on the ground above. I stuck my arm up, shoving it into a patch of dirt before spreading my fingers and lining my palm up with the grenade's exact position, after which I then launched myself upward, blasting right through the earth and concrete and emerging from below with an explosive display back into the bright light of the sun. The moment I felt the grenade hit my palm, I pulled my arm back and threw it up with everything I had. It quickly vanished into the blue ocean of sky above us, and the piercing sound waves terrorized us no longer. Sindris had gotten back to her feet, both of her ears leaking thin streams of blood. I planted my feet back on the ground, before then reaching around the side of my head and pressing my index and middle to the area of my chin just below my ear. That familiar wet and warm sensation of fresh blood was there, and pulling my hand back and seeing the red on my fingers confirmed it. "We have warships on the way," growled the Proctan, who stood next to his comrade with both their blasters in hand. "You'll both only last moments against them." I clenched my fist, feeling my response rising in my throat, only for Sindris to take the words right out of my mouth. "Let them come," she hissed. "They can collect your corpses when they get here." She and I then turned our heads to face one another, sharing a look of mutual understanding. As soon as they prepared to fire their weapons, Sindris swiftly stuck her arms out and blasted each of them with a separate beam, melting their rifles in the process and sending them barreling down toward the road, flailing and kicking as they tried to grab onto something. I took flight after the one on the left, while Syndra's pursued the one on the right. And as soon as I reached him, I unleashed the fury of left and right hooks onto his helmet while he was still in motion, smashing the road into pieces below us as I allowed his momentum to continue while still delivering blows. We both came to a hard stop when I wrapped my hand around his throat and then threw him up towards the clouds. Not nearly hard enough to get him into orbit, but still enough to surpass the height of the skyscrapers far off in the distance. I allowed a few short moments to pass before I flew up after him. But when I did, a sonic boom erupted only seconds before I reached him. But that sonic boom was nothing in comparison to the sound of both my left, right, and fist colliding with his armor as I repeatedly punched him higher and higher into the sky. "What's the matter?" I shouted with a rage unlike any other, before delivering a forceful uppercut that increased his altitude by at least another quarter mile. I flew up, not wanting him to get the chance to begin falling back down toward the ground below us. "You seem a little quiet," I snapped, before repeating the process with another uppercut and flying up to him, the both of us coming close to reaching low cloud level. "Go on, tell me how weak we are, how we were never meant to thrive. All I hear about is how we were never fit to live in this universe. So, go on, educate me." I exploded up with yet another blow to his chin, but when I closed the distance after flying up after him this time, I simply grabbed him by the throat and held him firm, letting the both of us simply hover those thousands of feet in the air. He looked at me through his cracked helmet, not attempting to escape from my grasp, although rattling around in his suit had seemingly gotten to him, further confirmed by the fact that he coughed up some sort of beige-colored equivalent to bile, painting the front and back of his helmet with it as it ejected out of both mouths. "You," he began weakly, "you know that you cannot win." "I know," I rebutted, "but when that day comes, you won't be one of the ones who gets to see me lose." And with that, I pulled my free arm back and struck him square in the face, but holding back just enough as to not fully break his helmet. Once he was inevitably sent flying forward while still in the air, I flew in the same direction, surpassing him and putting myself right in his path of trajectory. And while he was still en route directly to me, I took both my hands, put them together, and interlocked my fingers, before then raising them both above my head and slamming them down on his back as soon as he reached me. And down he went toward the ground, moving at a speed so high that his body began to engulf in flames due to the atmospheric compression. I waited a couple of seconds before beginning to fly down after him at bullet speed, the sonic boom occurring almost instantly. The flaming Proctan swiftly came closer into view as he plunged closer and closer toward the pavement. But he wouldn't collide with it, not while still alive anyway. Just as he came within 100 feet of impact, I sped up, and with everything I had, I flew directly through his torso area, violently bisecting him and drenching myself in his blood. His two halves continued to fall and embedded themselves in the cement below, releasing an ear-shattering sound of collision upon impact. Dust dispersed all around like a thick fog. I slowed my descent and landed on both feet, but even with my effort to suddenly put the brakes on, I still smashed the pavement with my landing. I gazed toward the warehouse and then back to Syndra's, who stood with fresh violet blood on herself, same as me. "Come on, we gotta get in there and get those people out before the warships get here," I said while waving. We then both ascended over to the warehouse entrance, which was mostly walled off by some sort of strange material that resembled marble in appearance. But luckily, there was an opening that acted as a door, allowing both Syndra and I to slip inside. Upon entering, we were genuinely surprised when it appeared that not much was different from what you'd expect from a normal warehouse, with the exception of a few long silver wires running along the floor that were connected to a few black rectangular objects that resembled oversized computer towers. All three well over 6 feet tall and almost 2 feet in width. 3 thin vertical lights ran down the side, facing us on each one. They were rather dim, but still bright enough to be noticed. The wall in which I had caused the Proctan to collide into earlier allowed some extra light to flood inside. "Must be some sort of energy unit," Syndra's voiced as she continued to glance around the expanse. Something like that. Let me know if you spot something, I replied. We both then flew up toward the ceiling in order to get a better view of the interior, trying to spot any sort of oddities that would clue us in as to those people's fates. Maybe they moved them somewhere else, I suggested, lifting up a dusty stack of shipping pallets in order to look underneath them. Sindris then suddenly froze in mid-air, catching my attention. "What's wrong?" I asked. "You might just be right," she announced, just before pointing to a particular corner in the interior. I turned my attention to the same area she had pointed. We both laid eyes on what looked to be some sort of circular opening in the floor, about the circumference of 2 semi-truck tires, with a strange silver railing almost completely surrounding it, save for a 3-foot wide gap. The opening appeared dark, with no light emanating from it. It honestly wasn't even noticeable without the shine of the railing. We both flew in its direction without saying a word and landed just in front of the gap in the railing. I peered over the opening after taking a step forward, and down below came a dim white glow of light. I did a double take once that light suddenly started to become brighter and brighter, like its source was moving right toward us. We both immediately adopted defensive stances, waiting for some sort of ambush or attack. Eventually, the intensity of the light's brightness seemed to reach its peak, and I took a couple of steps back, preparing for the worst. But nothing came. Nothing except the rumbling sound of metal and rock colliding with one another. But once our eyes had adjusted, Sindris and I were met with the sight of some sort of oval-shaped platform. The outer circumference edge was lined with a shiny silver metallic material, while the rest of it was made up of strange, diamond-shaped chunks of something that resembled marble, similar to the material that walled off the front of the warehouse. I don't trust the fact that this came up on its own without us setting anything off, Sindris voiced. "Yeah, it's got trap written all over it, but only one way to really find out," I rebutted. We both then stepped onto the odd, futuristic-looking platform. The white chunks below then began to pulsate rapidly for several seconds, as if there was some sort of switch that controlled their brightness levels being flipped on and off in a repetitive fashion. A moment or two passed, and the platform started to descend back down at the same rate it had ascended. I picked up the sound of several different rhythmic thumpings. Heartbeats. I felt an immediate sense of hope. Perhaps these people were still alive after all. "I can hear them," I said softly, to which Sindris responded with something adjacent to a smile. Not quite all the way there, but it was definitely closer than anything I had seen before. Not that I had been doing much better myself. The idea that very soon I'd get to see more living human beings made me feel a way I thought wasn't possible anymore ever since the extermination. Eventually, the black rock walls around us disappeared, and the platform came to a stop. A bright, almost blinding light suddenly drenched the area. It took a few seconds for my eyes to adjust. I brought my hand down from my face and was greeted with the sight of a large white rectangular room. It had that same sterile appearance as a doctor's office. Both the left and right walls were lined with all sorts of strange equipment, some of which included the towers and connected wires we had seen above ground. Toward the very end of the room, which had to be somewhere between 30 to 40 feet, stood an unarmored Proctan with the side of his body facing us, not allowing his front or back face to detect Sindris or me. I could hear both his heartbeat and another, both within feet of each other. In one of the appendages hanging at his sides, he held what looked to be a small blade, and unlike the one that had been used to stab me earlier on, this one appeared much smaller and even sharper, almost like that of a surgical blade. Sindris and I didn't attack immediately or make our presence known. Not yet. As another Proctan entered the room from what looked to be a corridor on the right, down at the end, not far from where the first Proctan had been standing. In one of his appendages, he held what looked to be some sort of high-tech tablet. I guess iPads weren't exclusive to Earth. The rest must be prepared for examination. He's the one holding the blade. Subject 1 still hasn't awoken, and the rest still need to be converted. The cryo chambers down here are nearly full. We don't have space left. The others must be prepped elsewhere, responded the one with the tablet. We need to transport the rest then. The humans will be down here soon. The warships may not get here before they find us. You got that right, I shouted out, prompting both the Proctans to turn their heads our way, both of their facial expressions devolving into nervous uncertainty. No. We need more time, the Proctan with the blade erupted, before the both of them turned to run down the open corridor to the right. And before either of them could make it to the threshold, Sindris raised her right arm and fired off a beam right in front of the entrance, stopping the both of them dead in their tracks. I then flew forward and had the Proctan with the knife's throat in my left hand in less than a second. With my right, I reached down and snatched the knife right from the grip of his appendage and let it fall to the floor. The one with the blade simply stayed put, mainly because Sindris had her arm aimed right at him. One wrong move and he would be nothing but a smoldering pile of ash. Where are the people you brought down here? I'm gonna give you a few seconds to answer. And if we like what you say, we'll allow you both to die quickly. While still within my grasp, he attempted to turn his head to the right. Well, my right and his left, down the corridor. So I allowed my eyes to follow where he was glancing. And what I saw will be forever burned within my mind. The corridor was long. I could only see that it led to some other wide expanse similar to the room we found ourselves in. The width was several feet, and each side wall was completely transparent. I assumed the material to be glass, but it didn't really matter, because either way, I would have seen the horrors inside. Contained behind the glass on each side of the walls were people, or rather, corpses. I couldn't detect any heartbeats coming from them. They were all in a state of undress and hooked up to wiring protruding from their abdomens, shoulders, and thighs. Men, women, and even some children. There was a faint frost on the glass, indicating they had been keeping the dozens of bodies cold in order to preserve them for their twisted means. Sindris, who stayed further back down the room and wasn't at an angle to see what it was I was witnessing, took notice of my sudden silence and bewildered expression. Rubble, what is it? She asked as she stepped forward, keeping her arm pointed at the other Proctan as if he were at gunpoint. I didn't respond verbally. I couldn't. I'm surprised that her question even registered at all. It was as if the world around me just paused as I stood there, taking in what I'd just seen. Of all the abominations I had defeated, monsters I had killed, that sight was the most horrific to me, and nothing in my previous work had ever come close. It seemed that, after all, we were too late to save these people. Sindris turned her head to get a glimpse of what was in the corridor, and she immediately put her free hand in front of her mouth. As her eyes widened, no words left her lips, not even an exhale. Without a second thought, I applied pressure on the Proctan's throat, and my fingers sank right through his flesh and tissue, immediately spilling blood down on my hand and wrist. He had no time to gasp or express his pain as his head and body began to separate. And once his body fully became disconnected from his head, it fell and hit the floor, causing the Proctan to gasp in disgust and terror as I dropped the severed head of his comrade. He then backed up, raising his appendages in front of himself as if to shield his body. I'm not a soldier like the ones up there. Please, I have different orders. I just do what I'm instructed. I'm begging you. They begged too, I snarled, before then lunging forward, driving my fist and forearm right through the center of his front face before yanking it back to me, silencing him just before he collapsed. I slowly approached the glass on the left, putting my blood-stained hand on it to look at those inside. There I was, powerless to reverse what had been done to them. I felt tears begin to form in my eyes. I imagined all the pain they must have suffered being nothing but guinea pigs. Whatever terrible experiments or procedures they did on them, I didn't care to know. At the very least, They weren't in pain anymore. That was the only thing that kept me from having a meltdown. I could hear Sindra's behind me begin to choke as she held back sobs, specifically while looking at what appeared to be a family inside the glass. A mother, father, and their 2 children. They were elderly as well. No matter their age, their race, their sex, there they all were, stashed behind all the glass like cattle in a meat freezer. "I failed," she said. "I should have come here. I could have saved them. They'd still be alive if I hadn't been a coward." "It's not your fault," I interjected, turning around and reaching to put a hand on her shoulder before deciding against it. "They did this." "No, you don't get it," she erupted before turning around. "I let this happen. I saw them bringing them in here, and I kept going, all because I wanted to follow some orders that never even fucking mattered. They're all dead because of me." I paused, shifting my eyes to the right as I struggled to find the words to respond. "We're not gods. We can't be everywhere at once. We couldn't save them. But we can still avenge them. I want to make them all suffer for what they have done. And we will. We damn sure will. I'm not a hero. Never really was. How could I ever call myself one when I let something like this happen? We both failed just as much as the other. You and me have an opportunity to make sure this doesn't go unpunished, and we need to take it." Nothing further was said for some time, but as the silence set in, I heard more rhythmic thumpings coming from down the corridor and around the right-hand corner. Assuming that it was more Proctans, I dashed down it with a raised fist and a curious demeanor, only to turn the corner and be met with a sight that made me drop both entirely. There was another large room at the end of this hall, but unlike the previous, it took on a shape closer to a sphere than a rectangle. The same sterile white walls were present, but were broken up by sets of thin red lasers that ran down the floor and up into the ceiling, creating the appearance of prison cell bars. The spaces behind the bars looked to be no more than 50 square feet, but most were empty, save for one. Behind the laser cell bars was a man somewhere in his early 40s, and unlike those behind the glass inside the corridor, was clothed. The same applied to the other 2 people inside there with him, the first of which was a woman who appeared to be the same age as him, holding a young girl who couldn't have been older than 10. It was instantly clear to me that they were a family. The shared expressions of hopelessness on their faces as they huddled close together said so. They all threw their heads up upon seeing me, and the father's look of utter despair dissipated. You're him, the Rubble guy," he stuttered. "You can call me Victor, sir. We're here to get you and your family out of here," I replied, pointing to Sindris who stood close by. "I thought all the heroes were dead," voiced the woman as she continued to hold the child. "Not all. Some of us are just too tough for those ugly bad guys," Sindris countered with a softer tone, making eye contact with the little girl as she did. The girl and Sindris exchanged a pair of warm smiles, and despite everything we had just witnessed, she seemed joyful at the sight of the child. "We're gonna get you and your mommy and daddy out of here, okay?" she said, while stepping forward slowly. The little girl giggled, darting her eyes up at Sindris with a relaxed look. Even though everything she had likely witnessed, her joyful child nature hadn't been fully taken away. "I like your eyes. They're pretty," she complimented, to which Sindris let out a delighted chuckle. And without warning, we all heard the sound of a massive thud coming from up above. And not far away from where that had originated, I picked up the sound of a mechanical roaring. Although the others didn't react to it, indicating I exclusively sensed that part. Regardless, I know what both of those sounds meant. Sin just did too. She and I shared a glance, knowing that things weren't going to stay so peaceful for very long. The warships, they had arrived. March 5th, 2026, 1 week before the Proctans' arrival. "Welcome back, old man," Sean announced after I closed the apartment door behind me. He sat on the couch, his work gear and jacket hung up neatly in the corner on the coat rack. "I'm 3 years older than you," I chuckled. "Guarantee you that we'll be getting gray hairs at the same time. I doubt I'll see a single one on you after whatever they pumped you with. Speaking of which, who they have you flying around after out there today at work? Godzilla? Dracula? The cartel?" Actually today, I just had to sit through a bunch of meetings and training sessions. Surprised I didn't doze off and woke up to Droven getting on my ass about it. I said as I dropped my keys and belongings on the dining room table. "How about you though?" "Well, me and my team had to go pick up this kid who swerved off the road into a tree. Nothing too serious injuries-wise, but still wanted to get taken to the hospital to get checked out. Asked him what went down while we were in the ambulance on the way there. Told me he was texting his girlfriend on the way to her place." An immediate chuckle escaped my lips. "Can't say I wouldn't have done the same," I added before heading into the kitchen and putting my hand on the fridge door. He seemed like a nice kid. His parents were pissed once he called to them though. His mom wasn't even on speaker, and I heard her like over 10 feet away from where I was standing. I opened up the fridge, and a soda that I had left in it earlier that day was no longer present, prompting a frown to form on my face. "Damn it, Sean, did you drink my Dr. Pepper?" I grilled with a sigh. "Shit, was that the last one? My bad," Sean retorted. "I'll give you a 20 if you want to run to the store and get a new one. Maybe grab a few other things while you're at it. My sweet tooth is kind of flaring up. A Milky Way or Snickers should do the trick. I'd like to get a list of the times when your sweet tooth doesn't flare up." "Hey, let's not act like you weren't just yapping about a bottle of Dr. Pepper." Alright, you got me." Sean got up before digging in his left pocket and retrieving a $20 bill, handing it over to me with a sarcastic smirk. "Maybe we can check out that new horror movie that came out a couple weeks ago," he suggested. "It's already on streaming." "Which one? It's not that one about those cannibals that live along the highway, is it?" "No, don't worry. One I was looking at was about this monster made by some government division that goes around hunting other monsters." "Oh, a little monster on monster action, huh?" "Damn it, Victor, why'd you have to phrase it like that?" he asked before trying and failing to hide his encroaching smile. "I did it on purpose," I said as I turned to head back out the door, but stopping along the way and placing Sean's 20 on the kitchen table. "Hey, take that with you," he exclaimed. "Don't make me get off this couch and glue it to your ass." "Nope, your money's no good tonight. I'll be back with the goodies soon enough. Go ahead and get that movie pulled up. We'll look at it while we stuff our faces." Sean then fully allowed his smile to emerge. I put my hand on the knob and began to turn it, before his voice caused me to cease said action. "Be safe out there. Pentagon put out a report about some UFO activity going on around the coast lately. Was on the news today. I think I can handle a couple of green bug-eyed aliens." Present day. Sindris and I shared a hasty glance before looking back at the family. Getting them out of the cell was the first step to all of us making it out of here alive. The concentrated heat from the lasers that acted as the cell bars would cut through them like butter if they made contact. So I hatched an idea to execute, while Sindris blasted the ceiling of the corridor with her arm beams and allowed the rubble to fall and block it off, sealing us in and slowing down the coming Proctans. "You have lasers?" the young girl shouted excitedly. "Can they hurt the rat monsters?" "They sure can," Sindris added while firing off another beam, breaking off another chunk of the ceiling and allowing it to collapse and fall between the walls of the corridor. I stood in the opening between the room and the cell, allowing the lasers to hit my neck, back and arms after I spread them out and took a tea stance. "Alright, everyone out," I announced with haste. The little girl, who despite all the chaos erupting, seemed almost excited, crawling out as if she imagined herself in some sort of spy movie scenario. The mother came next. She hurried after the girl and looked back at her husband with loving desperation. Once he was sure they were safe on the other side, he joined them, squeezing between my leg and the wall and just about making it out. He stood, and I turned to face him after letting my arms fall to my sides, the lasers now back in place. "I don't think I'll ever be able to repay you, sir and ma'am," he said with a nod at both Sindris and I. "Thank you for my wife and daughter's life." "It was our jobs before they got here, and still is now," Sindris replied in reference to the Proctans. "How are we going to get out of here?" asked the mother with justified concern. Without replying, I made a fist and drew back my arm, before then turning my head up and lunging at the ceiling with a forceful punch. My fist and forearm became embedded in the material, and the impact caused the entire room to shake as several cracks formed along the ceiling and walls. "Just a bit of good old brute force," I replied with a nod, just before pulling my fist out. I instructed the family to take a couple of steps back, and once the distance was safe, I retracted my arm, which in turn tore out large lumps of both the ceiling material and the rock above it, all of it slamming down onto the floor beneath me, kicking up dust and particles within the room. Both parents began to cough, prompting me to apologize, but the girl herself seemed to be unfazed, something I thought was a bit odd, but shrugged it off. "Come shoot one up here," I called over to Sindris, before dropping back down to the floor and making room. She stood right under the opening in the ceiling I had created and pointed both her arms up at it, firing off a combined beam and mining out a cylinder-shaped path back up to the surface. Sunlight immediately poured down in, and an armed Proctan peered his head down from the top. Once we made eye contact, he readied a blaster rifle and fired it down into the newly formed tunnel just after Sindris and I had dashed out of its trajectory. All three family members then screamed and jumped back with a mix of surprise and genuine fear. Sindris then stepped forward underneath the opening and fired back with one of her beams, striking the Proctan dead on and sending him tumbling back into a miscellaneous direction. "Please don't let him hurt us," I heard the girl shout out from behind me, which was then followed by the sound of both her parents attempting to calm her down despite their own fear-induced thumping heartbeats. With the amount of Proctan soldiers I could hear stomping around the surface, I knew that it wouldn't be long before they swarmed us down here. So I needed to go up there and slow them down, even if it meant I might not return. "Okay guys, huddle up and come get behind me. Everything's gonna be alright, but just stay behind me," Sindris ordered. None of them protested, and quickly did as she had said. "I'm going to get you all out of here," she posited, before turning and blasting the wall adjacent to the one the family leaned on, creating a makeshift tunnel amongst all the rock and rubble behind the material, one large enough for them and her to get through in a single file line. She then blasted it again, and once more after that, increasing its length further. "Try to make your way into the sewers and go from there. I'll meet back up with you all at some point. Gotta keep them busy so you have a chance." "If you go back up there alone, you're gonna die," Sindris protested. "It's better than all of us," I retorted, before turning and flying up the opening in the ceiling. Another Proctan poked his head over the top as I was on my way. I struck him with a closed fist, sending him up into the sky at the speed of a missile before he disappeared out of sight. When I emerged from below, I was greeted with the sight of dozens and dozens of Proctan soldiers all surrounding me, their blasters drawn. And besides just the armored grunts, there were 3 warships, 2 of them stationary on the ground and 1 hovering in the air, creating a triangular shape between them. However, none of them, nor the ground soldiers, fired upon me or launched any sort of attack. As soon as I laid eyes on the small army, I knew there wasn't much of a chance I'd make it out alive if I had chosen to fight. Not with the warships there. But I wasn't gonna give up regardless. So while I hovered several feet off the ground, I drew my fist back and went to lunge at the closest Proctan to me, only to be stopped when I was just a foot away by a low growling voice calling out to me. "Halt!" shouted the unknown figure, a familiar hiss present in its voice. I turned to locate the source and saw a group of Proctans separating from each other as if to make room for someone walking between them. And I see why. A far larger and far taller Proctan had emerged from the crowd. Of course, he wore armor like his smaller comrades, but his was a glossy black in color with a strange X-shaped red symbol running along the chest area. He walked toward me with a confidence that told me that my presence did not intimidate him, but that feeling was mutual. His steps were heavy on the cement below him, each of them booming through the crowd. "So you're the one who's been slaughtering my soldiers," he remarked with a confident stare. "You eager to join them?" I asked rhetorically in response. To which he simply chuckled, his deep laugh reverberating in his helmet. "I know that even you are not powerful enough to withstand my ships, but I do commend your conviction. But I'd be cautious to not let it turn into hubris. Victor." "How do you know my goddamn name?" I snapped. "I was told by an old acquaintance of yours, and he told me some other rather useful information as well. Not that he had much choice. Regardless, do you really think I wouldn't attempt to learn as much as possible about one of the strongest beings on the planet I intend to take? I suppose strategic thinking isn't a common trait among your kind." "Keep running your mouth." "My name is Commander Carthon," he interrupted, "leader of the Proctan army, and you and your female human comrade have been creating quite the chaos. Whether you will admit it or not, you cannot defeat all of us, and I tire of wasting soldiers and weapons on battling you two. So I'm here to put an end to your crusade, personally, and offer some resolution." "Resolution? After what I saw down there, you want what? To come to a sort of deal, shake hands, and walk off into the sunset? You had kids down there, strung up on wires behind glass like they were fucking trophies." I lunged and flew forward, attempting to tackle Carthon, only to be thrown back after being struck with a laser from one of the other soldiers' blasters. And before I could even spot the one responsible, a sonic grenade blared its pulse, and I immediately put both my hands over my ears. The Proctan who activated the grenade was none other than Carthon himself, who stood there, staring me down as I groaned in agony. He mouthed something that I couldn't hear over the grenade. A few more agonizing moments passed, and the grenade's pulse suddenly ceased. The relief was definitely welcomed, but once I regained myself, the confusion set in. But the answer as to why it had abruptly stopped came when I saw Commander Carthon holding it up in the air, seemingly disabling it at a moment's notice. "I was hoping that would make you a bit more willing to listen to my proposal. Should you still be hesitant to hear what it is I have to say, then I'll activate the sound pulses on the warships, all of them. And even with their inferior hearing, that family you have down there under your and that woman's protection won't survive. It'll rupture their skulls near instantly, even while they're underground below us." He went on, his face displaying no visible emotion. "What the hell do you want?" "To put it simply, I desire your surrender. And of course, I'm sure that's a prospect that upsets you. So let me put it this way. If you do not surrender and come with us, Sindris and that family down there under your protection will all perish. You may be vengeful, but we both know you're not foolish enough to gamble with the lives of some of the last remaining members of your kind. So, how would you like this to proceed, Victor?" "I need to go back down there and talk to them first," I announced, prompting an irritated look on Carthon's face. "Do you take me for a fool? The moment you're down there, you'll attempt an escape. Your decision needs to be made, and it needs to be made now. Surrender yourself, come with us, and I will ensure my soldiers I've sent below will spare their lives." Without answering verbally, I slowly lowered myself down to the ground, careful not to provoke any attack from the surrounding forces. After which, I stood and faced Carthon. Only several feet of distance set between the two of us. Multiple Proctans raised their blasters higher, anticipating an attack from me. I then allowed a smirk to emerge, something that prompted a look of confusion on Carthon's front face. "You know, I actually do take you for a fool. Before you finished surrounding us up here, Sindris sealed off the corridor that connects your lab to the prison you've got going on below. The soldiers you sent down there have to blast their way through dozens of feet of rubble to get to them. All this time you spent up here with me, running your mouth, has given her plenty of time to create another exit. Should have sent more down through the hole we created. But it would appear strategic thinking isn't a common trait in your kind. Carthon then backed up, a look of furious nature emerging as he went to reactivate the sonic grenade in his appendage. But before he could do so, I simply barreled into him, pushing him off the ground with enough sudden force to rupture and crack a sizable area of the pavement, some of which fell into the already existing hole. I blew right past Carthon, knocking him and several Proctans out of the way. As the sonic boom erupted, I flew swiftly, with the intention of escaping the warship's sound pulses before they were activated. "Release him!" shouted Carthon at the other Proctans below. But I didn't have time to let the confusion of whatever it was he was talking about slow me down. I first intended to get as high as I could, at least low cloud level. The range on the grenade's pulses didn't travel nearly that distance, but the warships were a far different story. I kept up my flight, closely approaching the first level of clouds when I felt an unexpected firm grasp around both my ankles. And before I could even react, I was yanked and thrown downward with a force that I wasn't able to counteract. I tumbled back down toward the ground. I had backward somersaulted for some 200 yards before finally gaining control of my momentum and coming to a stop in the air, hovering there as I took a glance up at whatever it was. There, floating in the sky above me, was a sight that induced a combination of horror and genuine confusion. It was a man, one of enhanced nature, by the name of Droven. On his head sat some sort of metallic circular-shaped device that was attached and seemingly fused to the upper left side of his face and skull. His head was completely bald, hair-wise, but several long scars and dried scabs of blood were dispersed amongst it. His skin had looked sickly, a pale, almost ghostly white. His eyes were bloodshot far beyond what was normal to see. They approached being completely red. His uniform, a skin-tight outfit with a midnight blue color scheme, had been torn and cut at the chest, revealing a thick ring of scar tissue that ran across his pecs and sternum area. The thing about Droven is that not only was he a member of the enhanced special forces like me, he was actually the one who trained me when my powers first emerged. Both due to the fact that he possessed the exact same power set, and because he was more powerful than me overall in nearly every skill set, with the exception of speed. And even that wasn't a large gap by any means. Is that you, Droven? I thought you were dead. I spoke up, but quickly decided it was futile. He was likely under some sort of mind control, which I'm sure the thing attached to his head was for. But then, I looked closer, and his eyes widened. He seemed almost horrified, but at the same time, I could tell he had genuinely reacted to what I said. Victor? He stuttered. Oh God, I'm sorry I have to do this. I'm so sorry. He repeated with a choked tone. He pulled an arm back and then barreled toward me with an instant sonic boom, attempting to strike me with his left fist. I just narrowly avoided a blow by flying up above him, putting enough distance between the two of us to look down and speak to him once again. What happened? What did they do to you? I inquired. I'm sorry, he replied with an almost sobbing conviction, before flying up, quickly closing the distance and striking me in the chin below with a powerful uppercut. Farther up I went. He hit me so hard, I nearly made contact with the clouds, before bringing myself to a stop after practically ragdolling for several seconds. I felt the metallic taste of fresh blood in my mouth, and spit some out, letting it plummet down below. You'll make it painful if I don't do this. Please, Victor, help me. He continued on, while making his way up toward me from below. He drew his arm back, preparing to deliver another blow, but I came prepared and simply caught it with my left, and attempted to restrain his other arm with my right to avoid him swinging. But his superior strength was making me strain with everything I had to do so, and I knew that my grip wouldn't last long. We both soared through the air as he began to wrestle his way out of the hold. And even while doing so, he maintained a horrified look as our faces were less than a foot from each other. "Carthon, he did this? How?" I said with a strained tone as I struggled to keep Drovan's arms in place. He pushed back and shoved me forward, breaking my grip and sending me flying several dozen yards back. I straightened myself out before looking over at him as he continued toward me once more. I barely avoided the incoming blow by darting off to the right, and once I started flying, I didn't stop. Truth be told, I knew it would likely become necessary to defend myself more violently sooner or later. But I first wanted to understand the full extent of what had been done to him. It might have been possible to reverse it. He pursued me while I soared through the air, and I knew I couldn't just fly away from him forever. He would continue to give chase. Not that he seemingly had a choice in the matter. It might seem foolish, I know, but if there was a chance I could save him, reverse what happened to him, without having to go right to the worst case scenario, I wanted to try. "They ambushed me," he blurted. "The ships. They used the ships, put me in a cage, numbed me, cut me open while I watched. They put stuff inside me, Victor," he went on, his voice cracking more intensely than before, which it now sounded like he was beginning to cry. "I can't control myself. I can't. You." He paused himself verbally, while continuing the physical pursuit. "You have to kill me. Please. You have to kill me, Victor." I could sense him closing the distance, so I did a sudden dive all the way back down to the ground at breakneck speed, taking caution not to fly back to the warehouse or within range of the warship's pulses. I couldn't go back to Sindris and the family until this was resolved. I wasn't sure if I would even be strong enough to fully subdue Drovan, and I didn't need to put their lives at risk by bringing him within range. Carthon likely knew wherever he was, and if what he said about him having no control over his body was true, then he'd likely use him to attempt to execute them. I had enough blood on my hands as it was, and I wasn't going to let the number of those who perished under my protection climb any further. "Is the strong man coming with us too, Miss Sindris?" asked the young girl, whose name I had found out to be Ava, along with her parents, Daniel and Rosita. Ava was seemingly unbothered by the putrid stench, unlike her parents, specifically her mother. And as for her question, truth be told, I wasn't too sure if Victor was still alive. And if he was dead, then it was my job to protect these people, no matter what the cost was. After all, it was my fault that they were there in the first place. I looked down at Ava after she asked her question. She walked while looking back at me, her balance perfect as she awaited an answer from me. "I'm sure he'll come find us, love. He's just gotta deal with those ugly bad guys first," I replied, somewhat disappointed in how easily I told a lie. The mother, who walked just behind the father to the left of her daughter, then suddenly stopped, standing as she rubbed her forehead with a weak groan. "Mommy, what's wrong?" came Ava. The father turned around as well, genuine concern in his tone just as potent as his daughter's. "Honey, you alright?" he probed, walking up and placing a hand on her wrist. "I'll be okay, just a little nauseous. Thank you, sweethearts. I love you both." "I love you too, Mommy," Ava erupted. "I love you too, honey," replied Daniel. We gave her a few moments to regain herself, and kept moving forward. I checked behind us every now and then to ensure we weren't being followed. And once I felt we were at a safe distance from the warehouse, my plan was to blast us out of there and back to the surface, and I figured I'd try and speed things up a bit. She was beginning to look a bit pale. "You know, no disrespect, miss, and I'm very appreciative of you saving us, but how much longer do you think we'll be down here?" came Rosita, while rubbing her forehead once more. "Not too much longer, I promise. Just want to make sure we're far enough away from the outpost to not be seen once I bring us back up." We kept on, and it was pretty obvious to everyone that Rosita wasn't feeling any better, so I knew I'd have to end up cutting it short. Which, in all honesty, wasn't something that upset me. The sewers weren't exactly an enjoyable place, but they were preferable to being liquefied by lasers. I halted everyone and had Rosita, Ava, and Daniel all stand back before I pointed my arm up and summoned a beam. Immediately, it obliterated the asphalt and other hard material up from below, creating a hole sizable enough for a person to fit through vertically. "I'm gonna check it out and just make sure the coast is clear," I announced before flying up and emerging from the ground below. I hovered just a few feet off the road, checking every direction possible for any Proctan activity. I sighed with relief when I couldn't see anything. As much as I knew I needed to, I was tired of fighting, and a moment of peace was more than welcome. I brought them up to the surface one by one, not having the strength to carry them all at once, and Daniel had apparently recognized the particular area we emerged into from having worked nearby. He led us to a hotel where they would be able to take shelter for the coming night. Of course, it was a bit dilapidated, but still seemed structurally sound enough to hold up in temporarily. But hey, beggars can be choosers. "Mommy, Daddy, can I have my own room?" Ava jumped excitedly once we entered and took the stairs to the 3rd floor. Her unrelenting positivity was infectious, and it was genuinely lifting my spirits to have her in my presence. Immediate concern grew on Rosita and Daniel's faces, with Rosita rebutting quickly. "No, sweetie, we want you in our sight. It's not safe to be sleeping by yourself." Rosita then coughed while facing the right wall of the stairwell, leaning over slightly as she did. Daniel went to her aid, supporting her on his shoulder and sighed. "Mommy, are you sure you're okay?" Ava probed with a tone growing in its level of worry. Ava then approached her mother and, in an attempt to assist her father, pushed her body weight up against hers in order to support her. Rosita and Daniel smiled, appreciative of her gesture. It was only a matter of a few seconds that went by, and Rosita's more pale, sickly color suddenly began to fade. And she took a step back and straightened out her posture, looking somehow stronger than she just had mere moments earlier. Part of me wanted to acknowledge the strange anomaly out loud, because Rosita didn't, and neither did Daniel. But they had enough excitement to deal with to last them for a while these last several months, and I figured it was best not to bring it up. The 4 of us headed upstairs to a lounge between the sets of rooms, a fireplace, breakfast area, and an arrangement of seats set within it. A few logs of wood were resting in the fireplace, half burned and charred up. Daniel went over to look to see if there were any fresh logs to burn, desiring to have a fire going once things got a bit colder at night. "I'm gonna fly along the perimeter of this place, just to triple check things are safe. I can see if I can bring some wood from somewhere nearby. And once you guys have your fire going, I'm gonna go back for Victor. If there's a chance he might still be alive, I need to take it. You all get cozy." Only a second passed before Ava ran up to me from her father, a smile plastered on her face. Once again, her positive energy contrasting with the general mood. "Thank you for saving us, Miss Indris," she erupted, before throwing her arms around my waist with a surprisingly tight hug. Only seconds after we made contact, I felt a jolt of invigoration and an energy boost. I simply felt better. Much better. And it wasn't the typical euphoria of human contact that you typically get from a hug. This was, I don't even know how to describe it. It wasn't something I could confidently say I experienced before. I smiled and returned Ava's hug. "You're welcome, love. I'll be back for you guys soon. Just gotta find the strong man," I replied. I turned to begin leaving, intending to fly out one of the open windows in the closest room. I went to open the door, and once my hand was on the knob, I paused after looking at it. Just moments ago, a cut I had acquired from mine and Victor's fight with the Proctans sat on the back of my right hand, starting around the center of it and went up to the webbing between my middle and ring finger. It hadn't even started scabbing up when we arrived at the hotel. But now, it had completely disappeared, as if it were never there in the first place. Just a smooth patch of skin. The sudden energy and mood boost, my cut disappearing, Rosita becoming suddenly invigorated and less sickly looking. Ava was the common denominator in all of those. And if my assumption was correct, then she was likely enhanced and didn't even know it. And so far, it seemed that her power consisted of being able to restore at least living beings to perfect health. As to what extent and limit of that power actually was, I had no idea. I assumed her parents were likely not aware of this. I don't think she even was. But it wouldn't be my place to go announcing it. So when I got back, I planned to pull Rosita and Daniel aside to inform them of the conclusion I came to. But for now, they needed a break. And speaking of, just before I had opened the door to the room to exit through the window, Rosita's voice stopped me dead in my tracks. "Hey there, do you mind if we talk for a second?" I turned to face her, and she approached me slowly, looking up at me as I looked down at her. "Not at all. Is everything okay?" I asked. Rosita then looked back over her shoulder at Daniel and Ava in the lounge as they took the already burnt logs out of the fireplace before darting her eyes back at me. "What you're wearing, I've seen that before," she went on with a lowered voice, referring to my jumpsuit covered with dry Proctan blood. I froze, not knowing how to respond at first. Rosita shot me a glance of worry, and I returned with one of my own. "Super people, like you, they have a prison for the really bad ones. It comes from there, correct?" Rosita continued. "Yes," I answered hesitantly. "I'm sorry, I just need to know, why do you have that on you? If you're gonna be around my family, I need to know that we're safe with you. I will forever be grateful for you saving our lives, but I can't just help but see that and be nervous. I don't want to sound like I'm jumping to conclusions, but I just want to know why you have it on." I paused once more, sighing with a bit of nervous anticipation. I hadn't even told Victor why I had been imprisoned right after the Proctans' arrival. What I did is something you'd expect to get you thrown into prison. But, in all honesty, I didn't regret it. Almost not at all. So, I looked back at Rosita, who stood there surprisingly patient as I figured out how to word this in a specific way. It wasn't something I expected to talk about, but I guess I should have figured that I'd be confronted sooner or later. Nonetheless, I began to speak, even without fully knowing what I'd say. It's a long story. But you're right. If I'm gonna be around your family, you deserve to know. April 12th, 2018, 8 years before the Proctans' arrival. "Everything okay, sweetheart?" came my dad as the waitress arrived with our coffee and pancakes, to which I shot her a forced smile along with a weak thank you. He kept a steady expression, peering over at me from across the table. The diner that day was pretty quiet and rather empty, so I wasn't too worried about anyone overhearing our conversation. "Yeah, I think so. Maybe. I honestly don't even know." "That's okay too." Dad nodded with a smile. "You know how many times I wake up in the morning without a single damn clue of what I'm gonna do? That's just being an adult." "Yeah, but you built something, made a life for yourself, a normal one. I can't have that," I declared. And as if on cue, I felt the temperature of the table's marble top increase beneath me as my forearms rested on it. I took a look down at my arms, watching as they began to shift color from the obvious pale shade that was my natural pigmentation to a bright sapphire blue. "Honey, is it happening again? Are you okay?" My dad blurted as he leaned forward, hesitant as to what to do. I got several other looks from those around the diner, everything from brief awkward glances to whispers around the table. Sure, with everything that was going on around the world currently, a girl with glowing blue arms and eyes surely wasn't the strangest thing to be seen. But it didn't end there. I felt what was now a pulsating, thumping sensation in my forearms, as if something was trying to break its way out. I knew what was coming, and I needed to get out of there before someone got hurt. I I need to go now, I exhaled, before practically throwing myself out of the booth and nearly falling onto the tile floor below. A passing waitress excused herself and gasped once she looked down at me. I broke eye contact immediately and headed straight for the diner's front door, throwing it open in a frantic panic and running out and making a hard right. A bit of sprinting later, and I found myself in the alleyway between both the diner and an adjacent office building. "Honey, wait up!" Dad shouted from behind, supposedly running after me. The throbbing in my forearms intensified and the brightness of their glow increased. I raised them, looking at them, and all I could think was, why me? Why now? No, not now. Fucking no. God damn it. I cursed frustratedly under my breath. Dad turned the corner before slowly approaching me with an extended arm. "Sarah, are you alright? Is it hurting?" A good question, and one with a simple answer. No, it didn't necessarily hurt me. But if I didn't learn to get this under control, it might hurt someone else. I gritted my teeth as the sensation in my forearms came to a climax, and with only a split second to react, I pointed my arms downward and allowed what needed to take place happen. The energy beams blasted out from my arms as if they were cannons, melting straight through the pavement and debris below. It wasn't a painful sensation. The only thing that hurt was knowing how easily someone could die if I so much as shifted my arm by even a few degrees. The ejection of the beams only lasted a few seconds, and once it had stopped, there were two large, cylinder-shaped pits on either side of me. Peering down one of them showed me that the beams had hollowed it out deep enough to far surpass the sewer tunnels below. I turned, now facing my father. Tears approached the forefront of my eyes, and I couldn't watch as Dad ran toward me with open arms, throwing them both around me and practically putting me in a bear hug. "It's alright, sweetheart. We're gonna figure it out. I promise. I'll take you to the lab, and they'll have the best people on staff try to help you, and I'll be there making sure they take good care of you, okay?" I didn't respond, mainly because I didn't really have much to say. Trying to control these recently emerged abilities made me feel like I was a baby learning how to walk again. Except in this case, the worst case scenario wasn't just me falling on my face. Instead, it could be the death and instant obliteration of dozens of innocent lives. When I was a young man and first got my powers, they scared me too. I didn't know how to control them. But I learned, and I'm gonna help you do the same. You're not alone, sweetheart. I'll always be here for you. Always. "Hey, you're molten," came an unknown voice from the beginning of the alleyway threshold. "Can we get a picture for our campus display board?" My dad terminated the hug before turning around, and the both of us laid eyes on a group of men and women a couple years younger than myself, likely in college, as indicated by them all carrying either laptop bags or backpacks. "It's always nice to meet fans, but I'm spending time with my daughter right now. Maybe another..." Dad began before I cut him off while wiping my tears. "He'd love to take one." I then looked at him with an insistent expression. Truth be told, I didn't want to be the reason he missed out on a moment of appreciation from the public, so I encouraged him to change his mind. After all, having a quiet normal moment with normal people is something we both could have used after this stressful month since my powers emerged. He curled his lips inward and raised his brows, making a face that came off as, "Are you sure?" To which I nodded. He looked back at the students, their disappointed looks reforming into excitement after he said, "Actually, change of plan, folks. I'd be happy to take a picture with you all, but only if my daughter's interest can be in it as well." "Works just fine for me," said the male student at the front of the group, his smartphone in hand with the camera app open, to which the other smiled and nodded in agreement. "The more the merrier," one of the female students chimed in with a bright smile. Present day. "Victor, you have to kill me. Nothing else will work," Joven pleaded before throwing a devastatingly quick and powerful right hook. The blow struck me square in the chin, and I was sent crashing through a multitude of trees, bushes, and even boulders, smashing through rock as if it were cardboard. I went flying over the bank of dirt that sat next to the beach, and straight into the ocean I went, a vicious splash manifesting as I broke the surface. Joven and I's fight had moved a few miles away from the warehouse, and he had forced me closer to the ground, or at least the Proctans controlling him did. Likely so I'd be easier to ambush when they inevitably arrived. But as I looked up and saw the surface of the water dozens of feet above me, I realized I hadn't gotten the chance to take a breath before I had fallen beneath the surface. So once I regained control of my momentum, I straightened myself out and flew up towards the surface of the water and several feet above it, spitting out some that I had taken in through my mouth. I looked up and to the right as I heard the sonic boom of Droven flying towards me, and I timed my maneuver just right and dashed to the left, creating a small wave with the speed at which I had flew. After which, I circled back around and struck him in the ribcage with a left hook at a downward angle, sending him crashing into the water. I flew down after inhaling a large breath, one that I'd be able to hold for hours. I looked down, and below Droven on the ocean floor sat a massive black chain and anchor, one that had been seemingly separated from a large ship. I flew down toward it, knowing that Droven would have to return to the surface to get himself some air. A path of bubbles formed behind me as I traveled, and in the distance, I caught a glimpse of a basking shark traveling near the surface of the water. Luckily, he was far enough away from what was about to happen next. I reached the ocean floor and grabbed onto the chain connected to the large anchor. Each link was roughly the size of a small dining table, and the anchor itself was the size of 2 to 3 pickup trucks. With the chain and anchor in hand, I flew back up towards the surface, bringing it with me. Droven had already exited the water, likely taking a breath so he could come back down on the water to confront me. But I had other plans. As I approached the surface, I began to swing the anchor by using the chain to give it momentum. Around in circles under the water it went, stirring it like a spoon in a coffee mug. I broke the surface just as Droven was heading in my direction with his arm pulled back for another blow. I used the momentum I generated with the chain to swing the anchor up from below the water and into the air right into Droven's flight path. Caught off guard, the anchor collided with him at a devastating speed once emerging from the surface. The blow had thrown him multiple miles in the opposite direction, back toward land and into the cityscape. His body smashed and broke through the midsection of multiple skyscrapers, the first of which began to collapse in on itself due to the speed of the collision. I dropped the anchor and chain on the beach before I took off after him, a sonic boom erupting as I flew faster than I had in a long time. Blitzing past the beach, streets, and buildings like a human-sized bullet, the air around me began to blaze as I surpassed hypersonic speed. Windows shattered as I tore through the air like a human bullet powered by rocket fuel. Upon reaching a disoriented Droven, I approached and grabbed him around the neck, putting him in a chokehold as we hovered in the air. He squirmed and attempted to fight his way out, but I held my grip firm. "You have to fight it. You're strong, stronger than me. I won't let them make you their puppet." "Victor, you don't understand. My memories, they're taking them. You have to kill me, please, before I lose them all." Droven put both his hands on my forearm, both of us groaning and straining as we fought against each other's strength. And it was a struggle that I lost as Droven had escaped my grip, tightened his hold, and had thrown me downward toward the pavement. The force of said throw sent me straight through the street itself, smashing through both it and the bottom of the sewer tunnel below. I wasn't even able to escape the crater that had formed around me before Droven flew down and landed on top of me, his knees hitting my ribcage. He then unleashed a fury of blows on my face. Left, right, left, so on and so forth. But he maintained his horrified expression with every punch he threw, even the one that knocked out one of my molars. The ground shook below. Dust kicked up each time he struck me. The rock and cement cracked and buckled. One blow was powerful enough to throw a pickup truck that sat on the road above us on its driver's side. I got a lucky punch to the chin off, sending Droven flying back and up, breaking off a chunk of the road's asphalt before crashing into the first floor of a flower shop across the street. I turned over and spat a sizable collection of blood, mucus, and saliva. Getting to my feet wasn't exactly a painless process, as I groaned from my broken ribs, but it was either push through the pain and keep fighting, or allow myself to keep getting wailed on until I met the creator himself. Slower than before, I bursted up from the crater and flew into the flower shop, only to be caught by the throat in a clothesline maneuver by Droven. He looked at me in a genuinely apologetic manner, just before slamming down onto the floor of the shop so hard that the ceiling began to collapse and fall around us. "Victor, you have to kill me. before they take all of them. My memories, they're slipping away," he pleaded, as his fingers tightened around my throat. Blood from my nose and mouth dripped down onto his hand as he squeezed. "Come on, Joven," I said with a choking cough as I tried to pry his arm and hand from my throat. "We can fix this. We can beat them together." "No, we can't. I'm begging you, don't let me be their slave." Joven then raised me up into the air, his hand still around my throat, his grip not getting any looser. We looked at each other, his desperate expression still ever present as he watched me gasp for air. I gained a bit of momentum and swung myself forward and stuck both my legs out, kicking Joven right in the chest. He crashed through the rubble of the fallen ceiling and out of the rear brick wall. He stopped once he collided with a dumpster in the alley behind the building. Its legs scraped the ground as it slid during the collision. I gasped and moaned as I put a hand on my ribs while I wiped fresh blood from my lips. Joven had already seemed to recover from my blow. He didn't even turn around as he reached back behind himself, grabbed the dumpster, and slung it over toward me with his left arm. I sidestepped the dumpster as it crashed through the shop and grabbed hold of it once it was in range, before swinging around and throwing it back at Joven. He took his eyes off me and was focused on it as it came toward him. I seized the opportunity to fly forward and tackle him after breaking through the dumpster. We flew and crashed through either the first or second floor of several more buildings, trading blows along the way. Concrete, brick, rebar, marble. We flew through all of it while struggling for the upper hand. Eventually, Joven threw a punch that landed on the left side of my ribcage. I cried out before sliding along the street, ripping up asphalt before slamming into the back of a minivan, crushing and bending its trunk and back bumper inward. Joven landed down in front of me, embedding his feet in the sidewalk. We both made eye contact for a moment, just before Joven said, "I know you're holding back. You can't, Victor. You need to do this. You're the only one left who can kill me. If you die, they'll make me hurt others who might still be alive." Joven then clenched a fist, but didn't raise it, seemingly hesitating while looking down at me. And judging by what happened next, it seemed that hesitation would cost him. Suddenly, Joven put both hands on his head, one being on the device embedded on and in it. "No, no, no!" he went on, his pained groans turning into agonized screams. His fingers writhed as if he were trying to pull something out of his skull, and he dropped to his knees. "They're taking them! All of them!" he shouted, and I pushed past the pain of my injuries, so I flew over and behind him, quickly wrapping my arm around his throat and a hand on his head. And I knew what I had to do. Simply removing the device from his head with just brute force would kill Joven regardless. There wasn't anyone left alive with the expertise or technology to remove it safely. And if what he said is true about the device somehow slowly stripping his memories away from him so that he'd become a soulless, obedient attack dog to the Proctans, then it was my obligation to stop that before it happened. Back before the Proctans' arrival, I had only ever killed one actual human being while I was a part of the Enhanced Special Forces. He was a cartel member who had a young girl at gunpoint. Apparently, she had snuck away from her parents and saw something she shouldn't have. By the time I arrived on the scene, he had already begun to pull the trigger, and I flew directly at him, going just below the speed of sound, obliterating both him and the firearm simultaneously. It was sloppy, and at that point, I only had my powers for several months. Of course, the young girl was scarred for some years to come, seeing a man being turned into a rat paste in front of her. But she went on to live a healthy and successful life, despite me and her attacker traumatizing her in her early years. I have slaughtered building-sized monsters, mutated beasts threatening to lay waste to a country. And sure, I guess it's hard to consider a man who was willing to murder a little girl a human being and not a monster himself. Truth be told, I was more upset by her seeing it rather than his actual death, but it still affected me nonetheless. While I believe there are circumstances where taking a life is absolutely necessary, it still doesn't mentally prepare you for what comes next after you do it. But this was different. This was someone I knew. Someone who was good. Someone who had literally saved the planet several times. Someone who did it more than me, and better, as a matter of fact. I closed my eyes as I tightened my hold around Joven's neck as he struggled against me, and I looked out at the ruins in front of us, trying to conjure some sort of last-second solution. But, like Joven earlier, my hesitation would cost me. He kicked off the ground and flew directly upward, slamming the top of his head into my chin, sending me dozens of stories into the air, and resuming our battle once more. Rosita and I maintained eye contact, and I let out an exhale as I began to tell her what it was she had requested. My real name isn't Sindris. It's Sarah. Sarah Noble. I'm the daughter of Jacob Noble, also known as Molten, if you had ever heard of him before all this. I did see him on the news. Yes, Rosita replied. Well, when the Proctans first came to Earth, he, myself, Rubble, and several other heroes were sent as a first line of defense when they attacked the East Coast. During the attack, my father, he was killed by the Proctans. Most of the team I was sent with that day died as well, with the exception of Rubble, who left the fight because the Proctans had killed his brother and he thought he could get to him in time to save him. The Proctans temporarily retreated from their initial attack for a couple of days. No one knows why. But even by the time they left, they already killed millions. Even with my dad dead, there were still countless lives at stake. And as much as I hate to say it, my grief and shock had overtaken my concern for them. I let it consume me. I flew over to the office of the ESF Council. They were angry with me for leaving the coast unguarded, and I don't blame them. But one of the council members, she looked at me and said, "If you performed your job better, then countless people would still be alive, including your father." And I lost it. I raised my arm and blasted her. It was like a reflex. One minute, she was sitting in her chair behind a collection of desks, and the next, there was a gaping, smoldering hole where she used to be. Killing a council member was pretty much the worst thing you could have done in the ESF. The others were screaming in terror, running around and begging me not to kill them all as well. But I didn't. I didn't even try. And I also didn't even try by the time they called in 2 more heroes to arrest me. I was still so angry, filled with nothing but vengeful rage. They took me straight to the prison. With everything going on, there wasn't any time for a trial. I was a threat that needed to be dealt with as soon as possible. I let myself stew in the cell for weeks, but once the Proctans attacked it and freed me on the accident, I killed them all and went on a rampage against them through Manhattan once I saw that everyone was dead. Didn't come across a single soul up until I saw Victor. At the time, I didn't know why he had left the fight my dad died in. I thought he just abandoned us, left us for dead, and I was pissed beyond belief upon seeing him again. So I attacked him, got my ass kicked, and not too long after, we both realized we were being petty and directing our anger at the wrong people. We came to help you 3. We should have come earlier. We should have come a hell of a lot earlier. Thank you for being honest, Rosita replied after a long pause. I'm sorry to hear about your father. I lost mine when I was much younger. I still miss him. I still killed someone. The grief of my dad dying didn't give me an excuse to commit murder. And that's what it was. Murder. Even if they weren't the most upstanding person. I took an innocent life because I lost control of myself. I'm supposed to save people, not hurt them. Rosita sighed before putting a hand up to the side of my face, similarly to how my father would. I stumbled back before swiftly regaining balance. If what I know and have heard about you is true, you're a hero. You've dedicated your life to saving lives. You've saved mine, my husband's, and my daughter's. You did a bad thing. I won't sugarcoat it. You fucked up. But you've just gotta focus on doing what you can to not let that be your legacy. You'll have to live with it. Good people can do bad things. Bad people can do good things. You just gotta decide how you're gonna atone for it. Thank you, but I'm not sure if there's a way you can make up for something like that. But I'm gonna try. I turned and went through the door, looking back at Rosita as I opened up the window and stepped out across the threshold. Go help him. You two seem to make a chaotic but good team. I'll make sure we bring back some food and wood to burn. Temperature's gonna drop a bit tonight. And with a final nod, I took off, flying up and over the set of buildings across the street from us. In my search to find Victor, I started by heading back over to the warehouse, or as close as I could safely get. There was still a small army of Proctans in front of it, along with 2 warships hovering in the air. All the ground soldiers seemed to be giving attention to another taller and far larger Proctan in a suit of armor that differed from the rest. For starters, his was black and much more glossier than his comrades. A red X sat on the front of the suit, right around the chest area. A few of the grunt soldiers appeared to be in conversation with the larger Proctan. I gathered that he or she likely held some sort of leadership position. I took cover on the same roof of a nearby building Victor and I originally had watched them from to plan our rescue mission earlier, no more than 500 feet away. But unlike Victor, I didn't possess at will superhearing, so I was unable to pick up on what it was they were saying amongst one another. Attacking them all head-on with the warships present would have been suicide, but the area they occupied didn't look all that different than it did when I was here with Victor. I hadn't known him long, but I know for damn sure there would be a lot more destruction if there was a fight, because he isn't the type to go down easily. He likely fled to escape the warships once he knew I had gotten Ava and her parents a safe distance away. Which meant that for the time being, I'd have to keep looking, and I did exactly that. I circled around the Proctan group while mid-flight at a far enough distance to not be detected, and once on the other side, I took off toward the denser area of Manhattan where the buildings stood tall, the ones that were still standing anyway. I kept my eyes on the sky, trying to see if I could catch a glimpse of Victor in flight. Part of me had wondered if he returned to his apartment where we had our first encounter. It's not like I knew him very well, so trying to guess where he decided to go in this massive area was next to impossible. And with the speeds I've been told he could fly, he could have made it to Australia and back several times over within the roughly hour it had been since I had last seen him. But it wasn't until I had decided to look along the beach that I found something that caught my eye. Sprawled out along the sand was a massive rusted anchor, one that had to be used for a colossal-sized ship. Along the links of the chain attached were aquatic plant groves. I had flown past this beach a couple days ago, and that anchor was not there. And judging by the corrosion, aquatic plant grows, and the moisture along it, it was recently underwater until something or someone had taken it out. The weight of the anchor along with the chain was nearly 20 tons, and I knew only one person still alive and strong enough to move that kind of weight. Victor was here. I knew it. Especially when I looked off to the side, where the beach ended and a patch of trees began. Several of them had their trunks split violently at the middle, along with a long line of dirt that had been torn up. I was getting close. Droven dashed forward at a speed beyond hypersonic and shoulder bashed me. I crashed right through the window behind me, went flying across the street, and came to a stop after slamming through a bank wall and colliding into the vault door, denting it beyond repair. I spit out another glob of blood and a tooth as well. My chest ached, and I could feel at least 3 broken ribs, and my nose wasn't far off either. Droven annihilated the sound barrier with ease as he flew across the street to me. I quickly turned and ripped the bank vault door out of place and timed my swing just right, striking Droven at an upward angle and sending him crashing through the ceiling and several floors beyond that. I propelled my way up after him, wasting no time, and struck him again with the vault door to the left, out the wall, and through a few office buildings he went. I pursued, intending to continue using the vault door as a battering ram against him. But it backfired. His hand and arm burst through the door without warning and grabbed my throat before pulling me through. As soon as I was on the other side, Droven held me in place before delivering a series of blows at my stomach, causing me to gasp and choke on my own breath as I felt my ribs burn and rattle. I weakly caught Droven's fist before he landed another blow, and the both of us struggled against each other's strength before he shot another desperate look at me. "Victor, remember what I told you. There's only one way. You need to end this, now!" My response was stopped before it began, as Droven flew down to the floor with me in hand and maneuvered around in an attempt to get me in a headlock like I had done to him earlier. I tried to jump and fly forward, but Droven caught me by the ankles, slamming me into the street and throwing various chunks of cement around as long cracks formed all around. Droven then quickly flew behind me, and his arm was soon around my neck. I kicked and tried to take off in a forward motion to escape the hold. but he simply held me there as if I were his little brother. I attempted a backward swing that I counted on landing, but Joven endured the blow. "Victor, you can't let me do this," he cried as I felt the tightening of his forearm on my throat. I'm sorry. I should have found you sooner. I could have saved you," I choked. "Stop! You're gonna make it out of this. Just keep fighting," he fired back as he squeezed, the pressure of his palm clamping down on my windpipe. I stomped the ground as a reflex, embedding my foot in the cement and buckling it around my shin. Several vehicles near us were thrown on their sides. I battled with all my might to escape Joven's grasp. "My wife! I'm forgetting her!" he shouted. Joven then increased the tightness of his grip. I kept struggling to fight my way loose to no avail. My throat felt as if it were narrowing, and I couldn't tell if I wanted to choke or cough. I started to feel lighter. I was losing consciousness, and it wouldn't have been much longer before I finally blacked out. Up until I felt the sudden relief of the pressure on my neck. Joven's grip had suddenly ceased. I turned around while holding onto my ribs with my left hand, and to my shock, there stood Sindris across the street, pointing her glowing arms in my direction. Opposite her of the street was a massive, smoldering hole in the wall of a steakhouse. A hole that was the result of her blasting Joven right through it. I muttered up a soft, "Thank you," to her, before wiping a streak of blood from below my bottom lip. "I need you to get out of here. Now. You're hurt." She paused it, before floating her way over to me. "I noticed," I shot back with a croaking tone before spitting to my left. "If whoever that was is tough enough to hand you your ass, then that blast isn't gonna keep him away for long. Let's get going." "His name's Joven. He was my trainer when I got my powers," I sighed. "The Proctans got to him. He's under their control. If we leave and go back to the family, we run the risk of him following us back and hurting them. Or worse." Sindris and I paused, and I could hear the sound of a large sonic boom in the distance. Joven was already in the midst of making his way back to us, but just before he came barreling through the steakhouse's wall, Sindris turned to me with an expression of firm intention. "I know how to stop him," was all she could get out before Joven returned, his sights set on me in particular. He flew toward the both of us with his arms sticking out, his hands balled up into fists at the ends of them. Sindris aimed her arms and fired both her beams. The blast knocked him back across the street, but didn't do much to keep him down for long. He lunged and flew back at both of us. I blitzed forward in an attempt to stop him, but he collided with us nonetheless, striking Sindris and I with devastating punches. Within seconds, we were already 3 blocks away and still flailing. I was able to stop my momentum just before slamming into an old museum like a man-shaped asteroid. Sindris wasn't as lucky. Her body annihilated the front door and wall surrounding it. I pushed off the ground as I heard Joven rapidly approaching me, his fist and arm pulled back. The resulting shockwave from the punch to my chin shattered the remaining windows around us. Turning with it only reduced the pain so much. I could hear multiple teeth snap and break. Another blow came to my stomach, knocking the wind from me. A silent gasp came as Joven then wrapped both his hands around my neck and flew forward with me in his grasp, his previous look of horror shifting into one of malicious rage. "You," he growled. "Leave me alone." Before I even had the time to resist, Sindris had blasted him away and off of me after bursting out of the museum. The momentum from him flying with me still remained, and I crashed straight through a semi-trailer, spilling various cardboard boxes and other cargo all along the street. I sat back after coming to a stop, rubble and broken concrete surrounding me. Sindris was aiming her arms at Joven off in the distance. I could hear him flying toward her, but he speed blitzed her before she could activate a good shot. He hit her so fast, so hard, and so loud, that even for me, it seemed to happen all so quickly. The ground beneath them cracked. She didn't even have time to go flying, because Joven lunged forward and caught her in his grasp before that could even transpire. 1 second, she was standing there, pointing her hands forward. The next, she was hanging upside down, while her foot was in Joven's right hand. Blood seeped out of her nostrils and lip. Her jaw looked like it was close to dislocating. All she could do was groan. He hit her so hard that she seemed to have forgotten what she was doing. Weakly, I lunged and flew at him with everything I had, the very air around me igniting. I struck him square in the chest and wrapped my arms around his back, making him drop Sindra's. I only ended up getting him half a mile away before he slammed both his hands on my back, mid-flight, killing the momentum and making me wince as I ended up underneath the road below us in the basement of a stray building, the several feet of concrete between it and me doing nothing to impede my collision. I tried to fly up, but Droven's left fist slamming into my jaw put me right back where I was for half a second before a kick to my ribs sent me crashing through the support beams and to the other side of the rusted expanse. My ribs were burning, my mouth ached from my missing teeth, and my back felt as if I were a regular person who had an anvil dropped on it. I truly thought that this might just be my last fight. Droven sped toward me and delivered several more blows, punching me dozens of times a second. Hell, when the teeth and blood went flying out, he was able to land numerous punches in the time it took them to hit the floor and walls. "Get out of my city, monster!" he shouted, before once again wrapping his hands around my throat and sliding me up the wall to be at eye level with him. "It's me, Dro," I choked, failing to fight back against his grasp. "It's Victor." I could feel my face turn red as my throat tightened. I was able to land a blow in Droven's stomach, but he simply stood there and took it, as if I hadn't hit him at all. He showed his teeth, almost growling as he choked. This wasn't anger. It was defensive rage. Rage and adrenaline that helped to fuel him with a temporary strength boost. A boost that was proportional to his superhuman attributes, and it had put him at a level far above myself. It had been some time since I last blacked out in my career. This experience was disorienting. It wasn't a drawn-out moment where I could feel myself slowly slipping away. Instead, there was an instance where I was staring down the now murderous-looking Droven as he ferociously squeezed the air from my windpipe. And then, there was one where I woke up. The muffled sound of popping and crackling, wood burning in a fireplace. I turned my side, seeing an empty queen-size bed on the left, similar to the one I was in. A TV set mounted on the adjacent wall in front of both beds, powered off for obvious reasons. Next to me was a nightstand with various complimentary hotel items on top. Towels, soaps, washcloths, so on and so forth. I expected pain when I sat up. After all, Droven had broken multiple ribs in our fight and probably busted up a few other things as well. But instead of groaning in agony, I sighed with relief. I was able to stretch without even the slightest pinch or sting. I felt not only healed, but stronger than ever. Stronger than before, at the very least. On top of that, my mood was surprisingly great. My spirits had never been higher in the last several months, which wasn't saying much, I guess. I could hear the chatter of a few familiar voices coming from my right, soon followed by the sounds of footsteps approaching the door to the room. The knob turns, and Sindris enters, and surprisingly with a smile, and not a single drop of blood or scar anywhere on her face. And I know damn well Droven had knocked her around pretty good, just as he did to me. Hell, I was surprised to even see her alive. "You look untouched. How long was I out?" I asked, now completely off the bed. "Less than an hour. Found one of the Proctans' sonic grenades and was able to distract him with that long enough to fly off with you. He nearly killed us both, choked you out, and was ready to bash your skull in right before I blasted him away in time. Ended up breaking one of my legs before I got away though. Never thought that would be possible after the experiments. Hurt like holy hell. Even with my advanced healing, I still would have both felt and shown signs of being hurt for several hours after suffering the wounds that I did. But all in all, I was just grateful to still be alive, and thankful that Sindris was the main reason for that. Appreciate the help. Thank you. But Droven, how was he?" Sindris paused and looked to the side before answering. "But whatever that thing they put on his head is, it made him mindless. When I fought back against him to save you, he was barely speaking complete sentences by the end of it, saying things like, 'I destroy you now.' Not sure if there's much of him left up there." "If I knew he was still alive, I could have stopped it. I could have saved him. Before they got to him," I muttered. "It's not your fault. This is their doing, and it's like you told me, we're gonna make them reap what they have sown. Before I was able to come up with some sort of response, the little girl from the family we had saved burst into the room, her father trailing not far behind her. "You're finally awake, strong man," she blurted excitedly, to which I smiled. Her father, on the other hand, seemed taken aback upon seeing me, as if he laid eyes on a ghost instead. "Yeah, I had to cut my nap time a bit short," I replied softly. "Whoa, you seem a lot better than when she first carried you in here," her father interjected, his tone hesitant. "Super healing, it works wonders," I chuckled. But the father did not seem to share my enthusiasm. It wasn't rudeness exactly, but I mainly got the vibe that he was simply off-put by something. I could hear his heartbeat, and it was a normal rhythm, which only confused me further. But after a short pause, he spoke to break the tension. "Guess I never got the chance to introduce myself properly. My name's Daniel. This is my daughter. I'm Ava." The girl perked up, cutting her father off mid-sentence. "Glad to meet you under better circumstances." I nodded before reaching out for a handshake, to which Ava accepted. "Thank you both once again for my family and nice lives. We owe you a debt," came Daniel. "You can pay it by keeping yourselves safe," Sindris retorted. "And I don't mean to be rude, but would you two be okay if Victor and I talked alone for just a minute?" Ava's joyful expression quickly shifted into a frown, and everything fell silent, more so than usual. It was a bit difficult to explain it in any sort of exact words, but it was as if someone had flipped a switch that dimmed the mood of the room. "Okay, laser lady," Ava remarked playfully, before turning to walk out with her father. Sindris shut the door behind him, looking at me with a half-concerned and half-smug expression. "If you're wondering why you feel like you're 110%, it's because of her," she pronounced before tilting her head in the direction of the door. "Ava? How?" I asked. "She's got healing abilities. At least, that's what I think it is. She doesn't know it. Don't think mom and dad do either. All she's gotta do is lay a hand on someone, and just like that, they're good as new." "Whoa," I uttered while continuing to stare at the floor. "Guess that comes in handy." "You alright?" came Sindris. "Yeah, just didn't expect to see Droven again. Thought he was just dead. Turns out it was even worse." I sighed. "Before you got there, when me and him first started knocking each other around, he was scared, terrified, and more himself. He recognized me. He kept asking for my help. Whatever that thing on his head was, it was taking away his memories. I should have killed him, put him out of his misery. He asked me to. At least then, he would have died with some of his own mind intact. But I hesitated. I couldn't do it. I can slaughter the Proctans like they're cattle, but when it came to killing a single man out of mercy, I didn't have the gumption to go through with it." Sindris's eyes widened, and she approached slightly closer to me as I heard the family conversing not too far away from the door. "Sometimes, that hesitance is a good thing," she said softly. "I won't lie and try to tell you that you didn't make a mistake. You did, but despite the power we might have on the outside, we are not ultra-competent gods. We'll fuck up. We'll screw the pooch. You taught me that. You hesitating to do it shows that even after you've had nearly everything taken from you, you still have your humanity. Them out there?" Sindris paused before pointing at the wall in the direction of where the family was outside of the room. "They are living proof that the Proctans didn't take everything. And we won't let them. It's like you said, we're gonna make them regret ever stepping foot on Earth." I couldn't help but feel motivated by her words. She was right. And despite the fact that we hadn't known each other long at all, and hadn't gotten off to a great start, I think we were much more on the same side of the coin than we originally thought. "Why don't we head out there and have some dinner with them?" Sindris proposed. "I ended up bringing home some food after I knew you were going to be okay." "Well," I sighed. "What are we having?" June 17th, 2011. 15 years before the Proctans' arrival. Ballistic Resistance Test 1 for Subject 17B. Weapon caliber 6.62. Distance to be fired from 50 yards. Area of subject targeted head. Whoa, whoa, whoa! I objected to the man in the lab coat. Hold on just a minute. You did not tell me you'd be shooting me in the goddamn head today. We're behind schedule, Victor, he retorted. Besides, we've already completed bone and flesh density scans. This bullet shouldn't be any more painful than someone throwing a marshmallow at your head. Easy to be relaxed when you're not the one volunteering your skull to a bullet. I sighed. But if it's gotta get done, then it's gotta get done. Just hurry up and get it over with, I said before straightening my posture, now staring down the man who raised the rifle he held up toward my head. He smirked as he stared down the barrel, almost like he was amused at my agitation. I closed my eyes as he squeezed the trigger, took the shot, and the bang erupted. That alone told me I knew I was still alive, because as they say, you never hear the bullet that kills you. I opened my eyes, and on the floor below was the crushed bullet, as if something had attempted to squeeze it inwards from both ends. I reached up and placed my finger on the small spot on my forehead where it had impacted. Once I brought it back down and saw that there was no blood on it, I officially knew I was bulletproof. An odd but simultaneously awesome revelation. The scientist then ordered the sniper to fire 2 more rounds at me, one in the chest and one at my shoulder, both of which ended in the same result as the first. I barely even felt the impact of the bullets hitting me. And while I'm sure that this wasn't the true limit of my newly given superhuman durability, it sure did reassure me that I'd never have to worry about being shot again. After the ballistic resistance test had been completed, they then put me through a temperature endurance trial, the first of which was heat. Let's just say that being told to sit inside of a specialized furnace that can heat up to 3000 degrees Fahrenheit makes you reconsider the decisions you made leading up to that. But hey, I signed up for this after all. I'm not really sure how to put this, but it was completely comfortable. It felt no different than any other space at room temperature. I stayed in there for several minutes and suffered not even a single burn or a bit of pain. After that, I was treated to stepping inside a cooling chamber that was able to drop just 5 degrees above absolute zero. But again, I felt fine, as if someone had turned on the AC. These new abilities were surreal, and the implications of having this level of power were somewhat scary. I considered myself a reasonable person, but what if something happened? Like I lost my cool for just a second at the wrong moment, and someone died. I could only hope that from now on, until my death, I handled this great power with great responsibility. Present day. What's the biggest monster you fought, Mr. Rubble? Came Ava as she bit into an apple. We all sat gathered around the fireplace in the hotel lounge. I smiled at Ava before swallowing a bite of food in order to answer her question. Took down a huge, scary sea monster once. He was bigger than a whale, much bigger, and he kicked my butt pretty good. But eventually, I got back up and took him down, but not before he knocked out a few teeth. Ava perked up upon my response, excitedly sitting up in her chair and nearly knocking her paper plate with her foot off of her lap. What about you, laser lady? What's the biggest monster you fought? She grilled enthusiastically after whipping her head around to face Sindris. Well, Sindris said, sitting up and resting her fork on her plate. She leaned forward with a dramatic look. Ava eyed her with great anticipation, much to Daniel's amusement. There was this giant worm monster. It would crawl on the ground in the sewers. She went on, before being swiftly cut off by Ava. Ew, worms and the sewers? I hate both of those. A lot. So gross. I know, right? Sindris replied with an agreeing nod. But anyways, this big worm would crawl around in the sewers, and it would come up sometime and snatch up little boys and girls like you. So I took it down, blasted it with these, She smiled before raising her arms and allowing them to begin glowing their sapphire shade, much to Ava's excitement. "Awesome!" she shouted before taking another bite of her meal. "Your arm colors are so pretty." "Well, thank you." "While we're on the topic, Victor, did you grow some of your teeth back in the past few hours?" asked Rosita. "Is that one of your powers?" Without answering the question verbally, Sindris and I shared a glance, both of us smirking at one another. Now seemed like a time as good as any to reveal what we knew about Ava. "What?" Daniel and Rosita asked simultaneously. Both of them looked over at us with confusion and intrigue. "Is there something we're missing?" Rosita grilled. "We think that Ava has abilities. Special abilities," I declared. Both Daniel and Rosita's eyes widened as they stared back at us. I could hear both of their heartbeats increase in speed, but Rosita relaxed her expression after a few seconds, it instead morphing into skepticism over shock. "I think maybe you're both misreading some things. I haven't seen her show any signs of—" Oh my god, powers? Do I have powers? Please, I want powers," Ava blurted, cutting Rosita off. "Miss," Sindris began, addressing Rosita. "When the three of us were walking down that sewer tunnel, and you started to feel not so good. You looked pretty sickly, like the color was draining from you. But as soon as Ava hugged you, your pigmentation returned to normal. You looked way better, and seems like you were more energetic." "I do have super healing, ma'am," I added. "But growing completely new teeth back is something that would take days, even for me, not an hour. Droven broke some of my ribs and nearly cracked my sternum, and it would take me at least several hours to heal from something like that. Your daughter has a gift." "I'm not saying I don't believe you," Daniel interjected. "But this is coming as a shock to all of us. In her childhood, we never noticed any, special developments." "Well, was there any point you three were separated while you were being held by the Proctans?" "Well, they did come to take," Daniel began, before just like Rosita, he was cut off by his daughter. "They took me to a bad room and gave me shots, like at the doctor. They hurt," Ava exclaimed. Sindris and I exchanged another glance, one of complete mutual understanding and intention. "Sweetheart," came Sindris, "did you see what was in those shots they gave you?" "Just a weird green water. It looked like slime." "You didn't tell us they injected you with something?" Rosita erupted. "Are you okay, princess? Is there anything else? Anything else at all they did to you that you haven't told us? You could be hurt or poisoned." Rosita then embraced Ava in a tight, maternal hug. Daniel joined in, attempting to comfort the both of them. "We're just glad you're alright, princess. That's all that matters." "I feel okay, I promise," Ava pleaded with her parents. Sindris and I quietly agreed that it would be best for us to let them have the room, so as not to interrupt their moment together. She planned on going out to search for more food and supplies. The both of us headed for the window inside the room I was laying down in earlier. Sindris peered her head out, while I listened out for anything out of the ordinary. Ultimately, I decided I was gonna hang back and keep an eye on the family in case something happened. Sindris flew out and then hovered in the air just a few feet outside the window, looking down at me as we locked eyes. "I shouldn't be gone longer than a couple of hours. Just keep them safe. I'll make sure I don't come back empty-handed." "Watch your back out there. Droven's still alive, and now completely under that shithead Cawthorn's control. If you see them, keep your distance, and don't let them see you come back here. Last thing we need is you down for the count." "I will. Don't worry," she smiled. "Take care of them and yourself, Victor." "Will do," I nodded. After she had taken off, I heard some light footsteps approach me from behind, ones that were accompanied by a faint heartbeat. I turned, finding Rosita and Daniel both standing there with their arms crossed, looking at me. "We believe you. About Ava." Daniel spoke up before I could. "I know we were a bit, skeptical back there. Just kind of a hard thing to immediately accept." "You're not stupid. You guys just got done spending months being locked up and prepped to be used as guinea pigs by the aliens. I'm sure it wasn't the first thing on your minds. Sindris told us that your brother passed away. We wanted to offer our condolences. What was his name, if that's okay to ask? Said Rosita. Sean. He was an EMT. Saved more lives than I ever could. Well, may Sean rest in peace, Daniel declared with a respectful nod. Thank you. That means a lot, really. We don't mean to pry. Just figured it would be nice to get to know you as all. Get to know Victor, not Rubble, he added. Well, enough about me. What did you two do before all this? Accountant, Rosita said with a hand raised shyly. A few different things, but my most recent gig was delivery driver, Daniel chimed in. Decent pay? Actually, yeah, wasn't too bad. Boss ended up giving me a bonus a few months before all this started. Took these two on vacation. Hey, awesome. Where to? A little beach over down in the Daniel was cut off abruptly and without warning as I felt a powerful force collide into my back. Powerful enough to throw me forward with a great speed and slamming right into both Daniel and through the wall behind him. I crashed through pipes and drywall, unable to get a hold of my bearings until seconds after the fact. Ava, run! Now! Right now! I heard Rosita shout. It was only after I pushed a large slab of drywall off of my back that I heard the sound of a repetitive whirring, as well as several heartbeats. The Proctans, they had found us. My focus on them quickly faded when I looked down, and my expression from confusion and haste shifted into horror. I could feel my heart almost stop and all the color drain from my face as my blood-covered hands began to twitch. No, 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 no! I shouted, looking down at my forearms, almost smothered in blood, a lot of which dripped down onto the mangled corpse of Daniel. His body sustained wounds that made him nearly unrecognizable. Seeing Proctan corpses was one thing, but this was another far more terrible sight. My mouth involuntarily gaped as I held my hands up. My chest and stomach were covered with bits of gore. Whatever had thrown me forward, likely a Proctan blaster, had done it with enough force to make me crush him into a mutilated mess. There was no heartbeat coming from him anymore, and he definitely died on impact. Which was for the better. There was no need for him to suffer. But still, it was no less horrifying to see what was left of him right there, in front of me. Yet another death on my hands that I was powerless to stop. Shit, fucking shit. I cursed and swore, using my sleeves to wipe the blood off of my face after I heard the terrified screams of Rosita and Ava. Screams that were much more along the lines of them fearing for their lives rather than being grief-stricken. They hadn't seen what happened to Daniel, but at some point, the truth would have to be told, and it was going to be a conversation no one was ready for. I had to force myself to move. Rosita and Ava's lives were in danger, and despite what I had just witnessed, I needed to make sure they did not succumb to a similar fate. I could hear them on the floor below. I flew downward through the floor so fast and stopped so suddenly that the blood on my body had been whisked away. Rosita and Ava screamed as I impacted just in front of them. The dust of concrete and drywall kicked up around us as the hard stairs cracked beneath my feet. And in the distance, I could hear repetitive metal clanking coming up the very same stairs. Ava burst into tears out of sheer fear. Rosita held her tight in an attempt to comfort her, despite the fact that I could hear her heart beating just as rapidly as her daughter's. Without any further hesitation, I kicked a section of the wall, my foot bursting through the drywall and cement, hollowing it out and making a hole big enough for the three of us to escape out of. The metal clanking and other heartbeats moved closer, and they were almost at our level on the stairwell. I grabbed Rosita and Ava, picked them up and flew them out of the hole and through an alleyway between two buildings, narrowly avoiding the structures. My flight speed had to be kept limited, unless I wanted them to end up being burned to a crisp by the air compression while flying beyond hypersonic speeds. Even with Ava's healing abilities, I was unsure if she and her mother would be able to bounce back from such a grisly injury. But I didn't make it far before I was thrown off course by a laser blast right in my leg. I tumbled through the air, still holding onto Ava and Rosita as I attempted to regain control of my momentum. And I almost didn't in time, but in the split second before we collided with the ground, I turned myself so I was facing up at the sky while holding the two above me, my back sliding along the asphalt of the street and tearing it up, leaving the both of them unharmed. I came to a stop and both of them moved out of my grasp as I got back to my feet, the dust of the broken asphalt falling off my back and shoulders. "Look out!" Ava screamed. I peered to where she pointed and laid eyes on a Proctan some 60 yards away, preparing to shoot us with his blaster, indicated by him having it raised to his shoulder. My hearing didn't pick him up in the chaos, but it didn't matter. I closed the distance between him and me in a fraction of a second, long before he was able to fire off a shot. The uppercut I delivered to stop him from doing so sent him well above the clouds. 5 more Proctans emerged from an alleyway. I wasted no time flying toward them. I grabbed the closest one by the legs, snatching him up right where he stood and slamming him into the other 4 as if he were a baseball bat, knocking them all into the 3rd floor of an adjacent building. Just as I went to further pummel the Proctan soldier in my hand, I myself was hit so hard that I was thrown across the street and into what used to be a pet store, smashing through the front window and into the office. Fearing for Ava and Rosita's mortality, I immediately flew back out, only to be hit again the moment I crossed the threshold between the sidewalk and the broken window. Down the road I went for several yards before crashing into a news van. A dent in the middle formed so deep that it threatened to split the vehicle in half. I frantically peered forward, laying eyes on Jovan, who hovered a few feet off the ground. His eyes and expression had been completely drained of any expressive emotion as he floated there with his arms crossed. Several yards behind them were Rosita and Ava, surrounded by a group of 4 Proctans, all holding their blasters just inches from their heads. And between both the group and Jovan was Commander Carthon, suited up and holding 2 sonic grenades. "Do not move any further," he snarled. "If you fly so much as an inch closer, she dies," he said, nodding at Rosita. "And you may be fast enough to prevent it, but I am aware it's far too large of a risk to take for you. I have grown tired of your antics, and I have come with a proposal that should satisfy both your needs and mine." "Go fuck yours," I growled, only to be cut off by my own paint yelling as Carthon activated both sonic grenades. I cupped both hands over my ears, the vibrations rattling my head and skull. But surprisingly enough, it wasn't quite as bad as before Ava had healed me. Perhaps her powers were somehow able to increase my resistance to sonic attacks. The grenades suddenly ceased, both being deactivated by Carthon. He focused on me, an annoyed expression forming. "You are a powerful specimen, Victor. That much is obvious, and this back and forth of continuous slaughter and destruction will continue endlessly at this rate." He paused. "You have something that belongs to us, a resource far more valuable than any weapon," he went on, nodding over to Ava. "Give us the girl, and we will allow you, her mother, and Sindris to go free, so long as you do not interfere with our operations any longer. Honor these terms, and I will ensure that my soldiers do you no further harm or create you no more hardship from this day forward. Otherwise, they will die, and we will continue this mindless war between one another." "You bunch of ugly, stupid aliens!" Ava shouted, teary-eyed. "Where is my husband?" Rosita snarled at the Proctan soldier just to her right, disregarding the blaster pointed directly at her temple. "Speaking of," Carthon interjected, not acknowledging either of them. "Her father can still be salvaged, but once his corpse begins to reach advanced rot, even her abilities won't be able to reverse the damage. I'd make your decision with haste." "What? What does that even mean? Victor?" Rosita cried out, desperately glaring at me with an expression that screamed she was desperate for answers, and rightfully so. I wasn't going to hand Ava over to the Proctans. Never. But if there was a way I could save her father, I needed to try. I needed to deceive them, make them believe I fully intended to agree to these absurd and idiotic terms. Carthon was correct in saying that I wasn't ready to take the risk of crossing the distance and disarming the Proctans surrounding Ava and her mother in time before their blasters activated, but only because Jovan was right there, and he'd likely be able to stop or impede me along the way. Even if I was a bit faster than him, the slightest obstacle in that regard would mean both Ava's and Rosita's death. I could only hope that Sindris would return soon. I need her help now more than ever before. Carthon began to appear impatient. Ava and Rosita both swore and hurled insults at him and the other Proctan soldiers, as he fully kept his attention on me. "So," he began, "what will it be? Victor." "You're full of I snarled at Carthon. "You expect me to believe you'd make some sort of deal after everything you've already done?" "As I've stated previously, your antics are costing me soldiers and resources. It's become clear that you are an elusive man. Even with the means to neutralize you, it's been far more trouble than I see as necessary. You care for your people, and I'm giving you a way to secure their safety. And because of you and your people, one of them is already dead. You killed their dad and her husband," I exclaimed, pointing over to Ava and Rosita. I got to my feet, which caused Jovan to uncross his arms and prepare for a potential fight. One that might have been coming sooner than I thought. "You fried and took over the brain of one of my best friends. You killed my brother and almost all of my people. And you really think I'd make a fucking deal with you?" "Enough, Victor," Carthon spat. "This pointless rambling is unproductive. I want to see my daddy, now," Ava erupted. She then turned and grabbed the leg of the Proctan soldier immediately to her left. Fearing for the repercussions, I took off, flying forward in her direction, only to be grabbed in a hitlock by Jovan. "Get off me!" I shouted as I shoved my elbow back into Jovan's ribs, causing him to groan in pain and be thrown back far enough to loosen his grasp. I quickly turned around and followed it up with a left hook, sending Jovan crashing through skyscrapers several blocks away. "Bring no harm to the girl," I hear Carthon shout angrily. "She must be kept alive. Call the warships and kill the rest." I wasted no time getting over to Ava and Rosita, flying past Carthon with enough speed that he was thrown off his feet by the wind I generated. But by the time I had closed the distance between me, Ava, and her mother, the Proctans around her had already fallen to the ground, save for one. I looked back, but only for a split second, as I could hear the sonic boom created by Jovan in the distance as he made his way back over. And in that same frame of time, Ava had leapt onto the chest of one of the Proctan who was still standing, screaming and howling cries that were a mix of grief, heartbreak, and unfiltered rage. "You killed my daddy, you stupid, ugly, annoying aliens! I hate you!" she bellowed, not letting up in her attack. Before he could attempt to pry her off in such a way that wouldn't cause her harm, he too suddenly collapsed, just as his comrades did. After getting a closer look at the Proctan Ava had leapt onto, I could see that, through the transparent helmet of his suit, his face was covered in grisly wounds. While I wasn't an expert on Proctan biology, those same wounds looked like they were already somehow in advanced stages of decomposition. And as strange of a revelation as it wasn't something I had time to focus on. I looked out for Carthon, who was nowhere to be seen or heard for that matter. He couldn't have gotten far. I tried to listen out, but the whirring of the warship engines drowned out his heartbeat. Is it true? Is my Daniel gone?" came Rosita once I made it over, her grief more than evident. "We're gonna save him, I promise," I replied softly. With both Jovan and the warships I could hear in the distance approaching, I reached out to grab both of them, with Ava first refusing to step into my grasp. She stood firm, tears falling from her cheeks as she yelled with aching grief. "Honey, my sweet girl, we can still save Daddy, but we have to go with Victor, or we're gonna get hurt." "They killed my daddy," Ava thundered. "They killed him! They killed him!" The whirring of the warship's engines intensified, and I knew that time was running thin. Without any warning, I grabbed them both and flew them into an alleyway at the safest but fastest speed I could manage, where they'd be hidden and out of sight. After which, I darted back over to the hotel, flying right through the wall that Daniel's corpse was just on the other side of. 2 unarmored and exposed Proctans greeted me on the other side, both of them standing over Daniel's body with some sort of high-tech medical equipment strapped to their backs. It looked as if they were going to harvest tissue, blood, bone, or some other form of DNA from him, probably for another one of their twisted experiments. I dealt with both of them by violently clapping my hands together at an upward angle in order to ensure the resulting shockwave didn't blast into Daniel's remains. Which thankfully, it didn't, but it did catapult the 2 Proctans back at a bullet-like speed, crashing through the wall behind them and then being splattered against the exterior of the adjacent building like bugs on a windshield. I grabbed Daniel's body without any hesitation, and I flew back over to Rosita's and Ava's location. I kept my back turned when landing near them, not wanting Ava to see the gruesome sight of her father. Rosita, despite her still ever-present grief, instructed Ava to close her eyes. I looked over at both of them, ensuring that Ava's eyes were indeed closed before fully turning myself around with Daniel's body. Rosita gasped upon seeing him. She threw her hand over her mouth. And the next thing that came out of mine made me feel like the asshole of the century. "I'm sorry, I really am, but we have to hurry. They're gonna find us soon." Rosita's hands shook as she grabbed onto her daughter's, telling her once more to keep her eyes shut. After planting a kiss on her forehead and telling her she loved her, Rosita then guided Ava's hand onto the shoulder of Daniel's body. She made contact, and at first, nothing changed. And my heart sank. I could almost see the color drain from Rosita's face as the wave of realization that she might not get her husband back, the man she both spent her life and created a child with, hit her. The seconds ticked by, and 3 of us maintained a deafening silence. However, the expressions Rosita and I exchanged were louder than anything that ever could have left our mouths. Time was running out. "Come on, Daddy. Please come back," Ava sniveled, her fingers gripping tighter around her father's shoulder. Once again, nothing seemed to change. But after a few seconds passed, my jaw went agape in amazement, something that I hadn't experienced in a long while. Daniel's open wounds began to slowly close up, muscle tissue and flesh reforming and repairing at a speed far beyond what was normally possible. His spilled blood, even the dried bits, evaporated and or disappeared. His bones snapped back into place while his eyes reformed and nose was realigned. His skin smoothed over as if it were never displaced. And soon, his face had fully reconstructed. It was barely a few seconds after that when I heard his heartbeat begin again. And there he was, alive. He gasped before sitting up in my arms and eventually getting to his feet. Rosita and Ava immediately threw their arms around him, embracing him in a teary-eyed 3-person hug. "Oh my God, oh God," Rosita gasped. "Daddy, you're okay," Ava added on, holding her father with a vice grip. As much as I wanted to let them enjoy their moment, Joven and the Proctans had nearly found us. They were close, no more than 1,000 feet away. I turned to grab the 3 of them, only for Daniel to stop me in my tracks, holding a hand up to my chest. "Something wrong?" I asked. "Because I gotta get you guys out of here. It's not safe." "Wait just a damn minute. You've saved our lives, fought for us, so let us return the favor." Daniel then looked over at his wife, both of them sharing a look of mutual understanding. "Those blaster guns they carry around, bring a couple to us. We might not have powers, but I'll be damned if I'm gonna continue to let them throw us around. Look, it's too dangerous. I began, only for Rosita to cut me off. Let us help. Please, Victor. We'll make sure to keep our distance. Like, those assholes killed our people and took our planet, so we want to make them hurt for it just as much as you do. I've already let enough people die on my watch, I retorted. I can't have it happen again. Listen to yourself, Victor. Sure, you're a hell of a force to be reckoned with, but the failure to protect the planet does not just fall on you. The government, the army across hundreds of countries, the hundreds of fallen heroes, the authority figures in charge of commanding those people. It doesn't all just fall on you. You need to get the hell out of that headspace. You did what you could. I looked down, somewhat defeated. I knew in the back of my head and in my heart that she was right, but it felt impossible to push myself to that same conclusion. I held what was left of my brother's body in my arms because I couldn't make it in time, because I failed to save him, and then everyone else. When I fly across the sky and see the skeletons of kids in their mother's arms, and soldiers who were sent to their deaths, I know I could have been the one to prevent that. But I failed. I did what I could, and it wasn't enough. Not even close. You are a hero, Victor. But sometimes, the good guys don't win. They just don't. As much as we would want that to be the case, all the time, it can't be. Daniel interjected. Now, bring us the damn blasters, because we're gonna help you whether you like it or not. You are a good guy, Mr. Strongman. You helped me save my daddy. Ava cheered to back up her father. As he said, you helped us. Now let us help you, came Rosita. And be quick. They're gonna find us soon. Even I can hear them now. I sighed, looking between the three of them as they stared back at me with strong conviction. I opened my mouth somewhat slowly, about to speak, only for Ava to jump forward and suddenly throw her arms around me in a tight hug. Her parents quickly joined her, all three of them wrapping their arms around me. Surprised, but delighted, I returned the expression, doing so with caution, of course. But I can physically feel myself calm down as much as possible in the context of the situation. The Proctans and Jovan were dangerously close to finding us now, and there was no time to hesitate, despite how much I enjoyed the moment. Thank you guys, I said just before pulling away from the hug. After which, I turned and flew back, blitzing my way through the first floor of the skyscraper behind me and onto the street where the decomposed Proctan bodies still lay. Their blasters sat scattered next to them, and I picked up two and flew the half a mile or so back to the family in a fraction of a second, hoping that I wasn't spotted by Jovan on my way back into the alley. I handed a blaster to Daniel and Rosita each, showing them where the triggers and barrels were so they could operate them properly. Ava seemed a bit disappointed she didn't get a blaster of her own, but I told her she had the most important role here, that if anyone got hurt, she would make them better with just a single touch. These things are a lot lighter than I thought they'd be, Daniel announced, hoisting the blaster up to his shoulder as if it were a rifle. Let's kill these bastards, Rosita added. Yeah, let's kill those Ava began before being swiftly cut off by her mother. Don't repeat that. I turned my head back to the three of them just before saying, remember, keep your distances. The Proctans were now 2 buildings down. I could hear at least a dozen of them approaching, but I knew just the best way to slow them down. Call out for me if anything happens. I'll be right back, I said, before taking flight and making a hard left into the crevice between buildings. I flew behind the back of the building the Proctans were on the other side of. They, of course, weren't able to detect my presence, which is what I was counting on. The building itself was a large, 70-story high-rise luxury apartment unit, but now left empty without a single soul in sight. I flew up what I eyeballed to be just over half the building's height, and then shoved my arm inside the exterior wall at one end. I kept it embedded inside as I flew down to the other end, dragging my arm through the concrete, rebar, and steel, and breaking it apart like a knife through cake. I increased my speed and did a full rotation around the building, and once it had been fully disconnected from the rest of the structure above, I quickly flew back behind it and gave it a slight push with my left hand, which was all that was needed. Thousands of tons of debris and rubble was now on its way down. I could hear one soldier on the other side shouting to the other Proctans to begin using their blasters to try and break it apart, as well as having Droven fly and catch the falling structure. I flew around to the front, confronting Droven just as he put his hands above his head to catch the tumbling half of the building. I quickly dashed and struck him square in the chin with a surprise blow, hard enough to send him back well over a mile and causing a booming shockwave. "Sorry, buddy," I muttered. I looked down before continuing to pursue Droven. One of the Proctans had nearly hit me with a blaster shot. Except for once, he wasn't aiming at me. He was aiming at the literal building about to fall on them. This was confirmed by him also yelling at the others to blast it apart into smaller chunks so they would end up trapped under much less debris at once. They surely weren't able to run fast enough to get out of the way, especially because Daniel and Rosita were picking their hits around the corner from the alleyway, firing at them with their own blasters and keeping them pinned in their current position. I planned to keep a closer eye on them in particular, especially knowing that they wanted to take Ava. The Proctans' suits endowed them with great physical strength, but nothing beyond lifting a couple dozen tons or so. Definitely not enough to move the weight of half a damn building. Sure, it would protect them from being instantly smushed like bugs once it fell completely on them, but it doesn't mean they were going to throw all the rubble right off of them and call it a day once they were buried. With them distracted, I could focus on subduing Droven while keeping an eye on the family until Syndra's came back. The lack of warships that I had just heard nearby earlier puzzled me. I wasn't sure if they were saving them for some sneak attack on me or what, but I kept in my mind to be on the lookout for them, even in all of this chaos. After all, keeping track of multiple elements of a battle was something I had been trained for. Nonetheless, Droven had begun flying back to me. His expression was one of sheer rage, and he had his fist pulled back as he tore through the air like a human missile, charging right for me. So I did the same, darting forward and flying at him, while preparing for a devastating clash as we both roared at one another. When I first happened upon the unguarded Proctan outpost, my first thoughts were that it was a trap. But after searching everything within a half-mile radius around the place and didn't find a single soldier or unarmored Proctan, not that it necessarily meant they weren't keeping tabs on this place, somehow. Regardless, I entered inside. Not because I was looking for a fight, but because the outpost itself was inside an old grocery store that should have still had plenty of canned foods and other goods that hadn't spoiled. Not to mention seeds we could plant when we begin farming for our own food, something Victor and I went over with each other previously. We both didn't know what the hell to do as far as farming goes, but we figured we were gonna try our best and learn together. I approached what used to be the front entrance of the store. In the middle of the parking lot behind me sat an unmanned warship. And just to ensure that I didn't make myself a sitting duck, I combined both my arm blasts and annihilated each turret and sonic projection barrel on it. I thought that would surely catch the attention of any Proctans that might have been nearby. Hell, I even waited for a few minutes afterward to see if any would show. But no. Utter silence. Guess they had better things to do for the time being. I flew inside the store, dodging the small hill of debris of the partially collapsed ceiling. Inside the store was mostly what you'd expect. Cracked tile floors, half-stocked shelves. But at the back of the store, mainly where the dairy and the essentials were, is where you could tell the Proctan architecture took over. The walk-in freezer had been turned into some sort of oversized cryo chamber. Behind the glass were all sorts of different, strange alien creatures, most likely deceased, hooked up to various wires and tubes, similar to the bodies behind the glass in the warehouse outpost. At the far end of this makeshift cryo chamber was a large, high-tech metallic door. Next to it sat some sort of keypad that projected holographic numbers and letters that weren't familiar. The walls the door was attached to were seemingly reinforced with that same damn metal they use for nearly everything else. In front of the door was a large rectangular bolt, which I'm assuming would only be lifted up to have the door be opened if you entered the right code into the holographic keypad. At least, that's usually how I see it work in the movies. But luckily, having lasers that nearly reach the temperature of the sun's surface can help bypass that sort of thing. I raised both of my arms, aiming them directly at the door, and I concentrated my beams after combining them together. Victor had mentioned to me that after his wounds and injuries had been healed by Ava, he felt stronger than ever. And sure, he could have just been saying that he felt rested and restored. But something tells me it genuinely did enhance and amplify his abilities greater than they were before. And the kid in me had sort of hoped the same thing applied to myself as well. Regardless, once my beam struck the door, it melted a hole right through. I traced the beam in a large circle, cutting out a section of the door big enough for me to fit through. I poked my head in first, cautiously of course, and all I could see was a long dark metallic hallway, with the sound with what I could only describe as a paint groaning coming from the end of it. I stepped into the hall, and immediately a deep red light began to flash repeatedly, as if I had tripped some sort of alarm system. On top of that, there came a faint whirring sound, as if something was being charged up. I looked further down the hall and spotted what looked to be two futuristic Gatling guns with laser blasters in place of a typical conventional multi-barrel firearm, one on the left wall and one on the right. A royal blue light began to glow on the blasters as the barrels shifted in my direction, aiming right for me as the whirring sound's volume increased. I quickly threw my arms out and fired off my own beams just as the blasters discharged. The resulting shockwave of the lasers meeting one another annihilated both turrets and generated enough force to shake the entire corridor. I was knocked back and slammed into the wall behind me, but quickly recovered. Laying eyes on the smoldering Gatling blasters, the red lights ceased flashing. And instead, the room was flooded with more typical, stagnant white lighting.
"Carthon, is that you? You fool?"
Came the same hoarse, exhausted voice I had assumed was making the paint groaning.
"Let me out of here. Whether I perish or not, Braxis will come to know the truth of what you've done here eventually,"
it continued. I flew down the hall, my eyes still adjusting to the sudden flooding of light. But once they did, I wasn't exactly sure how I felt about what I saw. At the end of the hallway are what looked to be containment or imprisonment cells, similar to the ones the family that Victor and I saved were held in. There were 3 in total, but the 2 on the very ends sat vacant. Only the one in the middle had anyone inside it. Behind the lasers that acted as the lethal cell bars sat a prisoner I was not expecting. A Proctan. Of course, he had no armor, and along with being inside the cell itself, his hands were shackled together by a chain. He had several lacerations around his body, particularly his head and neck. One was just inches away from one of his eyes on his front face. Upon seeing me, he appeared apprehensive and fearful. Not that it was shocking. After all, we were the enemy. I was assuming he had committed some form of insubordination. Not that the backstory as to why he was in there really mattered, nor did I care.
How did you find me?"
he asked with a hint of desperation. Realizing that there wasn't anything of use inside that expanse, I turned to fly back out the way I came, only for the Proctan to call out to me.
"Wait, please, I beg of you. Please just tell me who you are. Are you from this planet?"
I stopped my flight, hovering in the air, but didn't turn around when giving my reply. "I'd give up on talking. The only reason you're still alive is because you look miserable enough already."
No, you don't understand. You have to get me out of here before they return."
"Why in the hell would I want to do that?" I snapped, now turning to face the Proctan, my arms beginning to glow bright sapphire as my blood boiled. "You think I give a shit that you're suffering? Boo-hoo. The poor fucking genocidal alien has a boo-hoo and is in timeout. Cry me a river. The day you bring back the billions of people you and your hideous army of dimwits killed is the day I just might give a shit enough to maybe look your way. Try talking to me again, and I'll vaporize you."
"Please,"
he begged, raising his shackled arms. And I raised mine as well, preparing to deliver on my threat. But what he said next stopped me in my tracks.
"You don't understand. We were never supposed to come here. Earth This planet, it's a rogue mission, an act of betrayal and treason against our Emperor that has been orchestrated by Commander Carthon. Our journey was never supposed to have taken us here, but to a planet much further away within the galaxy. Our homeworld's resources are dwindling. Carthon wanted this planet because it was far larger and far more resource-rich than the uninhabited one Proxia had originally set forth as our second celestial body to colonize. When I protested and threatened to report this conspiracy of treason to the Emperor, he imprisoned me, tortured me, and still is planning to execute me. I may not be able to restore all the lives Carthon and his forces have taken, but if I can get a message sent to our Emperor, there may be a chance that he can arrive here, confront Carthon, and get his soldiers off this planet so they can be rightfully punished and tried for their crimes. You don't have to sympathize or help me anyway beyond that. I understand that my people have caused you a great and heinous injustice that can never be reversed or forgotten. But if you can help me ensure that the right individuals on my world hear about the atrocities they've committed here, I will do whatever it takes to help you rebuild what has been taken from you. Why should I believe a damn word you say? You shouldn't. I have no weapons, no armor, no way to defend myself, and nothing to lose. I want to see Carthon burn for what he has done. I won't attempt to compare my anger to your justified rage, but I can assure you that he will face justice one way or another. But I'd rather it would be sooner than later. I pondered. The vast majority of my instinct told me that this was a flat-out lie, that he was put up to this by his people and would blast me in the back with a laser weapon the moment I freed him. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized that there wasn't much to lose in this situation. If he was lying, which he likely was, then I could simply kill him and be done with it. But if he wasn't, and there genuinely was a chance that the Proctans could be pulled away from Earth and punished by their own people back home, then I would be a fool for not taking it. Although there were some red flags nonetheless. The first would be, why hold him here? On Earth, where one of us could discover him and he could spill the beans. The second being, why hadn't Carthon killed him if he genuinely posed a threat to his rogue mission? The alarm that you activated when entering here alerted Carthon's forces. It won't be long before they're upon us. If you truly wish to leave or kill me, then I am powerless to stop you. But our time for pondering is thin. I hovered in the air, as silent as could be. This decision was one that I was surely hesitant about, for more reasons than one. But if there was an opportunity to help right some of my wrongs, and I didn't take it, I wasn't sure I'd be able to live with myself. If there was a chance, then I needed to take it. September 9th, 2015, 11 years before the Proctans' arrival. I sat on the park bench, sipping a can of strawberry-flavored Fanta as the ding of a notification on my cell phone emerged. Be there in a bit. Just left the drive-thru a few minutes ago. Said the text from Sean. I smiled, getting ready to reply before I heard two voices, feminine in nature, call out my name. I looked up and laid eyes on a mother and her young daughter approaching me, both of them sporting matching tracksuits. "Hey, you're Rubble!" exclaimed the mother, and she sped walk towards me with her daughter in tow. The young girl somewhat struggled to keep up at her mother's pace. "My family and I are huge fans. My daughter and I here actually just saw you on the news yesterday. We don't mean to disturb your alone time. She's just wondering if she could say hi." "Of course. How are you two this afternoon?" I asked, standing up upon both of them approaching the bench. "We're great actually, thank you. I wish my husband was here. He's a huge fan as well." "Hey, that means a lot. Thank you." I nodded with a smile. "You two seem to be getting in some good exercise this afternoon." Once they had reached an acceptable distance, the daughter shyly moved and hid behind her mother's leg with a mischievous smile. "Oh, it's alright, Emma. Come on. He's friendly. Sorry, by the way. She doesn't mean any offense by it. She's just a bit shy," the mother began as she blew a strand of hair out of her face. "None taken," I replied. "You guys just out enjoying the last warm days before winter?" "Yeah, we're actually from Florida, so we're still getting used to the cold, huh? Not exactly equipped for the chilly weather, but we'll make do. We're setting up a home gym so we can stay in shape while hibernating." Before answering, I heard the beep of a vehicle being locked just before the sounds of rapid footsteps approaching me from behind followed. I turned and saw Sean running his way over in my direction, a bag of fast food burgers in one hand and a drink tray in the other. "This is my brother Sean, by the way," I proclaimed, pointing a finger in his direction, prompting the pair to giggle in amusement as Sean came to a somewhat clumsy stop just by my side, nearly spilling the drink tray before I reached out and grabbed it. "Alright, old man, I got your double-stacked cheeseburger, and they were out of medium-sized fries, so I just ordered you a large. Figured you'd need the calories." He huffed, opening the back before turning to the duo in front of me with an expression of embarrassment. "Sorry about that, I'm Sean," he gasped, reaching out for a handshake from the mother. "Rubble's less strong but cooler brother." "Well, it's nice to meet you, Sean. I'm Laura, and this is my daughter Iris. Oh, and I see you're an EMT. Thank you for doing what you do. Both of you. Not sure what we'd do without heroes like you guys." "We thank you guys for your appreciation. It really means a lot," I replied with a nod and smile. "Well, we don't want to interrupt your afternoon any further. We've got a few errands to run. Go ahead and say bye, sweetie," Laura added, leaning down and encouraging her daughter to continue their jog. "Hey, it's no problem at all. Have a great one, you two," Sean interjected. Iris meekly put her head down after giving us a slow wave, one which my brother and I both returned. "Some nice folk," came Sean as we both went to sit down on the bench, the bag of food being set between us. "Definitely. How was the drive over?" I asked, reaching into the back to grab my burger. "Was pretty smooth until I got caught in rush hour traffic downtown. Sat there for so long that I was able to kick my feet up on the dash and watch some Netflix." "Yeah, I used to remember having that problem too," I said with a lightly mocking tone. "Hardy har, if I could fly, I'd do it better than you," Sean rebutted with a chuckle before going to take a bite of his cheeseburger. "How's work been lately?" I inquired. "Well, the good news is the boss gave me a raise. Bad news is that it was only 3%. I'll take it though. Still saving up for that boat you and I were looking at the other day. Still want to get the fishing licenses too? Catch some trout for dinner a couple nights a week?" "You bet your ass I do," he smiled while bringing a few french fries up to his mouth. "Well, we can always," I began, only to get swiftly cut off by the ringing of my cell phone. After grabbing it out of my pocket, I saw that it was my director's contact. I picked it up, putting the phone to my ear, and was immediately greeted with his panicked tone. "Victor, I need you up in Toronto. There is a magnitude 6 kaiju wreaking havoc, and Droven's busy over in Russia. If you don't take that thing down soon, it's gonna lay waste to the whole damn continent." "Shit," I exclaimed. "I'll be there in less than 15 seconds. I hung up the phone, turning to Sean as he kept chewing. "Do what you gotta do, I'll be here," he smiled. "I'm sorry, man. I'll make it up to you. I promise." "Nope, don't apologize. Just go save the day, alright?" he stated, rather firm, patting me on the shoulder. I set my phone down on the bench, leaving it with Sean before flying up far enough above the park where the inevitable sonic boom wouldn't be harmful to those below. Once I reached sufficient height, I took off toward Toronto. My civilian clothes ended up getting vaporized at the speed I accelerated to. Thank God I had my combat suit on underneath. Present day. Droven caught me off guard with a quick, flying dash forward that ended in a hard left hook. A booming shockwave erupted as his fist made contact with my chin. I tumbled back half a mile, but recovered well enough. I timed it just right and clapped my hands together as Droven came barreling toward me, creating a shockwave of my own that threw off his flight path. I darted over to him and struck him in the stomach, knocking the wind out of him then and there before swiftly flying behind him, putting both my hands together and slamming them down on his back. After colliding with the street below and generating a crater the size of a school building's foundation, he went to get back to his feet and take flight, gritting his teeth and snarling in an almost feral anger, gazing upon me with nothing but pure hatred and malintent. I flew down and punched him square in the chest. The force generated sent rupturing cracks up and around the side of the crater. As Jovan sunk further into the rock, I then lunged down and attempted to get my hands around his neck, only for him to quickly grab my arms, throw them to the side, and hit-butt me right in the chin. I flew back and slammed into the opposite wall of the crater. I tasted blood on the inside of my bottom lip, didn't get the chance to even spit it out before Jovan darted toward me, his arms outstretched in his flight. I stood to my feet and caught his wrists in my hands once he arrived, stopping him in his tracks. The rock beneath us began to crack and buckle as we struggled against one another. I then flew up and out of the crater and some 20 feet above what remained of the street, while hovering with Jovan in my grasp. I spun myself around repeatedly, steadily increasing my speed until it got to a point where I was completing hundreds of rotations per second. I let go, sending him far enough away to where he wouldn't be a problem long enough for me to check on the family and potentially locate Carthon wherever the hell he and the warships went. I made my way back over to Daniel, Ava, and Rosita, who were mostly keeping their backs against the building that acted as cover. The Proctans I dropped the building on were still buried underneath. Only one managed to climb his way out of the rubble. He appeared completely disoriented, shaking bits of concrete and chunks of metal off his suit. But before he was given the chance to take any further action, he was hit in the chest with a blaster beam from Rosita. He did a backflip as he slid down the pile of rubble, and I could see a circle of glowing red, searing metal on his suit in the chest area where the beam struck, his armor now significantly weakened. Daniel followed up with a second blast, which went straight through the weakened area of the armor and the chest of the Proctan. He fell without a single drop of blood spilling, the heat of the laser instantly cauterizing the grisly wound.
"You guys okay?"
I called out from the air, to which Daniel and Rosita responded by each giving a thumbs up. 6 more Proctans then emerged from the rubble, with one catching me off guard with a blaster shot to my chest as I was focused on the other 4. The blast knocked me back into the air several yards, but I regained my balance swiftly. Another then followed up by throwing a small circular metallic device in the air right in the direction of the family, no bigger than a crumpled up ball of printer paper. At first, I assumed it to be a sonic grenade, and I dashed down forward, catching it mid-air and then flying up nearly 1,000 damn feet before pulling my arm back to throw it into orbit. But just before it could leave my hand, it just suddenly exploded right there in my hand. And I'll tell you now, it knocked me back a hell of a lot further than the blaster. I didn't even get my bearings until I was at the bottom of a crater of my own making. But nonetheless, I shook my head, preparing to get right back into the fight, only to stop myself once I heard the panicked voices of Daniel and Ava.
"Let's move, now!"
Daniel shouted with a paternalistic tone. I flew up and out of the crater, laying eyes on the family as they ran frantically toward the end of the alleyway as dust was suddenly being kicked up around them. That's when I looked up higher and saw the source. My eyes widened as I caught sight of the building bordering on the left half of the alley falling over, or at least the top half of it. And just like the Proctans, the family wouldn't be able to run out of the area of the building's collision path in time. And while I had more than enough time to fly them out of the way in time, trying to grab them at set speed to get them out of the way would result in them being annihilated. On top of that, the only direction they could run in would put them right in the line of fire of the Proctans, who had just dug themselves out of the rubble pile I buried them under earlier. I acted as fast as I could and descended swiftly down just in front of all of the Proctans that emerged from the mountain of debris. I landed hard on the road. Cracks immediately formed beneath my feet that ruptured the surrounding road into several large chunks. The soldiers were thrown off balance, dropping their blasters just before I slammed my hands together and blew them back half a mile with another self-made shockwave. And without wasting any more time, I then flew back into the alley. The largest portion of building debris was only a few dozen feet or so above the family as they continued to sprint away. I flew up, put both my hands above my head and caught it. Of course, some chunks of it broke off and continued to fall, but overall, I had kept the majority of its mass up and suspended above my head, while Ava, Daniel, and Rosita all continued to run. And I couldn't help but feel relieved that I didn't have to watch them be crushed by thousands of tons of steel and concrete and rebar. I proceeded to fly up with the building still held over me, ascending some 100 yards before pulling back and launching it where I had blown the Proctans back with the shockwave. I looked down, yelling at the family to cover their ears before the building crashed down onto the Proctan soldiers. I flew up higher and looked around for the two warships I had been hearing, still unable to see or hear them. What I did hear, however, was far worse. The sound of Droven barreling towards me, and at first, the volume of the sonic boom confused me, seemingly coming from multiple directions. But once I was able to pinpoint it, my eyes widened and time seemed to almost stop. I wasn't sure if I even ended up audibly shouting the word no, or if it was just in my head. Droven was below, barreling right for Daniel and Rosita, mere feet away from obliterating the both of them. I flew down as fast as I could, slamming straight into him in the street below. The both of us struggled, locking hands and gritting our teeth as we fought for the upper hand.
Get back, now!
I shouted at the three. I used my leverage to push Droven's arms back and then quickly throw my hands around his neck. It was cold, like he had just stepped out of a freezer. We locked eyes, and in his expression, I only saw disconnected anger, no different than before.
I'm sorry, damn it,
was all I could weakly utter. I started to squeeze, applying pressure to his windpipe and the sides of his neck. Although we were able to hold our breaths for an extended period, we still needed oxygen in the first place, just like any regular man. He fought back and attempted to squirm from my grasp. I choked on the extra words I tried to muster up, but I just couldn't get them out. Rosita dropped her blaster and forced her daughter to look away, and I realized that this was not the place I wanted to do it. Not here, right in front of Ava. Sure, she's seen plenty of death up to this point, but she still was just a child. If I were to let Droven go, even for a few milliseconds, he would likely kill her parents and then bring her to Carthon. And in the event that he did harm Ava, and she wasn't able to heal her own injuries, then I would never forgive myself for allowing that to occur, and I don't think Daniel and Rosita would either, and I wouldn't blame them even a little bit.
Keep a lookout, Ava, now!
Rosita barked at her daughter, forcefully turning her away from the grim sight. Daniel and Rosita then looked up, pointing their blasters into the sky and firing them on two warships that had been hovering some 400 or 500 feet above us, seemingly heading for the rubble that the foot soldier Proctans were buried under. They guided the blasters as they increased the beam sizes and energy output, causing them both to stumble back because, yes, those things do have a kickback. Obviously not enough for the armored Proctans to notice, but enough to affect two regular people. Both beams missed the ship on the right, but struck the one on the left, and seemingly hit what appeared to be a thruster of some sort. This made the ship begin to spin out of control wildly, like a duck chasing its own tail. It did a swift compilation of a full 360s, before violently crashing the ship parallel to it, both of them erupting into explosive, charred messes upon impact. Droven gave me one final cold stare as I watched what little was left of him drain away right there in my hands. I believed in the concept of a fate worse than death, and I'd argue this was a prime example of it. A few more seconds went by, and he went limp. His heartbeat continued, but slowly weakened, and only seconds went by as I no longer heard him breathing. And there I stood, hunched over with his neck still in my hands. By no means was I ready to just get up and go, but I still had innocent lives to save. I grabbed Droven's neck and then the hunk of metal sticking out of his head, and with a groaning strain, I separated it from his skull. It made a mess on my hands. Brain matter and blood leaked out from the hole in his hidden skull. The device beeped and rumbled in my hands. There was a part of me that thought I should hold on to it. Maybe there was someone still alive that could study it, find out how it works, and if there's some way to detach it from someone without killing them. But bringing it with me would end up only hurting us in the long run, as I'm sure the Proctans would use it to track our location. I put it between both my hands and strained, crushing and deforming it in my palms. Afterwards, I put it in my right hand and grabbed the leg of Droven's corpse with my left, flew up several yards, and then threw them both in opposite directions, making sure each of them traveled at least a few dozen miles on their respective paths of trajectory. I had no clue if the Proctans possessed the technology to resurrect the dead, but I didn't want to take that chance. Droven deserved far better than that. But he was gone, and I had to focus on protecting the people who were still here, even if it meant not giving him a proper burial. The imprisoned Proctan looked at me with a pleading expression, and I looked between him and the end of the corridor. He was right. Carthon's forces would be upon us soon, and I needed to make a choice. I flew toward the cell and stood underneath the lasers. They felt a bit warm as they made contact with the top of my head and shoulders, but other than that, I sustained no damage. "Come on, crawl under me. We need to go, now, before I change my mind," I barked. "Thank you." He spoke with a grateful tone, before quickly sliding his mask underneath me and making it to the other side of the cell, out into the corridor. "Don't get your hopes up yet," I declared, the familiar sound of metal striking metal echoing from the opposite end of the corridor. I hovered into the air and prepared to blast the Proctan soldiers that inevitably entered in. But a few seconds passed. None did. I hovered there, staring blankly before considering going on the offensive, only to immediately drop that possibility when I saw a sonic grenade get tossed into the room. They must have cooked it somehow, because before it even hit the floor, it already let off that ear-piercing noise. And sure, it would be much worse if I did actually possess super hearing like Victor. Still definitely wasn't pleasant though. I cupped my hands over my ears, and it felt like I was being continuously smacked in the head with a frying pan from every possible angle. It was almost as if I could feel my brain bouncing around in my skull. 3 Proctan soldiers burst in, blasters drawn and at the ready. I only just about mustered the strength to pull my right arm away from my ear and aimed it towards them. I fired off my beam, and all 3 Proctans simultaneously fired off theirs from their blasters. The beams met around dead center of the corridor, and there we were, locked in a standoff. If the sonic grenade hadn't been breaking my concentration, my beam would have easily overpowered theirs. My concentration dwindled, while I simultaneously felt a warm stream of blood run down the right side of my face, clearly originating from my ear. The light emitting from all 3 beams was blinding, and I was unable to see anything in my peripheral vision. All I could see was the beams from the Proctan's blasters moving forward as mine retracted, and I knew I had to come up with something fast. I wasn't gonna die, but I couldn't risk them hitting the imprisoned Proctan. If he was telling the truth, he was likely our only hope at getting these bastards off our planet and justice for what they've done. The soldiers' beams continued to overpower mine, and I didn't even have enough time to react when it made contact with me, blowing me all the way back inside the cell the imprisoned Proctan was being held in, my body denting the rear's wall. After I hit the floor, it took me a quarter minute to stand back up. The grenade was still going, still making me wish I was deaf. I awkwardly got to my feet while stumbling a bit with my hands still cupped over my ears. I looked at the floor, trying to devise some sort of strategy that consisted of more than just point and shoot. But then I paused, and the sonic grenades blaring had ceased. Confused, I looked up, only to lay eyes on a sight I was not quite expecting. The imprisoned Proctan was standing there, a blaster in hand, and all 3 of his former comrades dead on the floor, and a smoldering red-hot streak of torn-up metal where the sonic grenade once was. 2 of the 3 of them had a hole in the middle of their armor, presumably where the prisoner Proctan had blasted them. The 3rd, however, was just missing his helmet and his head. I groaned and began walking forward, squinting my eyes and fixating on the prisoner. "Gonna guess you were a soldier of some sort?" I inquired, still groaning with the passing agony. "I was a combat and ethics training officer before Carthon stripped me of my title. I'll take a wild guess and say that considering everything that's happened, you never really got to use the second part of that title very much." The Proctan peered down at the floor, sighing before facing me once again. "I know this may sound idiotic, given what's been displayed to you so far, but I can assure you that not everyone in my species is evil. But Carthon, he is an utter monster given form, no better than a Yorthkan, and he has brainwashed and gaslit all the troops he's brought with him. And even if they don't blindly believe what he spews, they fear his wrath enough to continue their atrocities in his name, regardless of what they may believe." I raised my right hand, dabbing my middle and index finger into the stream of blood coming down from my ear as I raised an eyebrow at the Proctan. "Yorthkan? Apologies, I assume they don't have those here on your planet." The Proctan then made a hurried walk over to the corpse of a soldier who had his head melted off and began to undo the mechanisms on his suit to strip him of it. I do find it more than a bit odd that only 3 soldiers arrived. A prison security breach calls for at least 4 times those numbers, he commented as he began to put the metallic suit on himself. I have some people that are keeping the bulk of them busy, I added. Speaking of, you need to hurry up. I have to get back to them. Perhaps you should explain our situation before bringing me in their physical presence. The sight of me will likely be off-putting, and understandably so. Oh, don't worry, I will, cause if I don't, I've got a guy in my group who will literally punch your head off your shoulders before I could shout at him to stop. After I loaded Ava and her parents into a rusted minivan, I told them to all pick a seat and fasten their seatbelts. They did. Daniel lovingly ordered Ava to get into the back, while he and his wife took up the driver and front passenger seats with their blasters still in hand. And once they confirmed that the 3 of them were strapped in, I grabbed the vehicle from underneath, some of its metal underbody bending in my hand from the force of my grip. Just hang on, guys, I shouted. I'm gonna get us out of here. I took to the air, able to fly a bit faster now, with the peace of mind that the minivan would protect them from having their skin torn off their bodies by the intense wind. A bit of an exaggeration, I know, but you get the picture. Still though, I had to keep it much slower than my top speed regardless. I didn't have an exact idea of where to go, but I hid it in the general area where Sindris had gone to look for supplies. I figured there would be a better chance we'd all run back into each other. Do you think we'll find the laser lady? Ava asked, leaning out of the backseat window, much to the dismay of Rosita and Daniel, who demanded she put her head back inside the car. I mustered up a smile, despite the circumstances. I think so, I replied, doing my best to sound optimistic. As we soared along, I couldn't help but think about Joven. My hands were now stained with the blood of 2 human lives. And sure, I had the sense to recognize that those lives were not taken in cold blood or with evil intent. But it still didn't make it any less heavy on my conscience. Joven wasn't my father, brother, or best friend. He was still my fellow man, someone who fought for the people just like I had. He had done nothing to deserve his death. He just fell victim to horrific circumstances, and that was the hardest part to swallow for me. He was punished for simply being a victim. But this family who had done nothing to deserve what they were put through either, was alive and well because of my actions. I just wish it could be the same for everyone else too. All the families who were torn apart and destroyed by the invasion. Those who may still be alive have had their entire world taken from them by the Proctans. I won't act like humanity is this perfect, innocent species. We're not. But damn, when we did put our minds to it and focused on what's right, we could do and did some truly amazing things. We weren't always right, not even close. But we were sure as hell extraordinary when we came together to do good. October 16th, 2019, 7 years before the Proctans' arrival.
Mass simulation increase. Current weight, 225,000 tons.
The robotic female voice announced, echoing throughout the lab chamber. I kept my arms above my head, supporting the simulation block, which was now just a giant hunk of metal the size of a nuclear cooling tower. Not sure how the tech side of it works actually, but it's supposed to be able to simulate up to 1 million US tons. It's supposed to test and increase the strength of heroes who possess it at a level beyond Class 7. I had never been super invested in finding the exact limits of my abilities, but my director had ordered that I participate in more regular testing. He wasn't pleased when I said it felt like it was a bit of a waste of taxpayer money. Speaking of, he approached me, giving me an intrigued glare through his glasses as he held a closed binder on his right side. How do you feel? Pretty good. I think I'm getting stronger at a faster rate these last couple years. You taking super steroids or something without telling me? He asked sarcastically before looking over at the technicians operating the control panel on the mass simulator. Give him a 20% increase, he ordered. They fiddled with some switches, keys, and other contraptions. Again, I'm far from being a tech expert. All I knew was that whatever they did worked, as the robotic woman's voice echoed throughout the lab once more.
Mass simulation increase. Current weight, 270,000 tons.
I stood, still supporting the weight above my head. In all honesty, I felt a difference, but nothing significant. It only took me a couple of seconds to adjust to the weight. My director simply called me a show-off and told me to go take my lunch break, which I was more than happy to take him up on. I felt like I was starving, or at least, that's what I told him, so that he'd let me out the door as soon as possible. But in all seriousness, I was pretty hungry. I decided to fly downtown to my favorite sandwich shop by the name of Darren's Subs. The owner, Darren Garland, who is a veteran, opened the place with his 2 sons several years back. He was a close friend of my father's, and as such, I did my best to check in on him as often as I could. Once I made it to the right street, I descended to the sidewalk. A few people recognized me here and there, but most just went on about their business. I turned, about to start walking the 50 feet of distance or so to the entrance of Darren's, but I came to a sudden stop as I saw an elderly woman drop her purse on the ground while hitting the pedestrian light button on the bottom of the streetlight pole. She struggled to bend over to pick it up. I could hear her knees cracking as she groaned in mild pain. She wasn't able to reach the purse before it was swiftly snatched up by a young woman in a gray hoodie who appeared to be no older than her mid-20s. "Hey!" cried out the elderly lady as the young woman attempted to disappear into the crowd on the sidewalk. Luckily, however, she was heading right in my direction, so I stood there, waiting for the opportune moment. It came when she was just about to pass me, and all I did was simply move my hand outward and grab onto the bottom of the purse, yanking it from her grasp. In a quick reflex, she turned and attempted to stab me with a pocket knife. The blade bent upon contact with my body, and I looked down at her, glaring in utter disappointment. "This doesn't belong to you," I declared, holding up the purse. "What the hell?" she asked, flabbergasted, staring at the deformed plate in disbelief. "I said the same thing in my head when I saw you trying to steal from a lady who can barely walk right. Get your act together," I snarled. "You're one of those super people, aren't you?" she asked with a rhetorical tone. "You don't have a single clue what it's like to fend for yourself. Save the lecture that's coming." "You're right, I don't. But I do know there are people you can talk to and places you can go to get help, not throwing your life away for petty cash." "And those places would be?" she remarked with a hint of sarcasm. "Look, stay here. I'll be right back. And before you try to run, don't. I'll hear you." I then walked over to the elderly woman whose purse she had snatched. Upon my arrival, she looked up, at first appearing angry and bitter. Rightfully so, by the way. But that quickly faded, and a smile appeared instead. "Thank you so much, young man," she blared out. "What has gotten into the youth nowadays? Never would have gotten away with such behavior in my day." "Wish I could tell you." I nodded, handing her back the purse after helping her to her feet. A rush of cars flew past us, and it appeared it would be a while before the next walk signal appeared. The woman's face was one of disappointment as she looked onto the busy street. "Oh gee, with this rush, I'm not sure if I'll make it over to the library in time to return my book. I don't want another late fee on my charge card," she grumbled, looking through her purse to see if there was anything missing inside it. "Well, ma'am," I spoke up. "With your permission, I could get you there a bit faster." "Are you saying what I think you're saying?" she inquired, squinting her eyes with a hint of friendly sarcasm. Before I could even form the words of my response, she slowly but surely held herself out, as if she was going to sit down in a car seat, all the while announcing, "Please do, I haven't been carried since my husband passed." I took her into my arms while reminding her to hold on tight to all her belongings. I slowly lifted off the ground, ascending a couple dozen feet into the air, well above the cars on the street waiting at the red light. She gasped with an excited cry of joy as we slowly passed over the road, casting a shadow on the vehicles below us. The entire ordeal only lasted several seconds, and it wasn't long before we were on the other side of the street, with her still in my arms. I slowly descended just in front of the door to the library. I was given several looks by the passing pedestrians, but no one stopped moving to observe. People with special abilities were definitely not the majority of the population, but they were seen and talked about enough to where a flying man wasn't much to gawk at. After my feet made contact with the sidewalk cement, I slowly adjusted myself and allowed the old woman to step onto the ground. standing close to ensure she didn't trip or fall. "Wow," she bellowed. "Thank you so much, young man. That was, I don't even know what I should say." "Anytime, ma'am. Have a great afternoon," I replied before turning and flying back to the other side of the street. The young woman who attempted the mugging still stood there against the front of a bar entrance, an expression of annoyance present on her face. "Glad you waited," I said, descending down in front of her, some 5 to 7 feet of distance between us. "Yeah, whatever. So you're gonna call the cops on me or what?" she asked with a tone that gave the impression she already decided what the answer would be. "No," I retorted. "Not if you come inside Darren's with me and grab a sandwich, and we have a little conversation." The woman raised an eyebrow, taking a step forward and crossing her arms. Suspicion was the main thing on her mind, I could tell. "What exactly are you trying to do here?" she asked. "Exactly what I just asked." She curled her lips inward, staring past my shoulder, then back at me. "Guess I won't turn down the free food," she muttered. Smart choice. We entered the shop. Darren himself wasn't working. Rather, it was one of the college kids he had hired to run things while he was away on vacation with his sons. I greeted him nonetheless and asked that he ensure to tell Darren I said hi upon his return to work. I ordered my usual ham and turkey with a few extra slices of both, some cheese and mayonnaise just to ensure it wasn't too dry. I was never too complex with my food. If it tastes good, then I'll eat it has always been my motto. She ended up ordering a meatball sub with extra sauce. I asked her if she wanted chips and a drink as well, to which she again shot me a look of skepticism, only to then give in and accept the offer when I told her that my boss is technically the one paying due to me using an expense card. After thanking the young man behind the counter, the woman and I grabbed the booth toward the back of the relatively empty shop. Only 2 other customers inside at the time. She immediately tore into her sandwich, devouring it like a tiger that hasn't eaten in days, which I guess may have likely been true in her case. "Never been a fan of meatball subs. Is it any good?" I asked just before biting into my own sandwich. One eye shot up toward me as she finished chewing her current bite. "So are you gonna tell me what this is about? The real reason you're doing this?" "Before I tell you that, I've got something that I want you to answer for me. And be honest, because I'll hear your heartbeat increase. If that old woman would have fought back or defended herself with force when you took her purse, would you have hurt her like you tried to hurt me?" She looked down, darting her eyes off to the side. Her heartbeat remained consistent, and we sat there in silence for a good several seconds. "I don't know," she declared. "Look, I've been mostly on the street for years now, and I don't have much of a choice. I understand, but that woman did nothing to deserve what you were attempting. You can't hurt innocents just to ease the pain of your own situation." "I'm gonna take a wild guess and say you've never been homeless?" she asked with a challenging tone. "No, so I can't speak on your experience, but what I can say is that it might seem like no one cares, that no one wants to bat an eye your way. But believe me, there are people that care, people that want to help, but you have to be willing to reach out. I'm not saying your problems are gonna be solved overnight, not even close. Hell, it might not ever be fully rectified, but they can be made easier." Again, she didn't respond verbally, instead opting to bite into her sandwich while making eye contact. I took out my business card and put it on the table next to the unfolded wrapping of her sandwich. "Never told me your name, by the way." I paused it. "What's yours? 'Cause I know it isn't actually Rubble." "Victor. And you?" "Lisa." "Well, Lisa, I have to get back to work, or my boss isn't gonna be very happy with me. Keep a hold of my car if you'd like. Don't do foolish stuff like that again. And if you ever need help or run into any issues, just give me a call. There's also a number on the back for Rita North. She can help you find a place to stay for a few nights every month and direct you to some hot meals a couple of times a week. The library across the street will help you use the phone, if you're up for it. I'll meet back up with you here in a couple of weeks and check on how you're doing. But you better not be hurting innocent people while I'm gone. Trust me, a potential lifetime in prison isn't worth the $50 or $60 in a wallet or purse, so stay out of trouble." "Fair enough," she nodded. "Thank you." And with that, I said my final goodbye, exited the bar, and took off into the sky. Present day. The Proctan hung onto my back as I soared across the sky, weaving and bobbing through the gaps of skyscrapers and other various buildings. In the time that I'd been gone, the hotel we were staying at clearly had fallen under attack, and I knew Victor had retreated with the family. Finding them was my top priority. I simply followed the path of destruction, thrown around cars, torn up pavement, collapsed sections of walls of nearby buildings. One building that had its upper half or so entirely collapsed onto the road below, along with dead Proctans strewn about as well. "Are you aware of your companions' locations?" asked the Proctan on my back. His voice turned somewhat weak. I took it as him being upset at the sight of his fellow species members' corpses, even if they were traitors. I could understand, but didn't share his sentiment whatsoever. "I don't want to be an asshole, but do me a favor and don't talk right into my ear. Your breath travels around to my nose, and it isn't pleasant." "My access to hygiene upkeep in my cell was minimal," he replied. I'm sure you can imagine the awkward silence after that. It wasn't long until I spotted Victor, standing in a tucked-away parking lot with what looked to be a minivan next to him, Ava, Rosita, and Daniel all inside conversing. I called out, knowing Victor would be able to hear me even with the sizable distance between us. "Turn around!" I shouted before coming to a halt, allowing a few seconds for the sound to travel the distance. Victor then stopped, turning and facing me, and upon seeing me, he smiled, but it faded just as fast as it appeared. Instead, his expression shifted into one of disdain. Before I could even shout the word no, he became a blur, and suddenly, the Proctan on my back was now on the ground in a dusty crater the size of a suburban home basement. Both halves of his blaster dropped next to him after it was torn in half by Victor. "Shit," I cursed. "Victor, wait!" Victor descended down on him, landing just inches next to his body with enough force to shatter the concrete he was lying on. He was so caught up with his fit of rage that I wasn't even sure if he heard me right. "Leave my fucking friends alone," he snarled, before grabbing the Proctan by the leg and slinging him to the other side of the road as if he were a toy. Victor then quickly flew and crossed the distance in less than half a second, his hand around the Proctan's throat as he let out a choking plea. "I'm so tired of seeing you sacks of shit everywhere I look," Victor erupted. "It never stops. Never." I threw an arm and blasted him in the side with a beam. He soared down the sidewalk before slamming into a pickup, collapsing it inward on itself with his impact. He shook his head, looking up at me with both confusion and rage. I put my hand out as a signal to calm down, and he didn't move any further. "What the hell are you doing?" he growled while looking up, a hint of betrayal in his eyes. "Let me explain," I declared. "You need to hear this." Victor sighed. I could see his hands still in fists, his face boiling with anger. But nonetheless, he stayed put. "Start talking," he barked while squinting his eyes. "Tell him. Make it quick," I demanded, turning my head toward the Proctan who just struggled back to his feet while still getting through his last few coughs. "My name is Zalo. I'm a former soldier for the Proctan army. Commander Carthon was instructed by our Emperor Praxis to bring us to a planet much further away than Earth, uninhabited and ready for terraforming to suit our needed conditions. But Carthon disagreed. He never spoke of these thoughts around the Emperor and kept them hidden until we left Proxia, and he redirected our ships for your home, Earth. He argued that it was far more resource-rich, far closer, and all we have to do is exterminate the Homo sapiens in control. He also stated it would cost us less, both in time and resources, to destroy the dominant species than to terraform an entire new world. I protested and informed them that such an act would be unnecessary and heinous when we had a far less violent option presented, and that it was treason toward the Emperor, and that I would be informing him of his plans. Upon saying this, he immediately had me seized, imprisoned, and put on the schedule for execution. But now that I've been freed by your friend, I may be able to get a message to the Emperor back home, and he could arrive on your planet and ensure that Carthon faces justice for his crimes. Victor's expression remained covered with skepticism. He pushed himself off the pickup and flew over closer, descending to the ground and standing between Zalo and I as the family exited the minivan in which they had been carried in. "What's going on here?" came Rosita while beginning to aim her blaster at Zalo. "Why are you the only one that thinks this way?" Victor questioned. "I'm not," Zalo rebutted. "But the other soldiers who do either are already dead or fear Carthon too much to voice their concern. There are probably more that I am unaware of that are opposed to what he has done, but either do not possess the will or courage to say anything regarding it. I call bullshit. Victor? No, not a fucking chance. He doesn't have a shred of proof to back up what he's saying. For all we know, he's leading us right into an ambush. I found him in a random prison cell with cuts all over him. There's no way they could have accounted for me going to that exact location. Victor maintained a clenched fist, looking at me with an expression that said he didn't buy what was being said, and I completely understood why. But I had to make sure he didn't do anything rash. Not that he seemed like the type, but everyone's emotions were high, and that was typically a recipe for disaster. I do not expect you to enjoy my presence. My fellow Proctans have committed an atrocity beyond measure toward your people. I do not possess the power to change what has been done, but I can ensure that this does not go unpunished. I'm with Victor on this one, Rosita said, taking a step forward. What proof do you have that you're telling the truth? I will not risk my family's lives again unless you have something concrete. Zalo then raised an arm. The armor on the sleeve then began to shift slightly around the end of his forearm, if you could call it that. And soon after, a blue holographic projection emerged, essentially creating a holographic monitor just above his arm. It displayed what looked to be a recording from Zalo's point of view. In it, Zalo was seemingly behind the laser bars of his prison cell, with what looked to be Commander Carthon standing on the other side in the midst of chastising him. How are we seeing this exactly? Daniel chimed in. It's a scan of my neuron patterns from within my brain. There is a device in my skull that will record and reconstruct what I perceived in the last several days. It's how my kind ensures productivity and accuracy for those of us that work. That's so cool, even if it comes from one of you mean aliens, Ava chimed in. You have disobeyed my direct orders and have committed gross insubordination against your direct superior, an offense that is punishable by death, Zalo, came Carthon's voice from the recording. Not when the orders are to help carry out genocide. You disobeyed the orders of Emperor Praxis. Earth was never our destination, and you know that. You're a fool and a hypocrite. Zalo fired back, his answer clearly simmering in his throat for some time. Praxis is the fool. He is allowing our world to die. The death toll is already a quarter of the population of this planet. My family has already perished. They're all gone, and more Proctan families will continue to die unless we find a solution quickly. This is the way. Proctan lives come first, above all in this universe. Rosita, Ava, Daniel, Victor, and I all shared glances between one another, all of them saying something a bit different. Seems like he's telling the truth, but this doesn't erase what your people did to my family, what they did to my daughter, Daniel growled. Someone's gotta pay. If I can get a message to my emperor, I can assure you that those responsible will face justice, Zalo replied matter-of-factly. If you're lying, Victor began, taking 2 steps towards Zalo, now only about a foot of space separating them. I will bury you under 1,000 tons of rock. If you give me what I need to succeed in this mission, you have my word that I will not fail you. All of you. How do we get this message to your emperor? By now, Carthon is well aware that I've escaped from my cell and will be searching for me. Every outpost nearby will be locked down and heavily guarded, so we'll have to go to one far away. How far exactly? Victor asked. One in the cold region your people call Antarctica, a total distance of 9,500 of your Earth miles from here. The couple of seconds of silence were interrupted as fast as they emerged by me turning over to Victor, both of us sharing a look of mutual understanding. You could get us there in minutes, I declared. But flying them at that speed would kill them, Victor said, nodding towards the family's direction. So I'd have to go alone. We need someone here to protect them. We should find another way, said Rosita. Splitting up has already gotten us into enough trouble as it is. I'll go, Victor declared. But you're coming with me as insurance, he followed up, pointing at Zalo, in case it's some sort of trap. Are you sure? I stepped in. Like Rosita said, we've already been splitting up too much. Well, what other choice do we really have? Daniel spoke up. I can go with you two to help, Ava added. Absolutely not. Both her parents barked forcefully. Victor's eyes went to the floor. It would be an understatement to say that he was hesitant. But then he sighed. glancing at everyone except Zalo, as if getting our approval. The situation wasn't ideal, but there wasn't any other obvious options for the time being. Tell me exactly what I should be expecting. The very last thing I ever thought would happen in life had come to fruition. A Proctan riding on my back as I soared through the sky above Antarctica. The suit protected him from being vaporized at the speed I flew to get here from Manhattan in just under a few minutes. He grabbed a new blaster as well as a functioning helmet from the corpse of another Proctan to ensure he didn't succumb to the elements. Although it wasn't an issue for me, Zalo had said that the climate scanner on his suit put the current temperature in the area as minus 30 degrees Fahrenheit, and that wasn't including wind chill. As for Zalo, Proctan suits apparently possess internal heating devices in order to keep the wearer warm, as Proctans didn't do much better than normal humans when it came to the cold or heat for that matter. "We're almost there," Zalo declared through his helmet. "It's just up ahead." I dodged several large icebergs while flying, weaving between them or just simply going over them. I hadn't seen the Antarctic Ocean in person in years, and it was a beautiful, surreal sight. And despite the context as to why I was here, I enjoyed myself. We came upon a large iced-over land mass less than a mile away, and I could make out the side of a massive, grey-colored rectangular structure protruding from the mountain on said landmass. It had to be the outpost Zalo was talking about. "Wanna tell me again why your people thought making a base out here was a good idea?" I inquired, just as I dashed to the right to avoid an iceberg protruding from the water. Less likely to encounter conflict with any remaining human survivors, it's mostly left unguarded. I then came to a sudden and hard stop, unintentionally throwing Zalo off of me. He began to plummet down toward the water, yelling out for help as he flailed around in the air. I quickly dashed down underneath where he was projected to strike the water and hovered just above the surface, catching him by the arm and holding him up just in front of me. "Why did you do that?" he erupted. "It was an accident. I'm sorry, but I need to ask you something before we go any further." "What?" Zalo huffed with a frustrated tone. "If this place stores sensitive data, then why the hell is it left unguarded?" "It's like I said, there weren't any humans nearby, and there's a lack of living threats due to the extreme environment. What do I have to do to convince you that I'm not luring you into a trap?" His response was pretty sound and made a lot of sense. Before I could respond, though, I noticed that just underneath us, a circular shape of bubbles suddenly emerged and popped at the surface of the water. We both fell silent, watching as a large mass of ice, no smaller than that of a suburban house, was suddenly shifted to the left. Then, a wave crashed into the ice mass. Zalo and I looked at each other, and it became clear that this wasn't just a typical shifting of water or objects under it. There was something under the water, something under us. "What is that?" Zalo whispered. "I don't know, but we need to move," I began, only to be cut off by being thrashed forward at breakneck speed by something that hit me in the back, and I hadn't felt a blow like that since my encounters with Droven. I of course went flying and crashed through several small building-sized icebergs, the top halves of them collapsing into the freezing water below. And I did that very same thing myself after colliding and going clean through something like the 9th iceberg. I went straight into the water like a human bullet and only regained control of my momentum once I was about a dozen feet or so under the surface. I quickly shot out of the water and flew several yards into the air, both looking around for Zalo and whatever attacked us. "Zalo!" I shouted. "Zalo, can you hear me?" Part of me considered the fact that he may have led me into an ambush after all, and if that were the case, then I needed to focus on defeating whatever threat it was and getting myself into the outpost to see if I could find something useful to weaponize against the Proctans. Looking ahead, however, I laid eyes on my attacker. A colossal, monstrous beast had risen from the depths below. It was long, at least 200 feet of its body was exposed above the water, and Lord knows how much wasn't. Calling it slender felt inappropriate in this context, as the beast's body was as wide as a school bus is long. The beast seemed almost reptilian in nature, and 15 years ago, I would have called that odd, given the environment that it's in. But nonetheless, along its back were scales with rows of short fins protruding. and its head shape and structure was similar to that of a bearded dragon lizard. Its eyes glowed a bright sapphire blue in contrast to its dark green seaweed-colored skin. The creature bared its blood-stained teeth at me, each tooth about half the length of a stop sign. On either side of the beast, protruding some few dozen feet above the surface of the water, were long scaly tentacle-like appendages with small spikes on them. Those also stained with what looked to be fresh blood of something. I could have sworn that I had recognized this thing. I wasn't exactly sure why. I felt like it was on the tip of my tongue. The serpent suddenly roared, the force from which pushed aside 2 icebergs near it. Speaking of which, with the way we were positioned, the creature was between me and the entrance to the outpost. But if I flew around it, perhaps I wouldn't need to engage in combat at all with it. I quickly took off without warning, a sonic boom erupting around me as I far surpassed the barrier rather quickly. And yet, even moving at this great speed, I still felt something tightly wrap around my legs and pull me straight from the air and down into the ocean below. The serpent's speed had completely caught me off guard. Its strength was no laughing matter either. I sat there, dozens of feet under the water, fighting against its appendage that kept a firm grip on my legs. My escape only came when I reached down and tore a spike right from its tentacle, causing a deep red, almost black fluid to disperse from the wound. Its blood. It released its grip, and the moment I was free, I shot out of the water and came up with a devastating flying uppercut right to the creature's bottom jaw. The beast was thrown back, smashing through an iceberg and causing half of it to break off and fall into the water. I followed up by flying back down on the water and grabbing the bottom of one of the larger icebergs, somewhat close to a downtown parking garage in sheer size. Figure that getting a few 100,000 tons of ice thrown in its face would stun it long enough for me to find Zalo, if he was still around. I put my hands over my head, made sure I had a decent grip, and then ascended with it overhead. The beast was still in the midst of recovering from my first blow, and I seized the opportunity to throw the iceberg right at its head. It was in the air for less than a second before colliding with the creature. The sound of the whole collision was similar to that of a volcanic eruption, so loud that it was practically a shockwave. The impact caused the beast to fall back into the water, and that bought me enough time to look for Zalo. I called out his name, scanning in every direction, trying to listen out for him, and his lack of response made me start to really regret coming out here, because I thought about if this did turn out to be some sort of elaborately planned ambush, then who knows what was happening to Sindris and the family back in Manhattan. And just as I was about to consider the possibility that he truly did betray us after all, I watched as he climbed out of the water and grabbed onto an iceberg, using the enhanced strength endowed upon him by the suit to pull himself up and throw himself onto the top of the iceberg using just his arms. He scanned the area around them before we locked eyes, and he shouted out to me, "Victor, I lost my blaster." I prepared to fly forward to see if I could spot it myself, only to once again be suddenly grabbed by the creature's appendage and slammed through the iceberg right below me like I was being used to hammer in a nail. The impact split the iceberg into 2 smaller chunks, and the creature held onto me. I reached down around my waist and groaned as I pulled its limb off of me, tearing some of its flesh away in the process. The monster roared in agony. I flew right at its face at a speed beyond supersonic, and the sonic boom combined with the sound of me giving it a nasty right hook to its jaw was enough to shake some of the icebergs around us. The force of my blow knocked the creature several yards to the side. It snarled, attempted to lunge forward and bite me, and almost succeeded until I stood at the bottom of its mouth, its horrible breath threatening to burn my nostrils to a crisp as I put both my hands up to hold its upper jaw from closing down on me. Along with its strength, the creature was also quite durable. I have fought beasts even larger that weren't as tough or powerful as this thing. In fact, I can only remember one kaiju around this size that gave me such trouble in the past. I quickly flew backward, just barely making it out of the beast's mouth before it closed its jaw. The distance between us was small, as I hovered in the air at eye level with it as it stared me down, squinting its car tire-sized eyes.
"Your strength,"
he said, his voice a powerful booming shockwave.
"Your flight, your costume, you're the one."
He then lunged forward at me, his mouth open and ready to clamp down. I quickly flew to the left to dodge the incoming attack and then circled back to throw a punch. striking the kaiju right in his bottom jaw and knocking out one of his massive teeth. It fell into an iceberg below, embedding right into it and standing upright as a stream of blood ran down it and seeped into the iceberg below. "What are you talking about?"
You're the one who killed my brother.
The kaiju bellowed, the mere force of his voice blowing me back several feet. But once I registered what it was he said, it all made sense why I recognized the biology of this particular creature. Some years ago, I had fought a massive sea beast near the east coast that was threatening to sink it and end thousands upon thousands of lives. It was intelligent, well-spoken, and understandably angry about human pollution of the ocean. I had even tried to reason with it, or him, but he wasn't willing to listen, and we battled. I won, but just barely, and was hospitalized for a night after the fight due to the injuries I suffered. I ended up having to kill the creature, otherwise there would have been mass casualties. There were already a few dozen by the time I had shown up. According to this kaiju, that was his sibling, and he was now angry for what I had done to his brother, and I understood his grief. But the fate of my entire species was resting on what was inside that outpost. Even if I just flew past him and entered the base, he'd likely smash it apart while I was inside, potentially destroying whatever devices were in there that Salo would need to access to get the message to his emperor back home. "I didn't take any pleasure in killing your brother," I told the serpent. "He was threatening countless lives of both my species and others, and I tried to reason with him. I did. I understand that you're angry and still grieving, but I'm not here to hurt you, and the fate of my people is dependent upon what's inside that hunk of metal over there," I said, pointing to the base. The kaiju didn't even look in that direction. He maintained his focus on me.
Your species doesn't deserve a second chance.
He roared before lunging at me, once again at surprising speed. He slammed his face into me nose first, and I went back, smashing and crashing through a few more icebergs. I stopped once, slamming back first into a fourth, and I pushed myself off, turning while hovering, grabbed onto it like someone about to swing something on a rope, and slung it right at the kaiju. The iceberg split apart upon making contact with his face, causing him to snarl in frustration as he stumbled back, his nose now pointed to the sky. I flew forward and up, delivering both a left and right hook, each of which created a sonic boom from the speed at which I swung my fists. The serpent tried to reach up with one of its spiked appendages and grab me from below, but I was prepared, and as soon as it reached my legs, I quickly descended, grabbed it some several feet below the very end of it, and tore it off. Blood splattered in every direction, staining me and discoloring the water below. The serpent below and I seized the opportunity to fly up and right behind the beast's head, punching the back of its skull, and then circling back and doing the same to its chin. And before I knew it, I was flying back and forth and striking the beast several times a second, knocking it around in every possible direction, disconnecting teeth and drawing several liters of blood. My fists, forearms, and up to my elbows were covered in it. And I stopped, now once again hovering at eye level with the creature. "I don't want to have to kill you," I vocalized. "So please, just stop."
Death would be a preferable fate over existing with scum like you. Your people pollute my waters. You kill my brother, and you demand rationality from me?
He wailed. I paused, my eyes widening a bit at the last part of his sentence. And that hesitation cost me. With his non-injured appendage, he reached up and smacked me in the back, sending me right toward his nose. He lunged forward again in a hit-butt motion before I could regain control of my momentum, and his nose smashed into my chest. But instead of sending me flying back into the icebergs yet again, he angled his body downward, and we both went plummeting into the ocean below. I had taken a breath just before we had gone under the surface, prepared for an extended conflict under the waves. I flew backward while positioning flat, as if I were laying in bed and staring up at the ceiling, escaping the attack. We were at least several hundred feet deep, but I wasn't any stranger to fighting underwater. Below me was an abyss of likely thousands more feet of water. Surrounding me was the same, just a cold, empty void. The serpent was already following up on his previous attack, swimming toward me with his mouth open, his teeth bared and ready. Bubbles formed as I flew or swam, whichever was more appropriate in this context, in his direction. As soon as I was in range, I stuck him in the nose and followed up by flying behind him and down where his remaining appendage sat. I grabbed it and flew back up with it in hand, dragging the serpent along with it back up to the surface. My intention was to throw him miles away, far enough to buy Zalo and I enough time to get inside the outpost so he could do whatever he needed to get that message sent out. But again, the serpent's surprising strength kicked in, and the appendage began to resist my grip, and before I knew it, it slipped from my grasp and wrapped around my waist. I let out a submerged yelp of pain as I felt one of the spikes pierce its way into my stomach. I watched my own blood disperse around me in the water as I struggled. Now I was in trouble. Sure, I could hold my breath for beyond several hours, but that was if I had a breath to begin with. Now that I had essentially yelled it out, I was on borrowed time. The serpent definitely realized this, and with its appendage wrapped around me, it began to swim further into the depths, dragging me into the abyss as if I were a prey item it had caught. I did the first thing I could think of and grabbed both of two of the spikes in its tentacle and tore them both out, before stabbing them back in and then dragging them along, drawing copious amounts of blood from the serpent as he roared from below. Instead of letting go, the beast tightened its grip around me, likely as a reflex, similar to a person digging their nails into whatever object was closest to them when experiencing a stinging sensation. The spike dug deeper into my body, and I hauled once more, now feeling water begin to fill my lungs. I mustered the strength to fly forward in the abyss, laying eyes on a large rock formation about half a mile ahead. I took off like a rocket, pushing through the water like a knife through butter, while dragging the serpent behind me. He wasn't going to let me go, and I planned to use that against him. I reached for the rock in less than a second, gas bubbles forming around me. I then quickly circled the rock formation, making several full laps around the circumference per second before coming to a sudden and hard stop with the serpent's tentacle still around me. He crashed right through the rock formation with his ginormous body, breaking it apart into several large pieces as he roared in both pain and frustration. I tore myself out of his tentacle's grasp and immediately began to make my way to the surface as I could feel my lungs develop a pounding sensation. I flew up, and within milliseconds, I was once again above the surface. I descended on the top of the nearest iceberg, leaning over and spitting up half a liter of water. Coincidentally, Zalo was on top of the same iceberg. He had found his lost blaster. "Where did the beast go?" he asked, looking down over the edge of the iceberg. Down below," I stuttered with a cough. Zalo's tone then changed to one of concern when he saw my hand on my side, my fingers drenched in my own blood as I groaned. "You've suffered a wound, and it doesn't look good," he said. "You should allow me to render aid." "I'll be fine," I said. "We need to take care of the serpent first. He's not gonna stop, and we're running out of time." "Victor, don't be a stubborn fool. You need medical attention. My suit already scanned your wound. That cut is more than half an inch deep." "Like I said, I'll be fine. It'll be gone in the next couple hours. We need to get you in there. Get that message sent," I demanded, coughing once more. From below, I could hear the serpent roar from beneath the waves as he made his way back up to the surface. Knowing its speed and its unrelenting ferocity, I grabbed Zalo immediately and flew off the iceberg mere milliseconds before the serpent emerged, splitting it in half upon breaking the surface. He was now more furious than ever from the damage I had inflicted, and you know what they say, an animal is most dangerous when wounded. Desperation can bring the worst out of anything or anyone, and I wasn't excluded from that fact. Once Zalo was out of my grasp on the next iceberg, he immediately raised his blaster to open fire at the serpent, but our opponent's intelligence was on full display when just before Zalo fired off the shot, he whipped what remained of one of his appendages and smacked the bottom of the iceberg, throwing us both off balance and knocking the blaster out of Zalo's grasp. "If he can stab me," I groaned, "that probably isn't gonna hurt him much." "Well, what's our other option?" Zalo inquired. I turned my head, both of us locking eyes, and there was an unexpected expression of mutual understanding. "If you must," came Zalo. I pushed off of the iceberg and flew up to the head of the serpent, our eyes meeting. A look of confusion immediately sprang onto his face as I hovered there, doing nothing.
"Finally come to accept your well-deserved fate, I see,"
he snarled. "No, I'm here to tell you that while I cannot change what my people did to your environment, I can only say that when my people's numbers are replenished, I will do everything in my power to make sure they don't repeat their mistakes. And I'm sorry for what I did to your brother, but he was threatening lives, a lot of lives, I couldn't allow him to cause the destruction that he was intending. And right now, I'm trying to restore my people's chance at living. A second shot to do better than what we did before. And you are stopping me. Is there any, and I mean any way at all, that you can understand?
No.
The serpent snapped with next to zero hesitation.
The only way this ends is either with your death or mine.
Then I'm sorry. I sighed with a pained groan. Without warning, I then flew forward with as much speed as I could muster with my injury into the serpent's mouth, and then angled myself upward to fly right through the roof of his mouth, and up into his skull and clean through the center of his brain and out the back of his head. I then stopped once I was several yards above the top of his head and the hole in it that I had made. I closed my eyes as I listened to his final exhale occur before he slowly began to tip and fall into the water below, crashing through ice chunks before sinking beneath the waves. His blood dripped off my chin, fingers, and feet as I hovered there, realizing that I had to get moving. I couldn't waste any more time. I descended back down to Zalo, allowing him to pick his blaster back up before I grabbed him and took him into my arms. You appear to have history with that creature. Did it? He paused, as if trying to find the right words. Did it upset you to take his life? For a few seconds, the only sound heard was that of the blood dripping from me and striking the ice below. I took a deep breath, sighing with a hint of an agonized groan once more, before answering. Let's just get inside, I said rather dismissively. With a bit of a wince, I pushed off the ice and started to fly us toward the base, while maintaining nothing but a blood-covered frown on my face. March 12th, 2026, 30 minutes after the Proctans' arrival. Daniel, you've really outdone yourself this time, sweetheart, came the soothing voice of my wife, Rosita, as she twirled the spaghetti on her plate around her fork before bringing it to her mouth for a bite. It's really good, Daddy, my daughter Ava chimed in, prompting a smile and a nod from me. Only the best for my girls, I chuckled. So nice to sit around the kitchen table with the TV off for a change, Rosita added. Couldn't agree more, I replied before tearing into a piece of garlic bread. How was school today, sweetheart? Nothing exciting. Just a boring Wednesday. Oh wait, no, I lied. My teacher, Mr. Milan, let us learn outside today. That's exciting. What did you learn, honey? Rosita asked. Plants and bugs, but they were gross. I liked the plants part a lot better. Figured you would. We continued to dig into our meals. Ava hesitantly described the bugs she had encountered while doing her outside lesson in school, while maintaining an expression of disgust. Rosita and I both laughed as she went into specifics about the gross details, as she put it, regarding their anatomy. I couldn't help but hold back laughter that arose from half the things she said and the way she said them. Soon enough, it was about time for dessert. Rosita helped me clear the table of the actual meal, and I went to the fridge to grab out the cheesecake I was planning on serving for dessert. Nothing fancy, just something I bought at the grocery store on my way home from work. Just as my hand was on the door, however, a loud bang erupted from outside the apartment building. Whatever caused it had to be massive, as it had shaken the building, knocking the three of us off balance. Then there was a whooshing sound, like something large had flown past the building at incredible speed, followed up by several more that sounded just like it. The wind they generated was powerful enough to crack our windows, nearly shattering them. What the hell? Rosita and I exclaimed simultaneously. Mom? Dad? What's going on? Ava inquired, fear already present in her tone. I'm not sure, sweetie, but everything's gonna be okay. Let me just check on a couple things. I then bolted into the living room to turn on the news, seeing if there were some sort of answers as to what the hell was transpiring. A frantic reporter appeared on screen. He held the microphone just below his lips, fear present in his expression as his fingers trembled on the microphone's handle. Federal and local government officials urge all citizens to evacuate as soon as possible. This event appears to be some sort of extraterrestrial attack. The subjects, who have announced themselves as the Proctans, have already induced thousands of casualties along the eastern United States, and it appears there will be more to follow. In the background, There was rolling footage of what looked to be some sort of strange advanced airships flying around in Manhattan, crashing into buildings and firing off massive laser weapons from the front of each. Screaming was heard in the background, along with rubble and debris crashing either into other buildings or the ground below. My mouth hung agape. Surely the heroes of the world would be able to overcome whatever this invasion was. But I couldn't hang around and wait. I needed to get my family out of here. Some of this destruction was happening way too close to our apartment building. "Honey, what's going on? What are they saying?" Rosita asked, a hint of fear in her tone. "Both of you get downstairs and get into the car. We're leaving," I declared, watching as one of the ships had flown right by our apartment building and crashed into an office firm down the street, puncturing a massive hole into the structure, along with sending both debris and some of the people inside plummeting to the street below, all of them splattering into piles of bones and gore upon impact. "Daddy, what's happening?" Ava shouted. "It's not safe. We need to go away for a little while, okay?" I told her as reassuringly as I could. We didn't bother grabbing any of our stuff. There just wasn't the time. I just grabbed Ava and began to run out of the apartment with her in hand and Rosita behind me. In the event that something from the attack caused it to malfunction, we avoided the elevator and instead took the stairs. We were on the 11th floor, so it was going to take a bit of time to make it to the bottom. I did my best to calm down Ava on the way. "Are those aliens hurting people, Daddy? Or are they gonna hurt us?" "I won't let them, sweetheart. It's gonna be okay. We're gonna go check on Grandma and Grandpa, okay, sweetie?" Rosita chimed in, doing her best to convey a nurturing tone. We were just about to the bottom. I turned the corner with my free hand on the railing, swinging around to find two tall, almost humanoid figures in what looked to be metallic suits, only to realize these things didn't look human at all once I got a glance at their heads through the transparent helmets they wore. Their skin was a scarlet red, almost appearing as if they were constantly drenched in blood. These must have been the Proctans, or whatever the news reporter said their names were. Again, they were quite large, well over 6 feet each, and held what looked to be some sort of advanced, futuristic rifles in their hands, if you could even call them that. "Another human family unit," said the one on the left, his voice as scratchy as sandpaper. There was no emotion present in his tone, just purely clinical. "We shall bring them to Dr. Hargan for research," replied the one on the right. I could feel all the color drain from my face as the words left their mouths, and I turned, immediately putting Ava down next to her mother and shouting, "Take her and go back upstairs." "No, I'm not leaving you. You're coming with," came Rosita's protest. "Go, both of you," I said as Ava began to cry out for me in Rosita's arms. The both of them stomped their way back up the staircase, and I got into a boxer stance as the two large Proctans approached me without even a hint of worry. "Stay back and stay the fuck away from my family. I'm warning you both," I snarled in the most intimidating voice I could muster, but they both remained unimpressed as expected. Truth be told, I was terrified, but I'll be damned if I was gonna let that stop me from defending my family. Humans, so confident. Yet, came the left Proctan, reaching out with what I assumed was his right arm and grabbed me by the throat, effortlessly lifting me into the air and tossing me up the entire first flight of stairs, as if I were an empty box of cardboard. "So foolish," he taunted. I slumped down on the concrete stairwell wall after slamming into it, my back stinging like someone had just dragged me across a cheese grater. Think my head was hit too, and I felt dizzy. Everything felt like it was spinning, and I could sense my consciousness slipping away from me. One of the few things I remember are the clanking footsteps of the Proctan that had thrown me up the set of stairs. He approached me, shifting his rifle into one hand while putting another on the top of my head and tilting it back, forcing me to look him in all of his eyes. "If you continue to resist, you and your family will die. Do you understand?" "Kiss my I began, only for the Proctan to draw his hand back and strike me. I didn't feel any of the pain before everything went black. Present day. With Victor and Zalo gone on their mission to Antarctica to get a message sent to the Proctan Emperor, I was left with the responsibility of ensuring Rosita, Daniel, and Ava's safety, which meant we needed to get out of the city. It had already cost us too much hardship. Only problem with that is, I didn't possess the strength necessary to carry the three of them all at once. Luckily though, Rosita was able to hotwire a car that possessed nearly a full tank of gas, driving down the road as I followed next to them in flight, soaring just a few feet above the ground, my body level with the driver's side window. Daniel maintained an expression of disbelief while in the passenger seat. He had for quite some time. He looked his wife up and down before hesitantly asking the question he had been holding in. Honey, where did you learn to hotwire a car?" "Babe, you know all the trouble I got into in high school," she replied with a sly smile. "Not like this," Daniel replied softly with a blank expression. "Anyway, what's the plan until Victor gets back?" "Right now, just focus on getting as far away from downtown as possible," I shot back. Victor and I agreed on a particular spot to meet at before he left. Let's just hope he actually comes back. Rosita interjected. "Still hate the fact that we split up again." "I still don't trust that alien man," Ava added, her tone disconnected. "I hear ya, sister," I nodded with a smile. "But this might be our only shot at getting rid of them for good." We kept a steady 50-mile-an-hour pace down the road in which we were traveling. And in all honesty, the quiet was nice, especially after everything that had been occurring over the last several days. It's the kind of silence that gives you time to think, time to reflect. But soon enough, that time was cut short, because about half a mile ahead, there was what looked to be debris, cars strewn about in a way that was almost a roadblock, along with torn up chunks of concrete and knocked over road signage. "I'm going to fly ahead and check it out, see if I can get it cleared," I said, pointing up ahead for Rosita and Daniel to notice. "Sounds good, we'll meet you up there," Rosita acknowledged. I sped up, leaving them behind in the car and crossing the distance in just a few seconds. Once I made it over though, my expression immediately turned sour now that I was able to get a more detailed look at everything. This roadblock didn't just consist of cars, concrete and road signs, but bodies as well. Several, mostly adults, but some were definitely not. Flies swarmed them, and maggots ate what little remained of their flesh, whatever hadn't been melted down by laser. Just yet another terrible reminder as to what Carthon and his army had taken from us, and why he and them needed to pay for what they have done. "It is foolish to not let me tend to your wound," Zalo said, just as I landed in front of the massive metallic door to the outpost, letting him out of my grasp as I groaned in pain, immediately clutching my side where the open wound sat. "Like I said, I'm fine. We need to get this done," I said with little patience present in my tone. The door to the outpost towered over the both of us. It was at least 15 feet high and around 10 feet wide. It appeared to be made from steel, which I found odd, considering the Proctans used their metal to reinforce most of the structures they had taken over here on Earth. "Why isn't it made from your guys' metal?" I inquired, my breath a bit heavy. "According to the mission resource database, Carthon's army is running low on the material. Only so much was able to be brought to Earth from Proxia," Zalo replied matter-of-factly. He then held out his appendage, and a tight, flat, rectangular shape of light beamed out of a small entry point on the armor. It slowly moved up and down along the length of the massive door, appearing to scan it. "My scan shows that this door is made from your earthly steel and is several inches thick. With my blaster, I could cut us a hole to walk. I've got it," I said, cutting him off before throwing a punch with my right fist at the door, striking it in the lower left area. My fist and forearm rammed through the steel, and whatever hinges and supports it had been sitting on immediately buckled and were crushed. The remainder of the door then began to timber and fall forward, casting a shadow over Zalo and I. As it fell, I held a hand above my hand, anticipating it to come down fast. The middle section landed squarely in my palm, and I dipped my fingers into the steel before curling them to increase my grip, bending the metal in the process. "Duck," I told Zalo, who immediately got down as far as he could just before I slung the large hunk of metal over him, sending it hurling into an iceberg some several hundred yards to our left, separated from the landmass upon which we stood. Though I could both see and honestly feel that the wound had already begun the healing process, there was still a decent amount of pain nonetheless now that my adrenaline had worn off. But I needed to push through. This was far too important for me to slow down, even by a bit. I looked inside what lay before us in the door, and it was about what I expected. Zalo and I shared a glance, and we started to march inside. It started with a long and mostly empty corridor, with some strange lighting features on the ceiling. The walls and floor were lined with thick steel, and there appeared to be some light coming from the end of the corridor. "So why'd you turn on him?" I asked, breaking the silence as we walked. "What was the final nail in the coffin?" "I don't know." Zalo paused. "I don't know why, other than the fact that I would not be another cog in the machine that carried out the slaughter of a species who had done nothing to wrong us, not when there was a peaceful option available." "Do you hate violence?" "When it isn't necessary, yes. When it is, there will always be times for that. The invasion of Earth was not one, not even close." "What about all the ones who don't agree with you? The ones that see you as a traitor? Does it bother you?" "No," Zalo answered immediately. "Because those who truly side with Carthon are not true Proctans. They are monsters. Monsters who have done nothing but help stain the name of the Proctans throughout this galaxy and beyond. They have committed an atrocity that can never be reversed, never be forgotten, and maybe never be forgiven. What your people have done cannot be washed out, ever. But my people have had a tendency of not being on the right side of things throughout our history. I've seen monsters too in my day. I've killed one to save the life of an innocent." "Then you did what needed to be done," Zalo affirmed. "But I've killed a lot of your people as well, even the ones who didn't pose an immediate threat to me or someone else. There was a scientist. He imprisoned the family you saw us with and was planning to do experiments on them. He already had other bodies, lots of them, some of them children, dead and strung up behind glass like they were decorations, letting them sit there while he waited to work on them like they were parts to a machine. When I had him by his throat, he told me that he was just following orders, that he wasn't a soldier, begged for his life. And I told him that the dead people he strung up behind the glass begged too. Following orders is and never will be an excuse for committing atrocities," Zalo added. "Glad we're on the same page about that," I replied. "I'm not sure what that phrase means," Zalo stated. But before I could answer, we were both hit with a sudden wave of bright light. A more powerful version of what was already coming from the end of the corridor. "The hell is that?" "Motion detection system. We don't have long before they send in soldiers to investigate it, if Carthon feels it is necessary to expand any more than he already has." We stopped at the end of the long hallway, and I looked around as I was greeted with a lab that looked like something straight out of a sci-fi movie. A pristine white floor, wall and ceiling combination that had the sterilized feel of a hospital turned up to 11. Holographic monitors sat on sleek metallic desks, along with all sorts of other technologically advanced equipment and gadgets, a lot of which became difficult for me to ascertain what their function may or may not be. I groaned as I accidentally brushed against the corner of one of the metal tables. It made contact with the inside of my wound, sending a stinging sensation up the entire left side of my body. "Damn it," I cursed. "Come here," Zalo demanded as he grabbed a strange, U-shaped curling iron-looking device from one of the tables, walking toward me with it. "What are you doing?" I said I was fine. "Stop being a stubborn fool and just let me help you. We don't have time to debate." I sighed, waiting as he brought the device up to my side, holding it 6 or 7 inches away as he kept it steady as it shot out a flat, rectangular sort of holographic beam of light, similar to the one that had scanned the large door on our way in. "Were you also some sort of medical technician as well?" I asked as the beam continued to move up and down my wound, inducing a pleasant, yet simultaneous tingling feeling. "No, but I had to learn some things from that field. It was part of my required training for my position." "What is it doing exactly?" "It's accelerating the speed of the microbes and cells that are responsible for tissue repair, which won't be as extreme in your case, as yours are already far above any creature I've come across thus far. At your natural speed, you'd be able to heal this wound in an hour or so, but with this device, it'll only take several minutes." I didn't respond. I just continued to stand there, listening as the device continued to beep while scanning my wound. Zalo sat it down on the table next to me before heading over to a large computer terminal. At least, that's the best way I could describe it anyway. He played around on the projections like they were a touchscreen. A few seconds went by before a loud, screeching sound went off. It only lasted for a moment, but the projection screen then flashed red, popping up like a game over screen. "They've destroyed my credentials. I'm not able to get in, Zalu said with a slight panic. But I can try and access it with Carthons. I still have his on file from some time ago when he allowed me to borrow them to get access to something I needed. Whatever it takes, I told him. Zalu sped up his pace, hitting various buttons and symbols on the screen, most of which I didn't recognize whatsoever. He continued moving other things around, and then using the fingers on his appendages to seemingly type something up. His expression of worry soon lessened, and he appeared calm, more in control. He then turned, looking at me with a genuine smile. I've gained access. I'm sending the message out now. It won't be long before Emperor Braxis sees it. He should be on his way over as soon as he does, Zalu said, continuing to rapidly type. Let's hope he does. Thank you, by the way. Zalu then walked over, picked his blaster up off a table he had set it down on, and aimed it at the terminal he had just been working on. He stood firm, holding it steady as it charged up, emitting that all too familiar whirring and whooshing sound. The laser then blasted out of the barrel, striking and immediately melting down the terminal into molten goo. It's best if this is destroyed. I encrypted the message to where it can only be modified or retracted on this specific terminal. In the event that they become aware of what I've done and attempt to stop the message from reaching Emperor Braxis, that would have been the only device they could have done it from. Smart move, I complimented. But we should get going. I don't want to risk anything happening to Sindris and the others back home. You seem to care deeply for them, despite not knowing them for more than, what was it, several Earth days, you informed me? I've never considered time a huge factor in caring about someone. If you like them, then you like them, and it's as simple as that. Most of them are innocent, or they've made terrible mistakes under terrible circumstances. But who hasn't? Well said, Victor. Zalu then looked over at me before all of his eyes shifted to my side, and he smirked. It appears your wound has already healed, thanks to the help of the device. Definitely feels better. Now, let's get the hell out of here. I lowered my arm down just after stopping the beam. It was the last blast I had needed to clear the roadblock, essentially just melting most of the cars down and blasting all the debris and, unfortunately, bodies out of the way. Bodies that were too long decayed for Ava's powers to work in restoring them. Rosita and her family remained behind. They didn't want Ava seeing the bodies up close. And sure, she's seen worse at this point, but I agreed with them when they said that, if they can help it, they'd rather not expose her to it. I signaled over to them once everything was cleared, and they drove forward, passing me by and keeping straight ahead. We're coming up on an exit. We're going to turn off there. The spot Victor and I picked out isn't too far from that, I informed them. Sounds like a plan, Daniel acknowledged. But what exactly is the spot? An apartment complex with a diner on the bottom. Some of Victor and I's co-workers used to go there often to get food after minor battles. Why only after minor ones? Rosita inquired. Because we were also on cleanup and rescue duty after the major ones. Wait, you had to wash the streets after your fights? Ava blurted, much to the rest of our amusements. Yeah, something like that. I chuckled. Wash the streets. Huh, I'm stealing that. Daniel snorted. What? No, you can't steal my jokes, Dad. Ava protested. Fine, we'll just call it borrowing then. How about that? It's still stealing. Well, she does have a point. I began before cutting myself off after hearing a potent whooshing noise come from above, like an aircraft had flown past me at high speed. I looked up into the sky above, at first not seeing anything specific, but I've heard that sound far too many times at this point to think it meant nothing. The three of them heard it too. I could tell by the way they snapped their heads around. Keep going down and take the second exit. The diner is a mile up ahead after that. Once you're there, go down into the basement. There might still be some food and water left over. The walls are reinforced with concrete and steel. If you see anything that looks off by even a hair when you get there, keep driving and get onto the back roads. Victor and I will come find you, I ordered. Wait, we can still keep our distance and help, Rosita protested. No, not happening. I don't know what's coming, but I don't want you around for it. Now go, I demanded. Please, Sindris, let us help, Ava added. No, I began, only to be cut off by Daniel. Look, we're gonna tell you the same thing we told Victor, he said, grabbing a hold of his blaster as if it were a shotgun. You helped us, saved our lives. Now we get to help you. So tell us how we can help you from a distance, because we're not just gonna leave you behind. I second that, Rosita posited, her eyebrows moving up at me. These ugly aliens destroyed our home, so we destroyed them, Ava erupted with a fury. We'll give you support with some blasts from afar, like we did with Victor. Plus, those soldiers aren't hard to take down. One shot from these bad boys and they're toast. Daniel interjected. And if you get hurt, I can make you all better, said Ava. Despite the circumstances, I couldn't help but let a smirk creep on my face. All in all, I still didn't want them putting themselves in danger, even if they weren't on the front lines of whatever was on the way. But they stood strong in their convictions. If anything, and I mean absolutely anything, goes wrong, then you all get out of here. Got it? I asked demandingly. Yes, ma'am, the three of them said near simultaneously. The whoosh intensified. I turned my head in its direction, finally catching the source. A black blur that whizzed by some 100 feet or so above us. I turned to the family, nodding at them before taking off and flying up after it. The blur, however, then halted, and just as I had closed most of the distance, I stopped myself as well, simply hovering there as I looked forward in disbelief. Hovering just several feet above me, in what appeared to be a black, glossy version of the Proctan armor, was Commander Carthon. Streams of blue flames jetted out from the back of his legs, indicating the suit had some sort of jetpack-esque flight mechanic within it. Should have brought some backup with you if you know what's good for you, I snarled, already beginning to ignite my forearms. The improvements made to my armor will be more than enough to handle you and that foolish brute, he snapped back in reference to Victor. My soldiers have proven themselves incompetent against the likes of both of you, and we have no warships to spare. Therefore, I will simply kill you both and take the girl myself, save time and resources. That foolish brute is on his way back, so I suggest you take a hint and self-destruct that suit with you inside it now, and save us the trouble, because once he gets his hands on you, he doesn't intend to leave you alive, and neither do I. I then raised my left arm and charged up my beam, firing it off and blasting Carthon right in center mass, sending him hundreds of feet higher into the sky. I flew up after him, charging up both my arms for a follow-up attack. It took a while to regain control of his equilibrium, and once he did, I saw that the area of his suit I hit him appeared barely damaged, save for a few minor burn markings and indents. He wasn't lying when he said this armor was superior to the rest of his soldiers. Should have given the rest of your soldiers a suit like that, then maybe I would have been able to kill just a few less, I yelled out in a half-taunting, half-furious display. Not enough of this alloy left, but once we finish settling on this planet, I'll take your suggestion into consideration. Carthon growled, raising his left arm. The armor unsit arm then shifted, moving around rapidly like a factory machine assembling parts together. The metal that covered his fingers and hand pushed together against itself, taking a rectangular shape that resembled the head of a sledgehammer. Without warning, he then flew down toward me at a speed that I've only ever seen Victor pull off before, and brought the literal hammer down on my chest, sending me tumbling straight for the highway below at jet speed. I struck the middle of it, smashing through the divider wall, asphalt, and concrete, only stopping once I slammed into the two-lane road that sat below the highway, my body indenting into the asphalt of that as well. The impact on the highway above caused a chain reaction as all of the material buckled and crackled. The beams of street lamps were thrown away as the very thing that supported them collapsed and crumbled. All in all, nearly a quarter mile of the highway had fallen and or collapsed, enough to where it worried me as to whether or not Rosita and her family had been caught up in it. I had to blast and melt my way out of several tons of rubble that had fallen on top of me, but Carthon was waiting for me once I emerged. I barely had time to react before once again being hit in the chest with a force that would put a speeding train to shame. I was sent flying back, slamming into one of the remaining support pillars that held up the non-destroyed section of the highway. My collision sent a threatening crack up the length of the concrete pillar. One more significant blow, and it was going to buckle completely. After peering back at Carthon, the hammer weapon on the sleeve of his armor had now taken the shape of a long thin blade. It was as if he had a sword growing from his arm. I spat a glub of blood from my mouth in his direction, still tasting some of it afterward. You are easy to find. Your body produces heat signatures that can be detected from planet-scale distances. Must be difficult to hide when you're essentially a talking, breathing star. And yet, all that power still won't be enough. Once I'm finished with you, and I've taken the girl, I will finish off the rest of your stubborn species and use her to rebuild my own. Do you ever shut up? I erupted, lunging forward and throwing out my arm for a much less powerful but quicker blast. My beam struck Carthon in the upper body again, throwing him a dozen feet or so off the ground. I then followed up by quickly flying up, above and behind him before shooting him in the back with 2 more blasts in rapid succession. He struck the rubble, smashing apart a chunk of concrete. He attempted to turn around and fire back at me with what looked to be some sort of cannon on the arm that was opposite of the one he formed the blade with. It charged up, emitting a ring of bright, scarlet red light, but I cancelled it out with a blast of my own, firing it right into the barrel of his makeshift cannon just before he fired his beam. The result was an explosion that threw me several yards into the air before I regained control of myself. On Carthon's end of things, he simply blasted himself deeper into the pavement, forming a crater around his body similar in size to a neighborhood roundabout in diameter with the depth of a typical grave. But he caught me off guard by throwing a sonic grenade in my direction, and the couple of seconds of focus it took for me to blast it mid-air to avoid it from going off was enough for him to boost his way up and hit me square in the chin with his hammer weapon. I went hurtling well over a quarter mile, only stopping after crashing into the midsection of a nearby factory building, the wall smashing apart, bricks shattering and pipes bending as I came crashing in like a human asteroid. The floor was next. I slammed into it, the concrete breaking apart and getting thrown in every possible direction as I slid through it, creating a long busted up path several inches deep. A double stream of blood dripped down my nostrils and ran past my lips, staining them red. I fought the disorientation and had to push it away once I saw Carthon hovering like a curious insect in the hole I had made when I crashed through the exterior wall. I tried to make a deal. I tried to be reasonable. I tried to show you, him, and the rest of your band of morons that there was a way out for you. All you had to do was give me the girl, he said, looking down at me with nothing but prejudice. Reasonable? You call this fucking reasonable? Look around you. You wiped away nearly an entire species. Because of what? You were too lazy to wait a couple of years to terraform a completely uninhabited planet? I fired back as I wiped the blood from my nose. Whatever you injected in Ava that gave her those powers, why don't you give it to the other Proctans? You ever think of that before trying to snatch away a child from her family and killing her parents? I figured it was one of you that freed Zalo from his imprisonment. Here's what he failed to tell you. My people can't afford those few years, not in the state Proxia is in. Your simple mind could never understand that those few years could mean millions more starve on my world. And the serum is not compatible with Proctan DNA. The girl was the first human to survive the injection and successfully manifest the healing abilities, which still aren't what I need. Her inability to heal or repair psychological afflictions and revive those who have been deceased for extended periods needs to be rectified so that I may bring back all the Proctans I have lost, including those of which you have murdered. So this is your solution? All this chaos? All this death? Everything you took from the people of this planet? Do you really believe Zalo is the only one who wants to see you get what you deserve? I inquired, purposefully withholding the fact that Victor and Zalo were out sending the message to the Proctan Emperor as we spoke. Sure, there was a chance Carthon was already aware, but I figured it was better to be safe than sorry. And murder, huh? Really fucking rich coming from the guy with a planet-sized body count. I hope you know that there's gonna be a smile on my face once I'm standing over your corpse. Carthon stared back at me, his expression of disdain only growing more potent. Yet, he maintained a relatively calm tone when he spoke next. There are far more of my soldiers that disagree, far more that hate what it is that I'm doing. But like you, they are blind to the reasoning as to why this needs to be done. My people come first, no matter the cost. And look how many of them you've sent to their deaths against Victor, me, and all the others that have died defending this planet. But don't worry, you'll be joining them soon, I stated harshly, before quickly taking flight and positioning myself just below eye level with Carthon, using the moment it took him to track my movement to charge up a laser blast with my right arm and strike him with it. He crashed through a non-damaged part of the exterior wall. Back outside, I followed up with a second blast from my left, sending him flying further back, and then seizing the moment to put both my arms together and charge up a larger double blast. It was enough force to send him all the way back to the highway. He tumbled through the air like a fastball, only slowing down after crashing through a street lamp pole and then slamming into another, severely denting it before falling onto the asphalt below. We were on a part of the highway that was still intact, and on the opposite side from where I knew Rosita and her family were. It dawned on me that I had accidentally taken the fight closer to them, and I needed to course correct. Carthon stood up, preparing to fly at me using the boosters on his suit. But before he could even take off, a red beam of energy struck him in the side, sending him flying and crashing through the asphalt and down onto the regular two-lane street below. I turned my head in the direction the beam had originated, spotting Daniel with a blaster in his arms while he bared his teeth. He said something that I couldn't quite make out due to the distance between us, but if I had to guess, based on reading his lips, is something to the effect of, "That's what you get for messing with my family, you ugly bastard." Strangely though, Rosita and Ava were absent. Carthon was quick to recover, flying up and bursting to the highway, setting his sights on Daniel. I threw myself forward in flight and sent out a beam and refusing to let it dissipate. Carthon wasn't able to react in time and essentially clotheslined himself on it, but instead of collapsing on his back, he was blasted half a mile in the direction the beam was pointed, buying me some time to do what I did next. I flew over to Daniel, landing down in front of him. "I appreciate your help, but you've gotta go. If he catches you, he'll kill you, then me, then Rosita, and take Ava," I pleaded. "I can't be near you guys anymore. He basically told me he can track my heat signatures from across the world." "They're hidden. Close, but hidden," he affirmed. I looked around worried. "Then where the hell are they?" "At the spot you told us about. We decided it was smarter to have them waiting for Victor so they can tell him where you and I are right now when he gets back. So all the two of us have to do is hold out until..." Daniel stopped mid-sentence, his eyes widening as he looked at me. His mouth hung slightly ajar as he let out a faint but horrendous wet choking sound. A choking sound that suddenly turned into gurgling as blood rose into his mouth and began to spill out and stain his lips and chin. A mostly blood-covered, glossy, long and thin black blade had emerged through his chest. He failed to maintain eye contact with me as he reached for it out of instinct, further impaling himself. "No, no, no!" I shouted as he was lifted up and then thrown off to the side by Carthon, who proceeded to change his blade back into the hammer, slamming it down on top of my head before I could charge up a beam blast on either of my arms. The metallic clang that rang out as it made contact with my skull was damn near a shockwave in its volume. My chin hit the asphalt like a train, a spiral of cracks erupting. But nonetheless, I forced myself back up, dizzy from the hit. I quickly pushed off the ground and ascended above Carthon in flight, shooting off a beam from my left arm, hitting him on the top of his helmet and sending him crashing below the highway and into the roads below yet again. Within seconds, he flew up and out of the crater that formed toward me, attempting to strike me with his hammer once more. I was surprisingly able to dodge, flying backwards as a mid-air pivot before returning with another blast from my right arm, knocking him back far enough to where I had to fly forward to follow up. He steadied himself after ragdolling for some seconds, shifting the hammer back into the blaster and attempting to charge up a beam. But I had already started moving out of the way, flying just a few feet onto the beam's path and throwing up my left arm at an angle to charge up my own. My beam bursted out, hitting his legs and causing him to swing and fall downward, as if someone had just kicked a chair out from under him. I flew forward, charging up both my arms as I did, hoping if I let out the combined blast up close enough, it would be enough to melt through his armor and kill him. But what I didn't anticipate is how quickly he would both recover and take advantage of the position my previous attack put him in. As once his body was at a completely straight 180-degree angle, he boosted forward, flying toward me at breakneck speed before grabbing me mid-air. Before I felt a sudden intense and breath-snatching pain overtake me. I looked down slightly, seeing his arm blade now buried inside my lower chest. "Don't worry," Carthon taunted. "The rest of them will be joining you soon." I felt the blade tear into my muscle tissue and even strike part of my sternum, brushing up against my other inner workings. I was unsure whether or not it made contact with my heart. As an instinct, I grabbed onto his armor, trying to push his blade out of me, but it was no use, and I could feel my grip on my consciousness beginning to fade. The last thing I remember, just before everything went black, was a sudden intense whoosh, as if a tornado had just passed by me, and the sensation of Carthon's blade suddenly being yanked from my chest as I began to fall back down to the highway below.
What did you do?
I erupted just after grabbing Carthon mid-flight, holding him in front of me by the throat as we crashed through skyscraper after skyscraper, tearing through glass, rebar, concrete, wood, and whatever else was in my flight path. Dust kicked up, walls smashed apart, floors and ceilings were torn through. After exiting through an office building, I came to a sudden hard stop but let Carthon go. The speed I had built up maintained itself in him, and he went crashing through another several buildings, a couple of them beginning to collapse and buckle at the foundation from the sheer force generated on his impacts. I then took off and flew after and behind him, before stopping and hovering where he was projected to arrive. He came flying out of the back at the end of the building, and I was ready. I interlocked my fingers and brought my hands above my head, slamming them down on top of his helmet. In milliseconds, he hit the intersection below with the force of a small asteroid. And when he did, there was no intersection anymore to speak of. Just a colossal deep crater, one that rivaled the size of a dangerous sinkhole. The dust that was kicked up as a result almost resembled a tornado, just without the spinning. I flew into the middle of it and flew down, planning to follow up on Carthon. Instead, I got a surprise when I was hit with a laser blast right in my chin and upper chest, the force of which sent me way above any of the skyscrapers around us. It was only when I was almost a mile above the city skyline that I regained control. Carthon had already recovered from my blows and flew up to me using the rocket boosters on his suit. The armor that covered his hand was morphed into the shape of a hammer, and he had pulled back, preparing to strike me with it. I flew down at Carthon, wrapping myself around his body and having the both of us hurtling back toward the ground. The air began to ignite around us due to the speed we were moving, but this form of attack ended up being a mistake on my part. Carthon had slung the hammer into my ribcage, throwing me a mile to the left. I crashed into the roof of an office building at a diagonal angle, only falling through a few floors before coming out the opposite side and slamming through a brick divider wall that separated the street and lot the building sat on. After that, I did several somersaults backward, crashing through a line of cars, ripping off their roofs, smashing their windshields, and throwing some entire vehicles on their backs or sides. I finally halted after sliding along the sidewalk, tearing up the pavement in the process and slowing down just enough to barely rip out a fire hydrant out of place. It bent a bit underneath me. I shook off the blow, getting onto my feet and trying to listen out for Carthon, only to then hear a whooshing sound above. I looked up, a mistake on my part, because if I hadn't, I would have noticed the sonic grenade that had fallen just a few feet to my left. The sound of the whooshing purposefully drowning out the clanking of it hitting the ground. It went off. I started covering my ears with my teeth clenched, my ears in agony. I turned, finding it sitting right there on the road, just next to the curb. I leapt over to stomp it out, only to catch a nasty blow from Carthon mid-jump. I went right across the street, smacking into a marble support beam and causing it to erupt with cracks and indents. Carthon boosted over to me with his suit, the hammer weapon on his armor quickly forming into a blade. He lunged at me with it, but I grabbed his arm below where the blade began, staring at him in the eyes through his helmet as I applied as much pressure as possible, and the metal began to bend and deform under my fingers, but only a little. "Too slow, asshole," I growled, before flying up several stories and then suddenly descending back down at breakneck speed. I maintained my grip on Carthon's arm and swung him over my shoulder and slammed him onto the street when I landed. The resulting force threw boulder-sized chunks of concrete into the air. The vehicles around us were thrown up in various directions as the pavement rippled and split apart, knocking the sonic grenade far enough away to where it was no longer an issue. I then lifted Carthon up and slammed them again, conjuring up a similar result, after which I held him up to me at eye level. He coughed inside his suit, groaning due to his disorientation. "Shouldn't have put that armor on. You could have died a lot quicker," I said furiously, practically feeling the adrenaline beginning to rush through me. Carthon's blade then transformed back into the hammer shape, and I kept my eyes focused on it, missing the fact that he had deployed the blaster cannon on his other arm. A red beam, similar to the one the Proctans had used on their blasters, had shot out, blasting me in the shoulder and neck from below. I flew down the street like a bullet, skipping along the asphalt and ripping up chunks on each impact, until I slammed into an old bar, smashing the windows apart and violently sliding into the interior. Carthon flew in through the new opening to follow up, attempting to land on top of me and drive the arm blade right into my chest and heart. I grabbed onto the blade, wrapping my hand around it and roaring as I felt it slice up my palm. Carthon laughed mockingly. "Do you fear finally being confronted with your own vulnerability?" he asked, and attempted to push the blade down further. But I held it still despite the pain. The flooring beneath cracked and snapped as we struggled against each other. Several streams of blood began to run down my forearm, staining my suit. "You are simply the product of an experiment. Without this power, you would be another corpse on the street. Another human for me to lay waste to, in order to ensure that my people thrive. You are only capable of surviving this long enough because of what you've been handed to you. I am a leader, a savior, and you are nothing." Carthon ranted before pausing. "And here you are, facing death just like any regular man." I felt my anger boil over, staring Carthon right in his eyes. The weight of everything came over me all at once. Sean, all those innocents, the corpses behind the glass, Daniel, Sindris, Troven, everything. I couldn't let Carthon win. They needed justice, all of them. I threw myself upward. In the process, I impaled myself right through the upper stomach on Carthon's blade. I felt it exit out my lower back, and it stayed inside me as I hit-butted Carthon right on his transparent helmet, causing it to crack just before he was sent crashing up several floors into the rest of the building above the bar. The blade snapped off of Carthon's suit before he was sent away and remained inside me. But somehow, someway, I simply didn't care. Maybe it was just the adrenaline. Despite my bleeding hand and still impaled stomach, I flew up after him, throwing a punch that sent him even further. He crashed through the roof of the building and went soaring into the sky above. "You're a sickness," I shouted, following him and flying up from below, striking him with another punch that sent him to low cloud height. I then changed my trajectory mid-flight, and instead of coming from below to hit him further up, I flew around in a half-circle path, striking him with another punch that sent him more than a mile away within the clouds. "You took my world, the world of so many others," I screamed, my face hot and red like metal from a furnace. I sped up and easily outpaced the shockwaves that resulted from the sonic boom by a country mile, striking Carthon with yet another punch that sent him thousands upon thousands of feet back. He tumbled and flipped like an out-of-control ragdoll through the clouds. "You are a disgrace to life in this universe," I bellowed, catching up with him and flying behind him, striking him in the back, and then flying after and striking him a second time in the side, repeating the process several times as multiple sonic booms erupted from both each impact of my fist colliding with his armor, along with my forceful and sudden takeoffs. I flew over and grabbed him mid-flight, just before then coming to yet another violent stop, holding him by the armor that covered his throat as we hovered up in the clouds, staring him down through his cracked helmet. My brother always said that vengeance isn't the way, but today, his words fall on deaf ears. I snarled, before pulling back and throwing Carthon as if he were a baseball, wincing as I felt the blade still lodged in my stomach brush up against my insides. Carthon had traveled so far that I had to fly forward in order to be able to see him again. I caught up to him in less than a second and continued to fly straight ahead, while I dragged him behind me by his leg. "You have no idea what I'm capable of, and you want to know what sucks for you?" I erupted, before then suddenly shifting my flight path downward, heading straight for a mountain range that sat above a patch of forest. "I don't either," I punctuated violently, before slinging Carthon forward, wrapping myself around his waist and crashing us both into the top of the mountain. We smashed and dug through all the rock like bullets through drywall, hollowing it out during the ordeal. After coming crashing out the other side, I stopped suddenly and let Carthon go once more. He went sliding down the side of the mountain, crashing through various boulders, chunks of rock, and eventually trees. I looked down in his path of trajectory as well, ensuring that there was no wildlife directly in his way. While hovering in the air as he tumbled down below, I took the opportunity to reach down and grab onto Carthon's blade that was still embedded within me. From what I've heard, It's never good to pull a blade out of yourself when stabbed, but it was going to become harder to do later on if my wound healed around and on it. With a burning hellish sensation, I wrapped my fingers around the blade and began to retract it, biting down hard in the process. It came out inch by inch, my pained groans ending in a yelp-like whimper as it finally emerged from my body. The bleeding had already stopped for the most part. Still, the pain wasn't great, but I didn't have time to dwell on it. Instead, I hatched an idea. I was going to take this blade and drive it through Carthon's skull, ending him once and for all. But first, I had to find him. I descended and landed down on the edge of the forest where Carthon had slid into and took a glance around. He was nowhere to be seen, so I took advantage of my hearing and tried to listen out for him. His heartbeat, any slight movements, anything. And sure enough, I heard one, several yards deeper into the foliage. I flew forward and also picked up the sound of rustling and twigs snapping. He was behind a particular tree that I had set my sights on. I just knew it. I rounded the corner, clenched my fist and pulled it back, preparing to deliver a blow like no other with the blade in hand. Only to find none other than a black bear standing behind it on all fours, who backed up at the sight of me, but then quickly relaxed, or at least, it seemed that way. Further inspection on my part revealed the very same bear that I had met earlier on and gotten a branch full of berries for. I lowered my hand, and the blade by extension, foolishly dropping my guard. "Oh, hey there, big guy," I sputtered, spitting out a glob of blood to the side. He looked at me with what I could only discern as genuine confusion, tilting his head to the side while maintaining eye contact with me. His nose twitched as he let out an exhale. "You should get moving. It's not safe," I began, only to be cut off when I took a nasty blow to the side of my head from Carthon's hammer weapon. I slid along the dirt for nearly 100 yards, crashing through several trees and rocks along the way as I flipped backwards and somersaulted. I dug my fingers into the dirt below, bringing myself to a stop as I tilted my head up to look onward, noticing that at some point I had dropped the blade during the whole ordeal. Carthon, whose suit now appeared more visibly damaged, looked down at me from a distance, with nothing but disdain and hatred in his expression. "You waste time worrying about creatures that aren't even your own kind. That is why you failed to save yours. It is why you will lose to me, and why half of your precious friends have already fallen to my blade. All I have left to do is find and kill the girl's mother, and then use her to take back what I have lost." I got to my feet, rubbing the side of my head that Carthon had struck with the hammer. I could feel a bit of blood fall from my nose and stain my upper lip, but nonetheless, I wiped it away, ready for whatever was still to come. "You're too stupid to know you've already lost," I said sharply. "Your emperor, he's on his way, and from what Salo told me, he's pissed. So if I don't kill you for what you've done, which is unlikely, you can bet your ass he definitely will." "You think I'm unaware that Braxis is on his way? It is no matter. I will kill him as well when he arrives. He is a spineless moron, far too weak, too naive to be a leader of any kind. His inaction is the reason for my planet's downfall. And your arrogance and stupidity is gonna be the reason for yours," I barked, before then suddenly taking flight and attempting to punch Carthon back up into the sky. However, he anticipated this move, sidestepping me and making me miss by mere inches. I threw my feet to the ground and stopped myself after passing where he originally stood, surprised at his reaction time. My armor can anticipate incoming attacks to react and make small pivots at speeds at the low hypersonic levels should the right conditions be met. "Still not nearly as fast as you, but enough," Carthon informed me with a confident head tilt. "Keywords are, not nearly," I snarled, before following up by quickly stomping my foot into the ground and causing large sections of dirt and earth to buckle and split apart. The force shook it as well, which threw Carthon off balance for just a second which I seized by flying forward at breakneck speed and uppercutting him into the sky, further cracking his transparent helmet. 1,000 feet up he went before activating his boosters and hovering. His hammer weapon then shifted into a laser cannon, one that he pointed down at me to begin charging up a blast. But I saw it coming, and before he fired it off, I flew off to the side, dodging the beam and diverting myself away before flying back at Carthon in an arch shape, striking him in the side and sending him flying. I gave chase and followed up with several more punches, mainly to his helmet, attempting to crack it further with several blows per second. But Carthon had shifted his cannon blaster back into the hammer, defensively striking me square in the chin with it and knocking me back several yards as we continued trading blows in the air. I spat out more blood. Carthon dashed forward, using his boosters, and shifted his hammer weapon back into a blade on the way, lunging at me in a slicing motion and just nicking my arm, slicing through both my suit and the top layer of flesh, leaving a long thin gash across my forearm. I descended downward suddenly, grabbing Carthon by his leg and yanking him down with my left hand, while I balled my right into a fist and threw it up, hitting him just below his helmet and sending him another several hundred yards up above. I planned to take him just above the Earth's atmosphere, and then finish smashing through his helmet, finally ending him once and for all. After Victor dropped me to the ground in order to continue flying and attack Carthon, I approached the mother and her daughter who possessed the healing abilities. At first, they were more than apprehensive to see me, her mother threatening to shoot me with a blaster before I informed her of my identity. "Stop, don't. It's me, Zalo," I pleaded, my appendages held up defensively. "Oh, sorry. I'm sure you can tell we're all on edge," she said, putting the blaster down and her hands back on the steering wheel of her vehicle. "Hey, you're the good alien," the younger girl erupted with glee. "I am happy you think so highly of me," I told the girl. "But we must go. Your father has been hurt. He needs your abilities to save him." We have to wait," the mother protested, clearly concerned for her husband's mortality despite knowing that his injuries, even if fatal, can be reversed if done timely. I could hear her holding back a wave of emotions, but still staying strong nonetheless. "Carthon's there, fighting Sindris and Victor. I can't put my daughter in harm's way when he's so close." "Remind me of your names once more, please," I asked softly. They hurt my daddy? Again?" the girl exclaimed. "Rosita and Ava," Rosita said matter-of-factly, contrasting her daughter's emotions despite the circumstances. "Rosita and Ava," I began. "Sindris is dead, killed by Carthon after their confrontation. Victor and Carthon are engaged in a battle several miles away from here. Now is the chance and the time, before we become unable to revive her and your husband." "He killed Laser Lady too," Ava exploded, her fury unlike anything I've seen out of a child, Proctan, human or otherwise. "Honey, it's okay. It'll be okay. You can make her and Daddy better," Rosita assured. "I can assure you that Victor will keep Carthon far enough away and occupied to where he will not be a threat to us for the time being. No other Proctan soldiers or warships will be arriving. Their numbers are too thin to spare anymore. Should anything go wrong, I can assure you that I will do whatever it takes to ensure that no harm comes to your daughter," I pleaded, "even if that means putting my own life at risk." Why do you want to help so much?" Rosita questioned, her expression now one of Vulcan. "What they're from? You just met us." "The same reason you humans assist and defend animals who have been abused by other humans. Because you do not need to be part of a species or group to recognize an injustice done to it. And this is the gravest I've ever witnessed. I am sorry, truly, for what they have done to your planet and your people. I never intended to stand by Carthon while this atrocity occurred, and I don't plan to start now." Tears began to form in Ava's eyes. Rosita comforted her while looking straight ahead, still not fully convinced. I was aware of the fact that we were on borrowed time, a slowly dwindling window in which we had to get back to Sindris and her husband before the girl's powers were not able to bring them back. But I stood there, not saying anything as she gently rubbed Ava's head. She let out a stressful sob into her mother's shoulder. Eventually, the time came, and we made our way back to the location where Sindris and Daniel's bodies were. Rosita emerged from the vehicle, ordering her Ava to stay by her side until she herself could verify that it was safe. I assisted her. She turned her head to me as we approached their bodies, her eyes looking toward the ground. "This is the second time my daughter has had to bring back her dad from the dead in the past few days, and the second time I've seen him dead," Rosita stated, looking over at me while holding her blaster firmly. "I'm sorry," I replied. "I'm sure it is certainly not something you could have ever anticipated." The first time, his body was so mangled that I didn't even let her see it. I could barely handle it myself. Before she brought him back, I really thought there was a chance he was gone for good, that her powers wouldn't work when he was just so destroyed. I almost didn't recognize him when I first saw him. You and your family are strong. You have endured more than what I can imagine. You will make it through all of this. Thank you. I know we don't know each other well, but thank you. Of course, I wish I could have met you all under much different circumstances. We continued, scoping out the area. I scanned the roads underneath the highway for any Proctan heat signatures. None were detected. Rosita then made her way over to the bodies, first going to her husband's and looking down at his corpse, seemingly fighting tears. Ava's expression wasn't much different. She stared at her father's corpse as she repeated the phrase, "I'll make you better," under her breath several times. I went to Sindris's body. Her heart and inner sternum both exposed from the jagged wound caused by what I assumed was Carthon's blade. "Alright, honey, do it," I heard Rosita whisper to Ava from behind me. She knelt down, even while overcome with rage and grief. I commanded her mental strength in my head, but avoided making any kind of comment aloud. She hesitated before placing a hand on her father's shoulder, some blood staining her fingers as she maintained contact for several seconds. "It's okay, sweetie. You're gonna make him all better. It'll be okay," Rosita said, pulling her daughter in for a warm embrace. It took a few moments for her powers to kick in. Ava and Rosita waited with bated breath, fearful for the chance that nothing would occur, only for the gash in his chest to begin slowly closing up, with each side retracting in until there was no longer any breakage of the flesh remaining. The blood around his mouth disappeared, and the scrapes he had on the side of his body also began to fade. Daniel had then suddenly opened his eyes, coughed, and sat upright, immediately being grabbed by his wife and daughter. "Back from the dead again, huh?" he asked, rubbing a hand on each of their backs. "Daddy!" Ava shouted with glee. "Wait though, what are you both doing over here? Carthon killed me. He might still be close." Rosita then looked to him, her eyes wide with grateful joy, same as her daughter's. "Victor's taking care of him." The handheld bomb that Carthon threw in my face exploded with the power of a small nuke, a thick blue mist dispersing everywhere in that particular patch of sky. Luckily, we were high enough in the air to where it wouldn't have any immediate effects to the Earth's environment. At least, that was my hope. It did, however, send me plummeting back to the ground. I fell dozens of miles and struck the ground at such speed that the resulting crater had the diameter of a city block, with the depth of something close to 50 feet. I opened my eyes while laying on my back, groaning as I felt the entry wound on my stomach still stinging just a bit. Same with my sliced up palm. But other than that, I was gonna be fine. I was planning to get up, fly back up to Carthon and finish this, but once I saw him rapidly descending down to me from the sky, I came up with a better plan. I closed my eyes and continued to lay flat on my back, not moving an inch. I could hear the roaring of Carthon's boosters before he landed hard on the dirt just next to me. "Perhaps I should have started with the bomb," he posted, likely looking down on what he believed to be my unconscious body. I then heard him draw his remaining arm blade, preparing to bring it down on me. I could even hear him raise it in the air, probably hoping the extra momentum would drive it deeper into my chest and clean through my heart. But just before he did, I suddenly reached out and grabbed his armored leg before throwing him to the right. He soared in the air before crashing up against the wall of a crater. He didn't even have time to react before I had gotten up and flew over to him, grabbing him with my left hand and maintaining an altitude just a few feet above the grassy ground below us. I held him firm with my left, while beginning to release a fury of punches with my right on both the chest plate and helmet of his armor, which started to dent just slightly with each and every blow, and his helmet cracked even further, to the point where I was genuinely shocked if he was able to even still see out of it. In the distance, I could see that we were approaching the highway where I had initially grabbed Carthon and began our battle, the same highway that also held the bodies of Sindris and Daniel on it. I only hoped that Salu had gotten Ava to revive them, assuming it was safe to do so. I purposely kept my flight speed relatively low, moving just fast enough to disorient Carthon, but not enough to cause any harm to Daniel and his family once I had gotten closer to them. I more and more realized how Carthon's armor was significantly more durable than the rest of his lackeys. Even the helmet by itself already outdid the armor of the rest of the Proctans in terms of how much damage it could sustain. Had he possessed a regular suit like the rest, he would have been long dead by now. I continued to hammer down on him with punch after punch. In all the chaos, he tried to retrieve a sonic grenade and activate it, only for me to grab and crush it in the same hand I had been using to deliver blows, before throwing it to the side like a soda can. "Your chapter in this story is over," I growled before delivering one final powerful punch to Carthon's helmet, completely shattering it. He must have had it rigged with some sort of contingency before coming to confront us, because milliseconds after his helmet was destroyed, his suit began to emit concentrated sound waves, a more powerful version of the one from the sonic grenades. I let him go without thinking as I threw my hands over my ears, the both of us crashing onto the highway and slid across it, almost to the opposite horizontal end. I smashed through the divider separating the west and eastbound sides, my teeth exposed as I buried them in agony with my hands still cupped over my ears. Carthon, despite some road rash on the side of his front face, got to his feet quicker than me. I did everything, and I mean everything, to fight the pain of the horrendous noise blaring into my ears as I stood up, even taking my left hand off my left ear in order to throw a punch that missed. I could feel blood leak from it, which wasn't helped by the fact that Carthon had switched from the blade to his hammer once again and struck me clean in the chin with it, sending me flying down the highway, bouncing and somersaulting along the concrete for the length of a football field before sliding several dozen more feet. Then, once again, he flew in my direction using his boosters while shifting his hammer back into an arm blade as I writhed from the pain of the intensifying sound waves. I knew I had to move, but it wasn't going to be easy under the circumstances. Carthon was only several feet away, prepared to finish the distance and drive the blade right through my heart this time, ending me once and for all. But it never came. Instead, he was suddenly blasted away by 3 red laser beams right in the chest area, ones that sent him soaring backward over half a mile and seemingly destroyed whatever part of the suit was emitting the sound waves. I turned my head back in shock and awe, taking my hands off my ears as I fully turned myself around to spot Daniel, Rosita and Zalo holding blaster weapons with Ava behind them. "You save us," Daniel said, nodding to Rosita. "We save you," she finished. And despite everything that had been going on surrounding that, I genuinely smiled. Rosita and Daniel then turned their heads back to Ava, both of them expressing bouts of worry. "Stay behind us and don't leave our sight, you understand?" Rosita asked with a firm tone. "Yes," Ava nodded in compliance. "Seems like you really did a number on him," came the voice of Sindris, who descended back down to the ground next to me, holding out a hand to help me up. "It's the effort that counts," I said, thanking her for helping me up as I wiped away the blood underneath my ear. "Then let's make the effort to finish this, and finish him," she stated matter-of-factly. "That's gotta be my favorite thing you've ever said," I told her with a slight smirk. Carthon recovered from the blast, his armor now possessing even more burn marks and deformation than before. His boosters were also seemingly damaged and out of commission, evidenced by the fact that, instead of flying, he was running and leaping several dozen yards at a time toward us. Sindris's eyes brightened with that now iconic lapis blue, the same color glow on her arms intensified, brighter than they've ever been before. My feet stood firmly planted on the pavement, but I prepared to begin flying, a small spiral of cracks emerging around my feet as the ground beneath us rumbled just slightly. Behind us, Daniel and Rosita readied their blasters, pointing them in Carthon's direction, while Zalo leapt forward, standing side by side with Sindris and I. Carthon wasn't slowing down, continuing to jump and charge at us with the fury of an angry bear. "On me," I declared before taking flight once more, holding back my speed significantly as to not allow a sonic boom to occur. I flew behind Carthon before circling around and throwing a right hook into his lower back, sending him hurtling at the perfect angle for the others to follow up. Sindris shot up into the air before slamming both her forearms together and charging up a massive blast, before letting it off on Carthon, which was combined by Zalo sliding forward, shooting him with the blaster he possessed, along with Daniel and Rosita firing off theirs as well, sending him right back in my direction as his armor melted further. I flew forward, pulling back my right fist before heaving with a great might and throwing it forward, punching right through the back of Carthon's armor, Carthon himself, and the front of his armor as well, effectively impaling him onto my fist as I hovered above the asphalt. He heaved. Gurgling and choking sounds came next as his violet-colored blood ran down my forearm and dripped off my elbow. More followed out of his back mouth as he struggled against me. But it wasn't any use.
This,
he stuttered as he choked on his own blood.
This won't bring them back.
You're right, I stated dismissively. But at least it'll make you shut up and die. Zalo and Sindris then approached just as I had retracted my arm from him. He slid off like a slice of cheese falling off a burger, smacking into the asphalt upon impact with the highway. Zalo then stood over him as he continued to pathetically gurgle and choke. You were never any commander of mine, he said, looking down at Carthon as if he were nothing more than dirt on the bottom of his shoe. Proxia will find a way to rebuild and thrive without you. I'd tell you to say hey to that dad of mine you killed for me, but you're smart. You know you're headed to a different place. Sindris followed up. Daniel, Rosita, and Ava cautiously behind him, then approached as well, and the six of us all surrounded Carthon's dying body. Stupid, ugly, horrible murderer! Ava spat, before then lunging at Carthon and grabbing him by the head, prompting a visceral reaction from Daniel.
Sweetheart, no!
Much to the shock of everyone else, and myself, the moment her hand made contact with his head, he then went limp, and his skin began to bloat and decay. It was like watching a sped-up time-lapse of a corpse decomposing. My mouth hung ajar, and I stood knowing that my earlier theory that I had mostly kept to myself was confirmed. Her powers worked in reverse as well. She could decay the bodies of organic beings as well as heal their physical wounds. My memory jogged back when she had leapt onto that one Proctan that was holding her and Rosita hostage after Daniel had seemingly met his end the first time. It was an armored Proctan that she had jumped onto and wrapped herself around angrily, and despite the fact of him being inside his armor, he still appeared to be in advanced decay when I seen him again after Ava's attack, which also means she didn't need to directly touch the flesh of the creature itself for her powers to function, just something they are intimately connected with. Whoa, came Sindris. Fascinating, Zalo added. Ava, who was more angry than shocked, then blew a raspberry at Carthon's decayed, lifeless corpse, more than happy that he had finally met his end. And secretly, I was tempted to do it with her. Perhaps even the others were as well. The reality of it hit me all at once. He was dead. Finally gone. I hate to admit that it was true that his death wasn't going to reverse all of the lives he had taken, like he himself pointed out. But at least, this was some semblance of justice for those who had everything taken from them. I held back tears. It was hard to pinpoint exactly how I felt. I definitely did not regret his death in the slightest, but maybe it was just the fact that this was one of the few times I had gotten a chance to truly sit there and process everything. The guilt that I felt for the extermination wasn't nearly as potent as it was before. It had gotten easier for me to accept that I did my best, and the unfortunate reality was that it just wasn't enough. We all failed during that time, but at least we did it while trying. Things still weren't quite over. There suddenly came a repetitive whirring sound, like a heating unit starting up. At first, I could tell I was the only one that heard it, until whatever it was came in range, and the others did too. I looked up, and so did they, and coming down from the sky above was a moderately sized aircraft. Its appearance was similar to that of the Proctan warships, with a much less bulky exterior, and just under half the size of one. It was less than 100 yards above us, and was descending down slowly but surely, shifting back to land with some distance between us and it. There's only two reasons that model of ship would be here, Zalo said, staring up at it with the rest of us. He stood combat ready, firmly gripping his blaster. And those are? Rosita questioned, doing the same. Either it is here to disperse supplies, or reinforcements, or both. Just great, I muttered. Everyone, stay on guard. The whirring intensified as the ship lowered itself down onto the highway, and we all took several steps back. Rosita pushed Ava behind her as she kept the blaster pointed at the ship, along with Zalu and Sindris, who had her arms charged up and ready. The ship made contact with the ground, and I levitated a few inches off the ground with clenched fists, preparing for another confrontation. The front of the ship then disconnected and opened in our direction. A long rectangular slab of metal acted as a sort of drawbridge for what or whoever was inside. "Wait just a minute," Zalu ordered. His expression shifted from defensive to confusion, and then genuine shock, as if coming to a realization. Emerging from the ship was the largest Proctan I'd seen yet, bulkier than any other and had to be over 7.5 feet in height. Similar to Carthon, he wore a glossy black-colored armor, unlike the two Proctans on either side of him, who were in typical silver armor, a symbol of his authority. The three of them walked in unison toward us, and I immediately flew forward a few yards, already having an idea of who this mystery Proctan may be. But in the event I was wrong, I wanted to be sure I could be the first to counter whatever attack they may have dished out. The Proctan in the black approached until there was no more than 10 feet between us. He looked me square in the eye, as if sizing me up, which made me believe there was a chance this interaction was not going to proceed peacefully, at least up until he said, "My name is Emperor Braxis, the sworn overseer and protector of the Proctan homeworld, Proxia. You must be victor of Earth." His voice deep, guttural, and demanding, one that commanded respect. "I am," I replied, still rather hesitant. "I received an emergency distress message from Zalu. I arrived to your world as soon as possible. This supply transport ship was the fastest one we had remaining. I've been informed of the atrocity that has been committed here by my appointed commander Carthon," Braxis added. "Atrocity is an understatement," Rosita chimed in from behind, still keeping her blaster pointed forward, along with Daniel. Sindris kept her guard up, not yet convinced based on the skeptical look on her face. "That much is true," Braxis agreed. He looked down at the ground, took a deep breath, and then narrowed his eyes back up to me. "I've had a technician team of mine do a scan of your planet on my way here. There are less than 3 million humans remaining, I'm afraid. Where is Carthon? Is he still alive?" I then shifted my body while still levitating, allowing Braxis to see past me and get a glimpse of Carthon's corpse. His expression was one of utter disgust and rage. "Good," Braxis stated. "I was planning to execute him myself upon my arrival. I would like to inform you all that it is with truly genuine sorrow I offer my sincerest condolences for the countless lives he took from your people and your planet. This," Braxis paused, once again looking at the ground. "This is not the Proctan way." Sure seemed like it when they were talking about how inferior we are, how we were never meant to live or thrive in this universe because of how weak we are, I said, my expression unchanging. "I can assure you that I have my own share of accountability to take. After all, Carthon was put in charge by my command. I cannot bring back your dead or restore the families he has torn apart. But what I can do is, despite our planet's dwindling resources, that every single Proctan who has had a hand in allowing this catastrophe to occur will face swift and firm justice for what has been done. You and your remaining people will be given a chance to collectively vote as to whether their punishment will be imprisonment or intense labor that is in service of helping you rebuild your civilizations. I also vow to share whatever technology and resources that we can spare in order to help rebuild what has been taken from your people. You have my word." "What you're saying doesn't sound too bad, but I don't speak for everyone. I'm one of their protectors, not their ruler," I rebutted. I turned, laying eyes on the rest of the group, giving them an encouraging nod to express their thoughts. Rosita was the first to speak up, just after pulling away from Daniel's ear as she was seemingly whispering into it. I purposefully tuned out what was being said until she was ready for everyone else to hear it. "How do we know we can trust you? That you are who you say you are? My family's been through enough, and we want action, not promises. Start by telling me what it is I may be able to assist you with. Braxis nodded as the two Proctans on either side of him walked up, grabbed Carthon's body, and began to drag it away toward the ship, leaving Braxis standing there alone in front of all of us. Daniel and Rosita shared a glance, punctuating their non-spoken language with a nod that signaled mutual understanding. We want a home built for our family. Nothing large or fancy, just enough for us to be comfortable. We don't want it near any outposts or close to any of your soldiers. Somewhere we cannot be found unless we want to be found. Rosita posited. I will personally see to it that your request is attended to within one of your Earth months. Zalo, you will oversee this project and ensure it is completely timely and up to the standard of. Braxis paused. Daniel and Rosita, and behind me is our daughter Ava. Daniel corrected, his tone dry and his eyes narrowed, still not 100% convinced. Daniel, Rosita, and Ava, Braxis punctuated before turning to Sindris. And as for you, what can I do for you? I was thinking of an orphanage, one for those who lost their parents during the extermination. Excellent idea, Braxis complimented. Anything else? He asked, now turning his attention to me. You've said your resources are dwindling on your planet, but with whatever you're able to spare, please see to it that the rest of my people across the planet are fed, clothed, and sheltered, and that children take priority. I replied, pointing to Ava. I believe that can be done. Might I ask your permission to spend some time here on Earth in order to see that these requests are honored? Braxis inquired, glancing at all of us. I turned to everyone else, raising my eyebrows in anticipation for their answers. As long as we can see that you're a man of your word, then yes. But what if there comes a day where we don't want you here anymore? Daniel asked. Then I will simply take my people and leave, Braxis stated, with no resistance at all. We've got to admit, this sounds too good to be true. Plus, with the state your homeworld is in, don't you need your attention focused on that? Rosita chimed in. I have a council of my people who are actively finding solutions and implementing procedures in order to save my homeworld. They will do fine in my temporary absence. I understand your apprehension. Trusting me is not a prerequisite to receiving my help. You may take whatever measures you feel are necessary to maintain safety, but I can assure you that I am willing to endure this very long, very difficult journey that will be making amends and constructing a positive relationship between Earth and Proxia. Braxis then ordered Zalo over to him, and I turned back to the rest of the group, all of us darting our eyes between one another. Lots of thoughts inevitably going in our minds, but no words were said, not for nearly a minute. I then shifted my gaze back to Braxis before informing him. We will need some time to talk about all of this. Take as much as is needed, Braxis nodded. I flew closer to the group, all huddling up like a sports team just before a game. Daniel was the first to speak up. Well, I don't know. Maybe we can trust him. Seems like Zalo was telling the truth, so why can't he be? It'll take some getting used to. Plus, it's not like they're deceptive. When they first came here, they started killing people and destroying stuff right off the bat. No questions asked. No lying. No, we're here to help, but we're actually evil stuff. I don't fully trust him until we see him start putting his money where his mouth is. Promises are just that. Promises, Rosita replied. I'm with you on that one, Sindris interjected, glancing at Rosita. And if he betrays us, then we'll just make sure he ends up the same way Carthon did. In all honesty, it was hard to argue with the logic. But after everything we had endured and had been through in these months since the extermination, it was still difficult to imagine some sort of savior figure coming to help us rebuild without any ulterior motives. Especially when that savior figure's negligence is partially responsible for what had transpired to begin with. Had he not put Carthon in charge, billions would still be alive. But then again, who's to say his theoretical replacement wouldn't have done something similar? However, at the end of the day, it was Carthon's actions. He gave the orders to take the lives he did. He set all of this into motion via his commands. He not only enforced it, but endorsed it. I'm sure he killed many directly himself. Braxis on the surface appeared genuinely willing to help and angry at what his people had done. It took strength and a lot of inner consideration, but I came to the conclusion that I needed to give him a chance. If not for me, then for the survivors and victims of the extermination. "We'll let you help us," I said, turning back to Braxis once more. "But if I get even the slightest whiff of betrayal, it's not gonna end well for you." "I second that," Sindris added. Braxis nodded in agreement. "I'm sure you all must be tired, hungry, thirsty. Perhaps while I spend some time rounding up my soldiers so that they may have their punishments dealt out, you can take some time to get the rest you need. If you have any perishable items for consumption, we have some spare refrigeration units, as well as some solar absorption devices that can harness far more of your home star's energy than the panel devices you all utilize." "Thank you," Sindris spoke up. "We appreciate that." "Of course, and once again, I am truly sorry for what has been done here. May something like this never come to pass, ever again. May I meet with you all again in a few of your Earth days' time to discuss how to move forward?" We all then shared glances, preparing to answer before Ava broke the silence. "None of your people are going to hurt my daddy anymore, are they?" she asked, staring at Braxis with wide eyes as Daniel pulled her in for a hug. "No, little one, they will not. I will make sure of it." "Do you promise?" she asked, her eyes going wider. "I promise. I will meet with you all again soon. If there are any issues or troubles you face in the meantime, you may use this to contact me." Braxis then reached into a compartment of his suit before retrieving a handful of items. He then slid them down our way. At a glance, they were several small iPhone-sized devices, each one possessing a sleek metallic finish with a blue light at the top and bottom along with a button in the middle. Distress signalers. One press of the button and either I or Zal will be sent a message that can be recorded by all of you via your voices. State the nature of your business and I will respond within reason. If it is an emergency, press the button twice in a rapid succession and I will ensure you are sent help. You are welcome to test them if that would bring you peace of mind. Before letting any of the others pick up the devices, I grabbed all of them and flew up a couple thousand feet, hovering in the sky, before pressing the buttons on each to ensure that they weren't booby-trapped. I held my breath, but was pleasantly surprised upon there being no intense sound waves. No explosions. Nothing. Just the devices beeping in a scratchy voice prompting me to record a message. Huh, look at that. I sighed to myself, still hovering there in the sky. It seemed small, but I felt hopeful, like I was finally able to see some sort of light at the end of the tunnel. This was the first time in months that I felt it anywhere near this intensity. Sure, there was still a part of me that thought it was too good to be true. But for now, I could almost relax. Almost. 1 year later. "A little help?" asked the elderly man as he panted and wiped sweat from his forehead, dropping the axe next to the tree he was cutting down, clearly exhausted and weathered, his jeans a bit torn and his tank top stained with dirt. I flew down to him, landing just in front of him and putting a hand on his back before using my other to reach out and give him a water bottle in my supply bag I had strapped around my shoulder. "You need to keep one of these on you. You're gonna get dehydrated," I said as I helped him lean against the tree to rest. "Appreciate you, Victor, but I don't have time to slow down. We need this wood for tonight's fire, and you said you're busy at the community center." "I am, but I'll ask Sindris to swing by to give you a hand, alright? Don't overwork yourself, Terry. Plus, you gotta make it to the community meeting, big guy. Lots of important stuff to go over." Terry then lifted the water bottle to his lips before taking several large gulps. Some water spilled down his chin and tank top. "Won't lie when I tell you that ever since we got this place up and running again with electricity, I've taken it a little for granted. Wanted to just get out here and do some real work with my hands again. It's rewarding, isn't it? Can't say I blame you." "Well, part of it too is when my wife died when those alien bastards attacked us. The only thing that could get my mind off of it was protecting my kids and grandkids. But now that there's some sense of security and community again, she's been on my mind a bit more. I'm sorry, really. From what she told me, she sounded like a good one." "She was. I just wish I got to dance with her one more time." He paused. "You can tell me if I'm out of line when I say this, but does your brother still cross your mind? The one you told me about?
Every day, I replied. Every single one.
He'd be proud of you, young man, Terry said softly with a pat on the shoulder. You and your friends saved us. Got us a second chance at this whole game of life. Who knows, maybe the second time around will be better than the first.
I hope so. Take care of yourself. I look forward to seeing you at the meeting.
You too, Mr. I Can Bicep Curl in Airplane.
The both of us shared a chuckle, and then I gave Terry one last smile before lightly taking off into the air and flying to my next location, handing out water bottles, snacks, and other necessities to everyone who was helping out with various projects around the area. Men, women, and children all pitching in to help construct new shelters, pathways, maintain crops, livestock. Then there was the entertainment side of things. We'd put on plays, sports like football, soccer, basketball, and ever since the electricity got back up and running in the area a few months ago, there were also even video game nights here and there. It definitely wasn't all perfect. Brexis had carried out his proposal of us voting on whether or not the Proctans would face imprisonment or hard labor that would be put toward helping us rebuild whatever they had a hand in destroying. The majority of those alive in this area voted for the latter, although there were plenty that felt the Proctans either should have all been put to death or banished from the planet entirely. But nonetheless, I'd say things were looking up overall. After a couple of hours of handing out supplies and helping with some construction work, it came time for a community meeting. Everyone was encouraged to come, although it wasn't mandatory by any means. It was a way for people to not only voice what they feel should and shouldn't be implemented in the community, but it was also an opportunity for them to meet new people, platonically, romantically, or otherwise. I flew over to the community center and slowly descended down just right in front of the several entrance doors. All kinds of people were filing in, men, women, children, the elderly, and beyond, even some remaining lower power level superhumans. None other than Sindris had met me out front. She had changed out of the prisoner attire and instead sported a pair of jeans, a black t-shirt, and black sneakers. I myself was in a long-sleeve red shirt with a pair of black sweatpants with white albeit a bit dirty sneakers. I kept my combat suit on underneath though, just in case. How have you been holding up recently? I asked, shifting my body to make room for a family that was entering. Just doing what I can around here, she replied before embracing a young girl in a hug, who referred to her by her actual name of Sarah, prompting a smile from the both of us. I at once asked her some months back if she'd prefer to be called Sindris or Sarah, to which she informed me she was fine with either, so I had the habit of switching back and forth between the two. What's new? She inquired. Well, Terry's out there killing himself to get wood for the bonfire tonight. Would you be able to lend him a hand after this meeting? Hell yeah, splitting trees in half sounds beyond therapeutic right now. Been putting in a lot of hours at the orphanage. She smiled. How's it going down there? Real good actually. I've got a pretty full staff now. Things are running relatively smoothly, and we've been able to hand out all 3 meals a day without any issues so far. Fingers crossed it stays that way. Awesome, I said, producing a smile of my own and nodding. Guess we should give the people what they want then, Guess we should, she agreed. The both of us then entered the meeting hall that sort of resembled a church interior. Sindris and I walked down the aisle in unison. A mix of claps, cheers, and celebratory whoops erupted. After taking to the stage, Sindris and I looked out at the total crowd of nearly 200 seated, while a few dozen more stood in the back. Hi folks, I said, waving my right hand and giving everyone a genuine smile. Hi Victor, came the combined voices of nearly the whole crowd. Good to see you all again. How have things been? Sindris added, to which the crowd replied with a mix of good, meh, and getting better. I'd just like to go ahead and thank everyone for coming out tonight. It really means a lot. I just wanted to go over a few things and updates with you all. Tonight's bonfire starts at 8 p.m. and runs until 11 p.m. So if you're interested in hanging out, just come on down. There's no sign up needed, although any children under 14 must be supervised by an adult for safety. Ava and her mother Rosita will be visiting us this weekend and hosting a crafts event this Sunday afternoon, so be sure to speak with Rosita in order to get a time slot set up that best suits your availability. That's about it for me, but I believe Sindris has a few more announcements as well.
I declared, looking to her as a signal to begin. "If anyone needs help with any hot meals the rest of this week, the shelter on the west side of the settlement will be hosting a Heat Up and Eat Up event. You can stop by any time between noon and 6 p.m. and get yourself a plate. And now that the farms are up and running, there will be many more non-meat options available as well." A mix of quiet cheers and murmuring originated from the crowd. People discussed their various options, potential questions and concerns. One young woman toward the front raised a hand, eager to speak. "Yes, hon, what do you got for us?" Sindris asked with a smile. "Is there any way we can get a volleyball area set up nearby? My friends and I really missed playing since everything happened." Sindris and I shared a glance before she enthusiastically announced to the crowd, "All of those in favor of some volleyball?" At least 70 different individuals either whooped, cheered, or raised their hands. "How about education?" another woman asked, her child's hand in hers. "My kids need some form of schooling, and I know we're not the only ones." "We're doing our best to gather up anyone who possesses a teaching license and discuss options as we speak. But anyone who does not is still more than free to let us know if there are thoughts or input you might have," I interjected, seemingly satisfying her with my answer. "I actually wanted to see if there's been any progress on memorial services," stood a middle-aged man in the crowd. His head hung low as he clutched a battered baseball glove in his hand with the name Michael written on it in black marker. Tears formed in the man's eyes. "I lost my son during all of it," he punctuated, his voice on the verge of cracking. Another man to his left put a hand on his shoulder, saying nothing verbally, but just maintaining the consoling gesture. I hesitated for a moment, unsure of what to say at first, but eventually the words found me. "I'm very sorry for your loss, sir. I will definitely check on that for you, and if you have any questions for me at all, please feel free to come see me at any time." Thank you," he said rather weakly, a half smile plastered on his face as a tear flowed down his lips and then chin. He sat down, him and the other man beginning to speak with one another. Another hour of announcements, news and other event planning later, the meeting was eventually finished. Later that night, the bonfire transpired, which Sindris and I supervised simply for safety. I did end up speaking to the man once again a few days later, and we arranged to have a private funeral held for his son Michael that he and his remaining family members attended. He had asked me to help bury his coffin after the ceremony was over, to which I obliged. In the last year after Carthon's death, the population worldwide had increased by about 30,000, according to Braxis and his team's estimates. Speaking of which, Braxis had so far honored his promises and more. The Proctans who participated in the extermination were disarmed and de-armored and under constant surveillance, ensuring that they wouldn't be a threat of any sort. When they weren't helping with projects, they were confined and separated from any nearby people. They mainly worked from a distance and when people were asleep, so as to not cause any conflict with the survivors. It was gonna take a long time before Proctans and the bulk of the survivors could interact for extended periods of time. Daniel and his family had chosen to stay somewhere on the outskirts of New York in their new home. They had told me the location in secret, and I typically try to stop in and visit every few months when they aren't visiting us. Sindris and I would take days off from our respective duties within the community in order to meet with Braxis and Zalo regarding what to do next, how to move forward, and where to distribute resources. Although we had brought along several members of the community who each had more in-depth knowledge on particular topics depending on what was being discussed, there was definitely some palpable tension in these meetings, but they were still civil nonetheless. Sindris had spent the bulk of her time running the orphanage for children who had lost their parents in the extermination, both superhuman and not. Lots of them were in situations similar to her, which made it a lot easier for her to connect with them and help them deal with the grief in a way that was not easy, but digestible. As of now, the lives lost can't be brought back. The pain, the grief won't ever fully fade. But we have now hope. Hope for not only our opportunity to rebuild and honor those who we lost, but hope to do better than we did before, and to inspire that change in each and every single person who remains and will come to be. Sean would have wanted that more than anything.